now leads more than 750 task forces nationwide, made up of more than 6,000 state and local task force officers, or TFOs as we call them, from more than 1,800 different state and local agencies. Each of those TFOs represents an officer, a deputy, or an investigator that a local police chief, sheriff, or state superintendent was willing to send our way. Certainly not because they didn't have enough work to do in their own department, but because they saw the tremendous value that our FBI-led task forces bring. And we are honored and humbled by their trust in us and grateful for their partnership. But the numbers don't tell the whole story. To truly appreciate the impact the FBI and our partners are having, you got to look at the cases. Just last month, for instance, the FBI charged 31 members of 2 drug trafficking organizations responsible for distributing dangerous drugs like fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamine throughout the area around Marion, Ohio. In that one investigation run out of the FBI's 2-man office in Mansfield, we worked with partners from multiple local police departments and sheriff's offices to take kilos of fentanyl off Marion streets. Enough lethal doses, I should add, to kill the entire population of Columbus, Cleveland, and Cincinnati combined.
Yeah.
It's a great example of how even a small office with a small personnel footprint, the FBI is working big cases hand in hand with our state and local partners to have an outsized impact in our communities. The FBI's got thousands of employees working scores of investigations like that all over the country to protect the American people. Those men and women who choose to dedicate their careers, their lives really, to this kind of work and fulfilling the FBI mission are inspiring. At a time when so many other law enforcement agencies have had a difficult time with recruiting and retention, the Bureau continues to attract applicants in near record numbers. In fact, after the first couple of years of my tenure, the number of Americans applying to be special agents tripled the pace from when I started, reaching the highest levels in about a decade. At the same time, inside the FBI, our special agent attrition has remained in the low single digits and would be the envy of almost any employer. And even with these bigger numbers, the folks we're continuing to add continue to be top-notch. The percentage of both veterans and special agent hires with prior law enforcement experience has remained as steady as ever, between 25 and 30%. Add to that, in a job market where applicants have a whole lot of other opportunities, the percentage of those new agent trainees that also have advanced degrees is up and now approaches about 50% of every class at Quantico. But the thing that unites them all is a commitment to public service, a willingness to put others above themselves. And that is true from the bottom of the organization to the top. Since becoming director, I have worked hard to assemble and cultivate a leadership team that embodies those values and characteristics. It's a team that I purposefully chose because they walked the walk out in the field.
So I'm gonna do it.
Just taking our top 8 leaders as an example, they all came up through the Bureau as line agents. They've worked in 21 different field offices and have a combined 130 years of field experience. They include a West Point grad, veterans of the Army, Air Force, and Marines, as well as a former police officer, and state trooper. And not a single one is a political appointee, not one. Today's FBI leaders reflect the best of our organization, an organization that is made up of 38,000 men and women who are patriots, professionals, and dedicated public servants. And
That's trying to drink my
is
coffee.
the real FBI.
Not gonna happen.
I've now visited every single one of our 56 field offices twice, some of them more than twice. I speak constantly with local chiefs and
Been in the
sheriffs
job 6
from
years.
all 50
Visited
states who
them
work closely with
twice.
us every day, with judges
100
coast to coast
we
who
made
see
220
and hear
visits.
our work up close,
Over 6
with
years.
business leaders who
Hey,
turn to us for help with cyber attacks and Chinese economic espionage with
I don't think
victims
you've
and
done
their
a very
families,
good job,
people that
Chris.
we
Can we be
protect
honest
from
about it? I
gangs
mean, I
and
think you're
predators. And the FBI,
pretty
they tell me
vulnerable
about
right now.
consistently, almost resoundingly, is the same FBI that I see, an FBI that is respected, appreciated, trusted, and that is there for them when they need us the most. And that is the FBI that inspires me,
That is what
and that I'm proud to be here
the
today
FBI means to
represent.
me.
Thank you.
We thank you. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray,
He's wearing a long
this is no time to
sleeve
mince
shirt
words.
today.
The American people have lost faith
today.
in the
I
FBI.
first thought,
All of our constituents are demanding that
probably
we get
people
this
like that
situation
one.
under control,
Yeah,
and we
I
have to
can't
do that.
resist.
That's our responsibility. This is not a political party issue, sir. This is about whether the very system of justice in our country can be trusted anymore.
Oh, please.
Without that, no republic can survive. See, the American people that we represent are losing count of the scandals that are mounting. The FBI has been involved. They've seen evidence that it's being used as a political tool of the Biden administration. They've seen counterterrorism resources being used against school parents, the homes of conservative political opponents being raided. They've seen conservative states being targeted over their election integrity laws, and conservative Catholics and pro-life citizens characterized as violent extremists. Just last month, as you know, former Special Counsel John Durham sat right in that seat and testified that the Justice Department and the FBI should never have launched the bogus Trump-Russia investigation. And his lengthy report reluctantly concluded that the FBI, quote, failed to uphold its mission of strict fidelity to the law. Just last week, NBC had a poll. Only 37% of registered voters now view the FBI positively. 35% have a negative view. In 2018, by comparison, 52% of the country had a positive view of the FBI. There's a serious decline in the people's faith, and it's on your watch, sir.
Ooh.
And then, July 4th, we had this explosive 155-page opinion from a federal court in my home state of Louisiana. It explains in detail that the FBI has been directly involved in what the court says is, quote, arguably the most massive attack against free speech in United States history. The court ordered the White House, DOJ, and FBI, among others, to immediately cease colluding with and coercing social media companies to suppress American speech, of course, conservative speech in particular.
Oh, no,
Director Wray, I find it stunning.
Frankly,
you made no mention of this court opinion either in your opening statement today or in this lengthy 14-page report that you prepared on July 12th, which is 8 days after the court ruling. Have you read the ruling, sir?
I am familiar with the ruling, and I've reviewed it with our Office of General Counsel.
Are you deeply disturbed by what they've told you about the ruling if you haven't read it yourself?
Obviously, we're going to comply with the court's order, the court's preliminary injunction. We sent out guidance to the field and the headquarters about how to do that. Needless to say, the injunction itself is a subject of ongoing litigation, and so I'll decline to comment further on it.
Well, let me tell you what the court concluded, because it should be the first thing you think about every morning and the last thing you think about at night. They said that, quote, the court found, apparently the FBI engaged in a massive effort to suppress disfavored conservative speech and blatantly ignored the First Amendment's right to free speech. The evidence shows the FBI threatened adverse consequences to social media companies that they did not comply with its censorship request. The court found that, quote, this seemingly unrelenting pressure by the FBI and the other defendants had the intended result of suppressing millions of protected free speech postings by American citizens. As a result, the court states, for example, millions of citizens did not hear about the Hunter Biden laptop story prior to the November 3rd,
Okay, listen, let me tell you right now, I heard
Page 4
about
of the
it.
court ruling lists some of the important subjects that the Biden administration and the FBI
so I'm going to tell you
forced
right
the social
now,
media
every motherfucker heard
platforms to
about that
suppress.
laptop in October.
The evidence shows you, your agency, the people that
Matt
directly report
looks,
to you, suppressed conservative-leaning free speech about topics like the laptop, the lab leak theory of COVID-19's origin, the effectiveness of masks and COVID-19 lockdowns and vaccines, speech about election integrity in the 2020 presidential election, security of voting by mail, even parody about the president himself, negative posts about the economy. The FBI made the social media platforms pull that information off the internet.
I want to
if it came from
know
conservative
there's going to be
sources.
some weird scandal.
They
about
did
him.
this
I
under the
just
guise that
predicted
it was disinformation.
There's
Can you
something wrong about
define
this
what
guy.
disinformation is?
He's got some real fucked up secret.
What I can tell you is that our focus is not on disinformation, broadly speaking.
Well, wait a minute. Yes, it is. Wait a minute.
Can I answer the question?
You can in a minute. Your star witness said in the litigation, Elvis Chan, who's in charge of this, said they do it on the basis of disinformation. We need a definition of what that is.
We need an answer. Yeah.
Our focus is on malign foreign disinformation. That is foreign hostile actors who engage in covert efforts to
Mr. Wray,
How do you
our
get
social
there?
media platforms, which is something that is not seriously in dispute.
I have
as
to
a
stop you for
phenomenon.
time. That's
Why?
not accurate. You need to read this
Oh
court
my
opinion
God,
because you're in
that's so
charge of
fucking
enforcing it.
rude.
The court has found that, and Elvis Chan testified under oath in charge of this for you. He said 50%. He had a 50% success rate in having alleged election disinformation taken down or censored. That wasn't just foreign adversaries, sir. That was American citizens. How do you answer for that?
Well, first off, I'm not sure that's a correct characterization.
Comes
of
right
his
out of the
testimony,
opinion. You should read
but
it.
Of his testimony. But what I would say is the FBI is not in the business of moderating
That's
content
true.
or
That's
causing any social media company
That's
to
true.
suppress or censor.
That is not what the court has found.
What I would also say is among the things that you listed off, I find ironic the reference to the lab leak theory. The idea that the FBI would somehow be involved in suppressing references to the lab
They're
leak
not.
theory is somewhat absurd when you consider the fact that the FBI was the only agency in the entire intelligence community to reach the assessment that it was more likely than not that that was the explanation
But your
for the pandemic.
agents pulled it off the internet, sir. That's what the evidence in the court has found.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The
But
gentleman from New York is
wait,
recognized.
what? But what?
Dr. Wray, House Republicans have attacked the execution of the search
Was that
warrant
a
of
nothing
Mar-a-Lago
burger? I
last
think that's
August
what they call a
as a,
nothing
quote,
burger.
unprecedented raid. Would you consider the execution of the search warrant at Mar-a-Lago a raid?
I would not call it a raid. I would call it the execution of a lawful search warrant.
Can you describe how the search was executed?
Well, we had the case team, follow its standard procedure. It has sometimes been described as a SWAT operation. It was not. There was no SWAT involvement. But beyond that, I think I want to be really careful with getting too far into the details now that this case is
Butterflies?
not only
I
in the
have a
hands
real
of a
hard
special
time with
counsel,
some of them.
but more importantly, in my view, in front of the court. And I learned a long time ago as a line prosecutor and defense lawyer to respect the court process is where I think we should speak.
Were particular steps taken to ensure that the execution of the search warrant
You sure
did
learned
not
a
draw
lot by
undue
watching
attention?
I think there were steps along those lines, yes, sir.
Can you name a couple of them?
Well, among other things, we did not have people coming in.
is everyone
so-called raid
screaming?
jackets.
Where's
which is
Ivan?
often something
I
you
think
can
I
see.
see
In other words,
Paul
the FBI
Reffert.
agents executing the search wore plain clothes
little,
so as not to attract undue attention. And the FBI waited until Trump had left
Surprised you
Mar-a-Lago
can't
to
see
execute
Ivan,
the
though.
search.
He
Is that
usually tries
correct?
to get in camera frame.
Yes.
And Chairman Jordan has attacked the DOJ and the FBI for not attempting to get the documents back from Trump consensually before turning to a
I love
search
White
warrant.
Widow. Can
I want to
just
walk
say
through
that?
all
I just
the
fucking love
opportunities
White
Trump
Widow.
had to produce these documents
Fucking
and have a
good.
series of yes or no questions.
One of my favorites.
The National Archives, also known as NARA, first asked Trump to return all presidential records to them in May 2021, correct?
Well, I don't remember the date, but I remember there was a request.
Is that
by the
Mickey?
National
I think it
And then
is.
throughout 2021,
Well,
NARA
they
made
do.
repeated follow-up requests, but still Trump replied to comply,
In
correct?
Stupid hearings.
Yes, I would refer you to the pleadings that have been filed in court that
That
lay
I
out
would
in
know.
better detail than I could hear.
In fact, it was not until January 2022, after NARA warned Trump that failing to return documents could violate the Presidential Records
do
Act,
you know
that
something
Trump
we don't
finally
know?
produced 15 boxes of documents to it,
Yeah,
correct?
they never pay
Again,
attention.
I would just refer to our
They
court
don't
filings,
actually
which go into
understand
great
what's going
detail
on.
about
They
all
just
this.
sit in
Even
whatever
these
room they're
15
supposed to
boxes
sit
did
in.
not contain all the documents
He
Trump
might
was
be in
required
another
to
room,
return,
although I would think he
correct?
would be in the Chris
That's
Wray room.
my
right?
recollection, but again, I'll refer
So
to
in
the
May
filings.
2022, a grand jury
Yeah,
had
I
to
can see
actually
her
subpoena
happy
Trump
face.
for the missing documents, correct?
The same answer.
And Trump was then present on June 3rd when his attorneys
Her
handed
entire
over another
persona is
folder of
gray.
documents and a certification that all classified material had been returned, correct?
Again, I just want to stick with what's in the court filings. That sounds right to me, but I really want to be careful to stay within the four corners.
But the certification was false, right? Even then, Trump had not returned all classified material, correct?
I think that is part of the indictment.
He had additional documents hiding in his bathroom, in his storage room, in his storage units, etc. Yes?
Yeah.
Again,
he
I think
has
that's
to be
part of the
Clay.
indictment.
And so finally, DOJ and
Probably
FBI
right
were
next
required
to
to obtain a search warrant
Mickey.
to obtain the classified documents that had not been retained, correct?
Same answer.
The documents retrieved during that search included 69 marked confidential, 98 secret, and 30 top secret. Is that correct?
Same answer.
So to sum up,
This is interesting.
President Trump had many, many chances to voluntarily comply with FBI and DOJ's request. Instead, he made the choice to
He's
keep these
holding
highly
back a little
classified
bit.
defense and national security documents, apparently because he wanted a souvenir. I find myself in the strange position of agreeing with former Attorney General Bill Barr's statement that Trump
Bring
brought
the
this on
boxes.
himself, and I would add that it's
Bring the
absurd
boxes.
that House Republicans are attacking the FBI and DOJ for doing their
weird.
job and ensuring that no person is above the law. I yield back.
Yeah, bring all 200.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman.
I need a minivan.
Director Wray, in light of information provided to us about the FBI's investigation of the January 6th pipe bombs, in an interview with Assistant Director Stephen D'Antuono, Chairman Jordan and I sent you a letter a
Those
month
don't look
ago.
like his real hands.
Some of
Who
the
popped
information that we found in
Who was
that
thinking,
interview
how
was
I
that
have, like,
phone
the real
data
hands? It
that
looks like
could
he
have
has
helped
the
to
real
identify
hands,
the
but they're,
pipe
like, real
bomber
hands.
was corrupted,
But they're
was
the-
unusable. He also wasn't sure who found or how the second bomb was
Well, you
found
know
at
what?
the
Turn around, 'cause
DNC.
the guy's
Do you
right
know how
behind
the
you.
second bomb was found at the DNC? And
Why
when do
don't
you
we
plan
ask
on
the guy
answering our
sitting
letter?
behind Chris Wray?
Well, as to the letter, I will
There he is.
work with the
Have you
department to
guys
make
seen
sure
him?
we can figure out what information we can provide. As you know, this is a
him.
very active, ongoing investigation, and there are some restrictions
There he
on
is,
that,
right
but we
there.
will do
We
our
can
best
handle
to provide.
classified information, and we fund your department, and so you need to provide that.
It's not, respectfully, it's not an issue of classification. It's an issue of commenting on ongoing criminal
Wait, is that him?
investigations, which is something that by longstanding
Is that
department
Ivan?
policy, we are restricted in doing. And in
getting
fact, the
real
last
screwy?
administration actually strengthened those policies partly because—
That's not our policy, though, and we fund you, so let's move on.
I could-
Do you know how the
It's
second
partly
pipe bomb,
because-
You don't wear
can you
hats
tell us how the
inside
second
Congress.
pipe bomb was found at the DNC?
Again, I'm not going to get into that here.
900
it.
days ago
Ask the guy behind
is
you.
when this happened, and you
Ask the
said
guy
you
behind
had
you.
total confidence we'd apprehend the subject.
Turn around and
We've
say,
found
"Ivan."
video that looks like
Yeah, probably.
somebody, a passerby, miraculously found this pipe bomb at the DNC and then notified the police. Miraculously, I say, because it was at specifically the precise time to cause the maximum
Turn around and
distraction
ask
from the events going on
Just
at the
ask
Capitol. Can you
Ivan.
show this video that we have, please?
Oh,
I'd like to know if the director has
It'll
seen
be
this.
Ivan. Oh my God, this is exciting. Hey, Ivan.
This is somebody with a mask on, wearing a hat. They're walking in front of the DNC, which is out of the view on the right-hand side. You'll see him come into view. He goes to one police car. He goes to another police car. He's holding a backpack. He's got a mask on. He's talking to the police. And within a minute, they start scrambling. You'll see the camera turn to the pipe bomb, the location of the pipe bomb. By the way, I believe the Metro police are now getting out of their car, and that's Vice President-elect's detail in the black SUV, I believe, parked about 30 feet from the pipe bomb, eating lunch. Okay, now we
remember
go
seeing
over
this.
to the location of the pipe bomb. The cameras are scrambling. It appears to me that that's not a coincidence.
Yeah, the
that the
corner
person
ladies
with the
are back there.
backpack who walked by that bench and then
Mickey's
went
back
up
there,
to the
Nicole.
police
Okay,
and the
this is.
detail.
I've never seen that video
didn't,
before.
Didn't do that accidentally. They had a purpose in mind, and that what transpired after that was the result of information
Oh
that
my
person gave to
God.
them. If that person found the pipe bomb, would they be a suspect?
Oh, really? Is
Well,
that what
again, I don't
think?
want to speculate about
That's
specific
totally new
individuals.
video.
I will
Yeah,
tell
Cody,
you
I've
that
never
we
seen
have
that.
done thousands of interviews, reviewed something like 40,000
Just
video
turn around and
files, of
ask
which this
Ivan.
is one. Assessed 500-something tips.
Have you interviewed
Reviewed
that
the
person?
devices. We have conducted all logical investigative steps and
Oh, dear.
interviewed all logical individuals
dear.
at this
Then
point.
it's 900
Continuing-
days. You need to tell us what you found, because we're finding stuff you haven't released into the public.
Oh.
And
Well-
in my remaining minute,
Oh.
I want to turn to another issue.
Oh.
George Hill, former FBI supervisory intelligence analyst in the Boston field office, told us that the Bank of America,
This is weird.
with no legal process, gave to the FBI gun purchase records with no geographical boundaries for anybody that was a Bank of America customer. Is that true?
What?
Well, what I do know is that a number
it would have
of
had to have been
business
more
community
specific than that.
partners all the time, including financial institutions, share information with us about possible criminal activity.
All of them
And
look
my
like they've
understanding is
been
that that's
rubbed
fully
hard,
lawful.
put
In the
away well,
specific,
so.
Did
in
you
the
ask for that
specific
information?
instance, in the specific instance that you're asking about, My understanding is that that
Oh, God,
information
that's
was
Tampa,
shared
right?
with field offices for information only, but
Jesus
then
Christ, they're trash.
recalled to
I
avoid
gotta
even
tell
the
you.
appearance of any
Unbelievable.
kind of overreach. But my
There
understanding
would have
is
been
that that's a fully
process.
lawful
Exactly.
process.
Come on now.
Was there a warrant
Great.
involved?
Again, my understanding is that
What does
the
that have to do with the
institution in
pipe
question
bombs?
shared information with us, as happens all the time.
Did you
by
request the information?
I can't speak to the specifics.
Okay, well, we've got an email where it says the FBI did give the search queries to Bank of
Discussed
America.
or disgusted?
And Bank of America responded to the
Yeah, we
FBI and
also
gave
look
over this
disgusted.
information without a search warrant.
Probably. Anywhere
Do you
Nikki
believe there's
Wyckoff
any
is, probably
limitation
disgusting.
on your ability
Yeah, he
to
has
obtain
big-time tweet
gun
threads.
purchase data or
I have to
purchase
expect a meth lean at
information
one
for
point.
people who aren't
What is that, a
suspects
heroin lean?
from banks without a warrant?
Well, now you're asking a legal question, which I would prefer to defer to the lawyers, since I'm not practicing as one right now, including the department. But what I will tell you is that my understanding is that the process by which we receive information from business community partners across a wide variety of industries, including financial institutions, sharing information with us about possible criminal activity is something that is fully lawful under current
God, they just
federal
don't
law.
pay
It
attention.
may be lawful, but it's not constitutional. I yield back.
Gentleman
Ooh.
yields back.
Whoop,
Gentlelady
whoop,
from
but I'm going to
California is
drop a little
recognized for 5 minutes.
bomb before I go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here. I think it's actually sad that the
Is this Bill
majority
Lofgren?
is
I recognize that voice.
engaging
Ah,
in
yes,
conspiracy
oh.
theories and efforts to
Get 'em,
try and
get 'em,
discredit
get 'em.
one of the
Bill
premier
Lofgren is
law
no fucking
enforcement
joke, let me tell you.
agencies in the United States in the effort to try and, without really any evidence, make the case that the FBI is somehow opposed to conservative views. In my view, actually, I'm concerned that the FBI has been reluctant to do its job when it comes to the former president. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put in the record an article from the Washington Post. FBI resisted opening probe into Trump's role in January 6th for more than a year.
Without objection.
Director Wray, would you disagree with the premise of this article that the FBI delayed in looking at Mr. Trump himself? The January 6th committee, and I was a member, did find that the ex-president was the center of a wide-ranging conspiracy to overturn the election. Did the FBI start looking right after January 6th at the ex-president?
I'm sorry, I just lost the last part of your question there.
Did the FBI start looking at the ex-president's role in January 6th, starting January 7th or closely to that time?
Well, let me start with, I'm not in the business of kind of commenting or engaging on the truth or falsity of newspaper articles. And in this particular instance, as I'm sure you can appreciate, there is an ongoing, very important ongoing special counsel investigation that's now in court. And so not only do I not want to talk about the ongoing investigation, the internal deliberations related to it are even more sensitive.
I respect that you cannot discuss ongoing investigations. Let me turn to another item. I mean, there's been criticism, and the ranking member went through the scenario leading up to the warrant for the documents at Mar-a-Lago. But I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put an article from the Washington Post. Showdown before the raid, FBI agents and prosecutors argued over Trump.
Objection.
It's pretty clear from this article that there was a
Yeah,
resistance
she's a
on the
corner
part
person.
of the FBI to
relatively
actually
new arrival, like in the last
look at the president or pursue that case vigorously. And although
Okay,
you
I'm gonna
can't
walk my dog.
comment
I'll
on
be
it,
right back.
the article does suggest that FBI agents want to just close the case because the ex-president made an assertion that a search had been made. Now, we had Mr. D'Antuono in as a witness, and he testified 4 times that the Mar-a-Lago search had adequate probable cause. Do you agree with that statement?
That the search had probable cause?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. And so you don't have any dispute that there was probable cause for this warrant. I just want to say, before going to my next question, that over and over again the FBI delayed and showed unprecedented caution before investigating the ex-president, even when there was a potential threat to national security. That's my view. That's very far from the assertion that there was unfair targeting.
On that point, if I may, while I can't discuss any specific investigation, my expectation for all of our investigations, repeatedly communicated to all of our people, and this is especially important in sensitive investigations, is that our folks take great pains to be rigorous, professional, objective, following all our policies and procedures, and do the work in the right way. And sometimes that's frustrating to others.
My time is almost up. I want to ask you another question. In the Senate hearing, in response to Senator Wyden's question of whether the FBI is currently purchasing Americans' location data, you indicated that it was limited to data derived from internet advertising. It's since been reported that the FBI has admitted it bought U.S. location data. Is the FBI purchasing location data from commercial sources without a warrant?
This is an area that requires a little more precision and context for me to be able to answer that fully, so let me have my staff follow back up with you so that I make sure that I don't leave something important out.
I'll just close with the FBI had 3.4 million backdoor searches of the FISA database without a warrant in 2021. Can you say whether the FBI is continuing to search the FISA database without a warrant for Americans?
Well, if you're asking about our use of 702 queries,
I am.
Those are, there is no warrant requirement under the Fourth Amendment for those queries. It's fairly well settled. The 3.4 million figure that you're talking about, I guess I would say a couple things. One, that's not 3.4 million people. That's 3.4 million search terms or query terms. Second, that's not those are not queries in violation of rules. Those are just queries under the
My time has expired, but the committee will look into the warrant requirement later.
Sure will. You sure will. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
The American people need to understand what just happened. My Democrat colleague just asked the director of the FBI whether or not they are buying information about our fellow Americans, and the answer is, well, we'll just have to get back to you on that. It sounds really complicated, but I have other questions. I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI does not and has no interest in
you won't answer the question about whether or not that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you. But let's go from the uncurious to the downright nosy. How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
Well, there are reports that have come out with different numbers about compliance incidents.
More than 1 million illegal ones? Because that's what the Inspector General said. The Inspector General said that in the 3.4 million of these queries, more than 1 million were in error. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment by the Inspector General?
I'm not sure actually that's a correct characterization of the Inspector General's findings on that.
Well, the internet will remind you of that in moments. But let's now go to what the court said. The court said it was over 200,000 that have occurred on your watch. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have the number as I sit here right now. What I can
Seems like a number you should know. How many times the FBI is breaking the law under your watch, especially if it's like over 1 million, to not know that number? And I'm worried about your veracity on the subject as well. Play the video.
Letters for investigation of the Capitol. I don't believe FISA is remotely implicated in our investigation.
So there, Senator Lee's asking you whether or not FISA was in any way involved in your January 6th investigation, and you say no. Was that truthful?
I said that I did not believe it was.
Okay, so now let's pull up what the court said, which was something a little different than what you said.
Yeah.
So here, nope, that's not the right one. Yeah, here we go. Right there, it says, the government has reported additional significant violations of the querying standard, including several relating to the January 6, 2021 breach of the Capitol. So I guess the question, Director Wray, is, did you not know when you were answering these questions that the FBI was engaging in these illegal searches, or did you perjure yourself to Senator Lee?
I certainly didn't perjure myself. At the time that I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I didn't have that piece of information. I will add...
Well, that was a court order. You didn't have that piece of information because the court hadn't yet rendered a judgment. Did you not know when you gave the untruthful answer before Senator Lee that this was going on?
It was a truthful answer. I did not believe FISA had been involved in the January 6th
But it was. So you didn't... The answer is the FBI has broken so bad that people can go and engage in queries that when you come before the Congress
what's hilarious,
to answer questions,
Matt, is
you're
that
like
you are broken
ignorant.
so
You're
bad
ignorant as to
that
the
you
unlawful
can ask
queries.
for a
You're blissfully
pardon
ignorant as to
because you
the
know
Biden
you're
shakedown
guilty
regime.
as fuck.
And it just seems like it gets into a kind of a creepy
That's
place as well.
what's
Go to our
really
next
amazing.
image on what the court said. Like, just so the American people realize, the court has smacked you down, ruling FBI personnel apparently conducted queries for improper personal reasons. People were looking themselves up. They were looking their ex-lovers up.
This is what this
Who
is
has
about.
been held accountable or fired
This
as
is
a
about
consequence of the FBI using the FISA process as their creepy personal snoop machine?
Unbelievable.
There have been instances in which individuals have had disciplinary action and who are no longer with it. I can't get into it here, but we can follow back up with
Don't you see that that's kind of the thing, Director Wray, that you preside over the FBI that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history.
Who cares?
People trusted the FBI more when J. Edgar Hoover was running the place than when you are. And the reason is because you don't give straight answers. You give answers that later a court deems aren't true. And then at the end of the day, you won't criticize an obvious shakedown when it's directly in front of us. And it appears as though you're whitewashing the conduct of corrupt people.
Respectfully, Congressman, in your home state of Florida, the number of people applying to come work for us and devote their lives working for us is up over 100%.
We're deeply proud of them, and they deserve better than you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Bite
is
on that, Chris.
Thank you,
Get
Mr.
the bar
Chair,
later.
Director Wray. Thank you for continuing to serve with all of these
morons
attempts to sully your name, suggest you've committed crimes when you've done an excellent job as FBI director.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Everything you've done, but mostly I do, and I think the FBI is our premier law enforcement agency, and I support law enforcement. To attack the FBI is to attack law enforcement in general. A few days after Mar-a-Lago, there was some individual went after the Cincinnati headquarters of the FBI. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how you think that came about?
So the incident that you're asking about was obviously deeply disturbing. We had an individual wearing a tactical vest, armed with an AR-style rifle and a nail gun, who attempted to forcibly enter and attack our Cincinnati field office. A subsequent review of the subject's devices and online postings identified a pretty striking FBI, anti-federal law enforcement hostility. He was calling on others to kill federal law enforcement, claiming that he felt he was fighting in his words, civil war. And it's unfortunately part of a broader phenomenon that we have seen, not just against the FBI, and this is important to add, but against law enforcement all across the country. Not just against law enforcement professionals themselves, which is appalling enough, but calling for attacks against their families, which is truly despicable.
And that man eventually was captured and eliminated, was he not?
Yes.
A few days later, was the Arizona FBI department the subject of armed violence, or not violence, but armed protesters?
Well, I know that our Phoenix field office has had a number of very concerning security incidents where people attempted to attack or breach the facility. I can't remember the dates of when that happened, but
all of this has happened kind of in the same sphere. It's been information has been put out on social media and in just in general, and by members of the Congress, questioning the FBI, questioning law enforcement in general, and this has had a deleterious effect on safety of FBI officials, and you said others like justice. There was a story the other day, I believe, about people involved in the prosecution of the former president and threats to them, the DOJ personnel as well as FBI. Is that something that's going on presently? Is there efforts to have a unit at the FBI maybe look into how to protect and defend law enforcement personnel who are threatened with violence?
we did stand up a whole dedicated unit to focus on threats to FBI individuals, FBI employees, and FBI facilities because of the uptick that we saw over that time period.
The January 6th, was beyond a weaponization of government. It was a nuclearization.
What was your role in January 6th, Chris?
I believe I heard that you said that you didn't have any prior notice or reason to believe that there would be such an event on January 6th.
Oh, really?
Is that correct?
You don't read Twitter?
We did not, to my knowledge at least, have prior knowledge of an attempt, a violent overthrow and breach of the Capitol building itself. Certainly we were concerned about and put out a number of products, intelligence products, to partners and others warning of the potential for violence more generally on that date.
So there have been
Why not do a
Tucker
TikTok
Carlson and some of the members' colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said that Wray Epps was a secret government agent in helping encourage this crime so as to make the president look bad. Do you have any knowledge of Wray Epps being a secret government agent?
No. I will say this notion that somehow the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and agents is ludicrous and is a disservice to our
Nicole's
brave,
going to say something.
hardworking, dedicated men.
I'm going to say something right now.
Director, I agree with you.
I got to go poop.
I think the FBI
Actually,
has some of the
Nicole's
most
gonna
talented
go
law
poop.
enforcement people in our nation and in the world. And they are concerned about safety. They tend to, as I understand it, lean Republican, but they do their job down the line. And that's what they're supposed to do. I'm happy we have the FBI operating in Memphis and other places to work with our police departments and joint units to protect our citizens. And I thank you for your service to the United States. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Director, I'm going to follow up on my colleague from Memphis. How many individuals were either FBI employees or people that the FBI had made contact with were in the January 6th entry of the Capitol?
I thought he was dead. I'm going to be honest with you because I remember him from when I was
really need to be careful
and I'm
here
like,
talking
you've
about
got to be like
where we have or have
75,000 years
not
old.
used confidential human sources.
Was there one or more? Was there one or more
like
individuals that would
Dorian
fit that
Gray
description on January 6th that were in
Somewhere
or
there's a
around the
painting of
Capitol?
him.
I believe there is
uglier than that, which is
a
unbelievable.
filing in one of the January 6 cases that can provide a little more information about this, and I'm happy to see if we can follow back up with you.
I just want an answer. Was there one or more? I mean, you would know if there was at least one individual who worked for the FBI who entered the Capitol on
He's
that
going to
day.
try and
I can't. Again, I just can't speak to that here, but I'm happy to get the court filing.
Look, it's been 2 years.
Yes, there are FBI
And
agents who were sympathetic to the
The
former
gentleman asks these
president.
questions,
Oh my
makes all kinds
goodness.
of insinuations.
There
and
are
you nod
there
your
are
head yes, and
FBI
then
agents
I ask you simply, was
who
there
would
one
have
or
been
more?
sympathetic.
And you won't
former
answer
president.
that. So I'm going to make the assumption
Yeah.
that there was more than one, more than five, more than
things can be
10,
true.
and that you're ducking
You think it was
the question
1,000?
because you don't want to answer for the fact that you had at least
Are
one.
they all under?
and
they all in
somehow
jail?
missed understanding that some of the individuals were very dangerous and that there were others inciting individuals to enter the Capitol after others broke windows. So I'm just going to move on because I think it is time to
I'm
move on
lying,
past
and I
January
don't want
6th.
you
I
to
just,
tell me I'm lying.
seems
So
that the
I'm
other
going to
side
just move
won't.
on. So I'm not.
You're a near cabinet level individual. You're enjoy a term and Senate confirmation. Do you feel comfortable speaking to other members, either cabinet level or sub-cabinet level, when appropriate, to resolve problems within the government?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so when the FBI censored the United States government,
yeah, exactly.
You would,
you
wouldn't have to just take it down by calling Meta
no
or Google,
worries.
would you?
Thank you. Moving on.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Are you familiar with the official verified Russian language account of the United States Department of State that was taken down at your agency's request?
Huh?
That doesn't ring a bell as I sit here right now, no.
Okay, well, now you have something to take back and look at. Okay. Because, in fact, in this bundle that SBU constantly was submitting to various agencies was, in fact, a Russian language statement of the government. Literally, you took down the free speech of the Department of State.
What?
So,
excuse me?
You mentioned SBU. I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing, but I will endeavor to provide a little more context, at least as to SBU.
Yes.
I believe
Daryl's
what you
staffers
may
are like,
be
"You got the
referring
wrong
to, but I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing, is that when Russia invaded Ukraine, the Security Service of Ukraine, the SBU, which is a long-standing good partner of the FBI, asked us for help on a whole range of things. And one of those things was to contact U.S. companies on their behalf because the Russians, the invasion, had cut off the Ukrainians' communications. And so we did pass through information from the SBU to social media.
Are you also familiar with the fact that President Zelensky has had to clean house at the SBU?
Yeah.
I know there have been a number of personnel changes.
Okay. Well, we'll follow up
executive agencies, not
with this in
do
more
not enjoy
detail.
First Amendment
True. The
no,
question I
Daryl
have for you is,
I'm telling you right now, this is on. He was this age when I was a kid, and I'm old, so this dude's got to be 130.
Levels. So,
Just saying.
Would you agree that the job of the FBI is criminal investigation?
Is criminal investigation
like a setup,
and
Chris.
to protect the country from national security threats, those two things.
So the idea that you take information and you have it taken down, use your authority and the leverage
Daryl's
you have
on the current,
to have Meta, Google, Facebook, or Facebook being Meta, or Twitter.
He's proving that he knows.
Take down people's information on things like where COVID came from. Where do you find the national security interest in that? Where do you find the interest in free speech of American citizens being taken down? And I repeat, free speech of American citizens. Where do you have that authority?
Taken down. So there.
So we
Go
don't
away, Daryl.
ask social media companies to censor information or suppress information when it comes to national security threats, certainly. So what we do is alert them when some other intelligence agency gives us information about a foreign intelligence service being behind some account. We will call social media companies' attention to that. But at the end of the day, we're very clear that it's up to the social media companies to decide whether to do something about it or not.
The suggestion of the most powerful law enforcement operation is
not a good one.
Yeah,
that's what
it is in fact effectively in order.
No, it's
Chairman,
not.
I yield back.
Oh, see, he does it again. Daryl's so good about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's like, bomb drop, gotta go.
Because MAGA Republicans will do
dropping a bomb, gotta go.
to protect Donald Trump, their savior. No matter how unfounded or dangerous it may be to do so. Welcome to the legislative arm of the Trump re-election campaign.
I don't know.
A grand jury found probable cause that, among other crimes, Trump illegally kept highly sensitive national security documents, which could put our country and others and our sources in danger if they got out, and which photographs show Trump kept those records in bathrooms, showers, closets, and in the Mar-a-Lago ballroom. MAGA Republicans are afraid that the justice system might hold Trump accountable for his actions. So to protect them, Republicans are trying to intimidate FBI officials. And in case that does not work, Republicans are trying their hardest to discredit the FBI in the eyes of the American public. When Trump lost in 2020, they tried to make Americans distrust their election systems. And now that the FBI and the Justice Department have sought to hold Trump to the same standard any other American citizen would be held to, MAGA Republicans are telling Americans not to trust the FBI. To protect Trump, Republicans are trying to distract us from the real work that the FBI does every day, which is fighting violent criminals, child predators, and fighting domestic terrorists and extremists so as to protect our democracy and our national security. And even worse, MAGA Republicans are stirring up threats that pose a danger to the safety of FBI employees. It's past time that Republicans realize the consequences of their words and put the good of this country over politics. Now, Director Wray, I want to thank you for your service during a time of unprecedented travail. Director Wray, you were a partner at an international law firm before you took a drastic pay cut to accept the job of FBI director. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's something my wife reminds me of from time to time.
And but let me ask you this, sir.
That's so funny.
You took this office after Trump fired the former FBI director, Jim Comey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you contact the Trump administration to offer yourself for this job, or did the administration recruit you for the job?
They contacted me and asked me if I would be willing to consider taking on the role.
So Trump handpicked you to be the FBI director?
Yes.
And he expected you to do what he wanted you to do, correct?
Well, that I can't speak to. I can tell you the same thing I told him, which is that I'm going to do this job by the book.
He's unhappy with you now, isn't he?
I'll let him speak for himself.
Well, I think a lot of his
acolytes
here reflect his
people like
intent at this particular time. Director Wray, are you aware that MAGA Republicans have repeatedly called for the FBI to be defunded?
I have heard some of that.
Yeah, wives, am I right? Oh my God.
In fact, Republicans on this very committee have said that your institution should be dismantled. Isn't that correct?
Well, I think certain members have.
And one member even tweeted, quote, defund and dismantle the FBI, end quote. Another told Fox News
that's
that,
pretty
quote,
clear.
Republicans should defund the bureaucracy, end quote. And a third told the press that he thinks the FBI, quote, needs to be split up and moved out into pieces, end quote. Those are direct quotes and only a small sample of what's out there. Can you briefly describe for us what the effect would be on our national security and on our domestic tranquility if the FBI were to be defunded or dismantled?
Well, certainly it would be disastrous for 38,000 hardworking career law enforcement professionals and their families. But more importantly, in many ways, it would hurt our great state and local law enforcement partners who depend on us every day to work with them on a whole slew of challenging threats. It would hurt the American people, neighborhoods and communities all across this country. The people we're protecting from cartels, violent criminals, gang members, predators, foreign and domestic terrorists, cyber attacks, I could go on and on. The people it would help would be those same violent gangs and cartels, foreign terrorists, Chinese spies, hackers, and so forth.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Director Wray, thank you. Thank you for your work with the FBI, and thank you for your history of work in law enforcement. You started out as an AUSA, and I'm getting this information from Wikipedia, the great font of knowledge in the digital age, and so I'm assuming that it's true, but you started out as an AUSA. You were nominated by Republican President Bush for the position of Assistant Attorney General in the Criminal Division at the Department of Justice, and you were confirmed by a Republican Senate, if I am correct in that.
Yes, by unanimous voice vote.
And you were then nominated by Republican President Donald Trump to be the FBI director, and again, confirmed by the Republican Senate for that position.
Yes, I think there were only 5 votes against me, and they were all from Democrats.
According to Wikipedia, you're still a registered Republican, and I hope you don't change your party affiliation after this hearing is over. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you for leading an agency, as you mentioned in your opening statement, that protects Americans from foreign terrorists, that an agency that protects Americans from spies from China and Russia, and cybercrime and public corruption and organized crime and drug cartels and human traffickers and white-collar criminals. And I want to thank you and the FBI for protecting law-abiding Americans from the evil that exists all around us. Director Wray, you know this, but it's worth mentioning again anyway. The FBI doesn't protect America because this is a beautiful country. It doesn't protect America just because of the citizens who live in this country. You and the FBI protect America because of the values that we hold, because of our constitutional republic, because this is a special place, and the rest of the world knows just how special this place is. Director Wray, I'm concerned about FISA. I'm not concerned about FISA in a partisan way, and frankly, I am not in favor of defunding the FBI, nor am I in favor of splitting up the FBI, nor am I in favor of using the Holman
Didn't
rule
we
for
already
the FBI
do the
director.
Mexican cartel war?
I'm concerned about FISA because I'm concerned about what makes this place special and the threats to us. And I would love to work with the FBI on how we can protect Americans at the same time protecting the civil liberties of Americans. And that area of FISA is what really concerns me. And I know you have gone to great lengths to try to work with FBI agents on how they access information under 702. And I know that at times it has been successful and at times it has not been successful. But the spirit of FISA and the spirit of our constitutional republic really demands that the FBI culture shift. And it shifts to a place where FBI agents understand that protecting Americans' civil liberties, that protecting the privacy that we all enjoy in this country, even though we
didn't win.
We still enjoy this privacy. And in court, we have the highest burden of proof the world has ever known to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. And that has to be, that information has to be gathered by the government in a legal way. And so I fear that we are going to overcorrect on FISA in Congress, that we are going to take away some tools that are necessary because there is a trust factor here that's missing. And I'd love to know how we can draw that line in a way that assures the civil liberties. I agree with my colleague from California, and I don't often agree with folks from California, but I agree with my colleague from California that it is essential that we not get geolocation information from what I consider criminals and big tech.
How about that? You're welcome. You're disinvited from brunch.
That information for Americans. You, as a law enforcement official, should not know where I am necessarily unless you have probable cause to get that information. I'm also concerned about the ability of law enforcement, and particularly the FBI, to access.
I'm sure glad they're worried about like due process and all that kind of stuff. You know,
for a gun vault,
sure happy about that.
For a holster, I don't
I
want
have
the
a feeling
government to
there's
know
huge
that I own a
swaths of the
gun.
population
And I
who'd
think
like
I
to have
have
a
that
conversation about
right
that with
to make sure the government doesn't know that I own a gun or any other information that I search for on the internet, unless you've got probable cause to make that search. And so I want to ask you a question in the last few seconds, and that is, how can you work on the culture in the FBI and help us reach that sweet spot on FISA?
Well, thank you for that. Certainly, we, starting with first principles, try to drive home every day to our entire workforce that our mission is to both protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. And we have, on the issue of FISA, clearly had failures in the past. I've been very plain about that. And we've implemented a whole series of reforms. And if you look at the reports that have started to come out now from the FISA court, from ODNI, from the Justice Department, from others who have looked at the effect of our reforms, over and over again, they are showing significant improvement in compliance. We're talking about the most recent FISA court opinion finding 98% compliance and commending us for moving in the right direction. DOJ report found 99% compliance. Our internal audit found a 14% jump up to 96%. These are all separate reports looking at the impact of our reforms. A lot of the public commentary about our failures, and let's be clear,
Hey,
we have
Melons,
had
how are
problems.
you? Good to see you.
Those problems are unacceptable, and I'm determined with my leadership team to fix them. But those problems almost entirely predate those reforms, even though some of them have just come out recently. And so we're going to keep working at this. That is not a one and done from my perspective. I recognize that we need to work with the Congress on this issue, but this is an incredibly important tool. As you know from your own public service as a prosecutor as well, this is an incredibly important tool to protect the American people from very serious foreign threats.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I want to pick up where Mr. Buck began as well by thanking you for your service, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity for one Democrat, one Republican in close succession to thank you for your service to the country. You are being attacked and vilified by some of the members of this committee and others outside this committee.
That's my boy. That's my congressman. Hey, Adam, how you doing?
Allegations of criminal conduct by a former president. And I just want a chance to recap how we got to where we are. During the last administration, and for 4 years, the Justice Department took the position, not unprecedented for the department, that a former president could not be, a current president could not be indicted. Now, I think that's a flawed matter as a constitutional principle, but nonetheless, that was the view of the Office of Legal Counsel and the Justice Department during the Trump years, that the President of the United States could not be indicted. My Republican colleagues seem to believe that a former president similarly cannot be indicted. That would effectively make a president above the law, beyond the reach of the law. And in my view, there would probably only one thing the founders would find
Admiral
more
Mike
politically precarious and
FISA,
dangerous to our Constitution
relocated to Bedminster.
than the indictment of a president or former president, and
Is
that
that during
is
the
the failure to
McGonigal
indict
years?
a president or former president when they have engaged in criminal conduct. The Justice Department, I believe, as Representative Lofgren, my fellow member of the January 6th committee, asserted, took a very long time to begin the investigation of Donald Trump and his involvement in January 6th. I believe it began with urgency when it came to the foot soldiers who broke into the Capitol and assaulted police officers that day. But at least what I can tell from the public record, the activities of the president himself, some of which were a matter of very much a public record, such as his tape-recorded conversation with the Secretary of State in Georgia, in which he badgered the secretary to, quote, find 11,780 votes that don't exist. While that was the subject of investigation by the local district attorney in Fulton County, did not appear to be the subject of investigation for more than a year by the Justice Department. To me, that is inexplicable. This was never the kind of case in which you could roll up the foot soldiers on the higher-ups because there were multiple lines of effort in this plot to overturn the election. I do think that the appointment of the special counsel has accelerated the investigation of the former president's misconduct, and I think that is a positive step for the department and for the country so we can get resolution to this. But likewise, with Mar-a-Lago, notwithstanding the protests of my colleagues, there were repeated requests by the archives to get those documents back from the former president. And then when those were unsuccessful, there was a grand jury subpoena that was administered. And when that was unsuccessful, and only when that was unsuccessful, and there was evidence that the former president was still withholding highly classified materials, did the FBI go to the step of a search warrant. That was more than a year and a half after those initial requests. This was anything but a rush to judgment in the Mar-a-Lago case. So I believe the department, if anything, has exercised enormous caution. I would say too much caution in the January 6th committee's work and oversight.
Crazy.
To proceed against a former president when there are serious and credible allegations of criminal conduct. But I want to thank you for your stewardship during this incredibly difficult time. I don't think there's been a more difficult time for an FBI director. And notwithstanding concerns I have expressed, none of them go to your integrity or your commitment to the country, and I want to thank you for that. Let me ask you about a different topic, although related to January 6th as well. Let me ask you broadly about domestic violent extremism. I offered an amendment in this committee voted down by the Republicans that we should oversee the increasingly dire threat of domestic violent extremism. One of your recent reports underscored the rise of this prevalent threat, and I'd ask you if you would address it today.
So the rise of domestic violent extremism is something that I and we have been identifying for quite some time. It goes back well before January 6th. In fact, a lot of people don't know this, but the Joint Terrorism Task Forces that we hear about so often at the FBI were largely created in response to domestic terrorism, not foreign terrorism. But in my first few years as director, we were identifying this issue more and more, and that's why we elevated in the summer of 2019 racially motivated violent extremism to a national threat priority level. And we saw, I think, about a 40% increase in the number of domestic violent extremism investigations, all before anything to do with January 6th. Obviously, since then, it has continued. But domestic violent extremism cuts across the spectrum from the racially motivated violent extremism, militia violent extremism, anarchist violent extremism, environmental violent extremism, and of course, recently, we've had a lot of violent extremism attacks against pro-life facilities, and we're investigating those. So it really covers a wide spectrum, and what they all have in common is three things: violence or threats of violence, motivated by some ideology, and it varies, in violation of federal criminal law. And that's the domestic violent extremism that I'm talking about when I've identified this phenomenon.
Mr. Chairman, could I request unanimous consent to enter into the record two letters, both from David Weiss, the Trump-appointed U.S. Attorney in Delaware, rebutting allegations concerning partiality in the investigation of the Hunter Biden case? I thank you. Thank you, Director.
Without objection. Director, what's the difference between a traditional Catholic and a radical traditional Catholic?
I'm not an expert on the Catholic orders.
Well, your FBI wrote a memo talking about radical traditional Catholics. I'm just wondering if you could define it for us.
Well, what I can tell you is you're referring to
have you met my grandmother?
Product, which was a single product by a single field office, which, as soon as I found out about it, I was aghast and ordered it withdrawn and removed from FBI systems.
You were aghast, then why won't you let us talk to the people who put it together?
We are working on finishing an internal review into what happened
We have to wait. We, the Congress, and the American people have to wait until you do an internal review. It's not a criminal investigation going on here. An internal review before we can talk to the people who wrote this?
When we finish our internal review, which will be very soon, we will come back before the committee and provide a briefing on what we found.
Well, we appreciate the briefing, but we want to talk to the people who wrote it. Any idea how many Catholics there are in America, Director?
No, sir.
There's a lot, over 60 million. What percentage of those are radical traditional Catholics, according to the Richmond Field Office of the FBI?
Again, that product is not something that I will defend or excuse. It's something that I thought was appalling and removed it.
Let's read from that product, page 4 of that product. By the way, the copy you gave us, when can we get a copy that didn't have all these redactions on it so we can actually see what the American taxpayers were paying for to see their rights, their First Amendment religious liberty rights attacked? Let me just read from page 4. Provide new opportunities to mitigate extremist threat through outreach to traditional Catholic parishes and the development of sources with the placement and access to report on places of worship. That's pretty fancy language for they're trying to put informants in the parish, in the church. That's what this memorandum said, Director, from one of your field offices. And you won't let us talk to the people who did it. Any response to that?
I didn't know. I was waiting for the question.
No, you think priests should be informants inside the church, Director?
We do not recruit, open, or operate confidential human sources to infiltrate, target, report
But that's not what this said. It sounds like you were trying to do it in Richmond, Virginia.
No, sir. No, sir.
You weren't? This didn't happen? You can assure us that this didn't happen?
That product did not, to as best as we can tell, result in any investigative action as a result of it. None.
You know what the motivation for this was? Why would they even think about doing this? You know what the motivation was?
Well, again, I think that's what our internal review will find, and I'd rather wait until I hear what the results of that internal review are.
Well, I don't need an internal review. I can read the document. I assume you can do the same, because it says right there on the same page. Richmond assesses extremist interest in radical traditional Catholics is likely to increase over the next 12 to 24 months in the run-up to the next general election. Same paragraph. Events in which extremists and radical traditional Catholics might have common cause include legislation, judicial decisions in such areas as abortion rights, immigration, affirmative action, and LGBTQ protections. It's politics. That's the motivation. In the run-up to the next election, and they talk about the border, affirmative action, and abortion rights, it's total politics. I mean, I think it's interesting that
because those are the issues that are relevant to that group of
Supreme Court relative to affirmative action. Politics was the total motivation here, and that's what's scary.
Facts over feelings.
So frightening.
Facts over feelings.
How this happens, I don't know. And 5 people signed off on it. 5 people, including the Chief Division Counsel at the Richmond Field Office. I'd like to talk to this lawyer. And a lot of people in this room went to law school, get a course on the Constitution, talks about the First Amendment. I find that really scary. Again, when do you think we're going to have a chance? How soon are you going to complete this internal investigation so we can talk to these folks who put this together?
I expect us to be able to brief the committee on our internal review later this summer.
Will that briefing include the names of the individuals who put this document together attacking Americans' First Amendment liberty?
I'm not sure yet what it'll include because it's not done yet, but when it is, we'll provide you with an appropriate briefing.
What are you doing to fix it so this doesn't happen again?
Well, we've already started putting in place a number of fixes, and those will be further informed by the results of the review.
What are those fixes? More training, more things, more. That's the same thing you told us on FISA. And while you may have some improvement, you still got 204,000 times the database was illegally searched. So what are the training and procedures you're putting in place?
Well, I'll put the FISA stuff to the side.
I'm just using that as an example of where you've told us the same thing, you fixed something, and you haven't.
I do not believe the number that you just invoked on the FISA side is since the reforms, the fixes, as you called them.
Can we get an unredacted?
Those post-date the numbers that you're referring to.
Director, can we get an unredacted copy while you're still doing this internal investigation? Can we at least get an unredacted copy of this memorandum?
I will find out if there's more of the document that can be shared with you. We've tried to be very careful in what we redact, and there's always a basis for it. So let me go back and see if there's more that we can provide. But I know my instructions are to be as sparing as possible in the redactions that we provide.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Director, I think it's quite rich that the guy that has accused you of lawlessness and weaponization is 400 days into violation of his own congressional subpoena over January 6th. Quite rich to me that you're hearing all of these allegations from somebody who won't even respond to a lawful subpoena. But I want to talk more about your workforce because that's where you started. A couple weeks ago at the Bureau, you had Family Day. Can you tell us what Family Day is?
Family Day is an opportunity for employees from really all over the FBI. It tends to be primarily from the nearby geographies because of the trip that they have to make to employees to bring their families into FBI headquarters so that they can see a little bit about the place their loved ones work and why mom or dad is spending so much time away from home.
You see any little kids at Family Day?
Many, many, many. It's an opportunity for us to say thank you to the families. We talk a lot in law enforcement about sacrifice, but the reality is that law enforcement officers and professionals are sacrificing to do what they love. Our families are sacrificing because of who they love.
And what would you say, in your experience, is the number one worry of a little kid about a mom or dad who was a special agent out in the field?
Obviously, they're worried that their mom or dad won't come home at night because they've been killed. And that, in fact, has happened, unfortunately, all
happened
too
in Fort
often.
Lauderdale a couple years ago, is that right?
Laura Schwarzenberger and Dan Alphen, 2 of our agents killed in a connection with a child exploitation case down there. It was the single darkest day I've had in this job.
I want to turn your attention
Max,
to
at
an
least he's
organization
wearing
called
long
Marco
sleeves
Polo.
today.
It's run by a former Trump aide
I
named
hope
Garrett
there
Ziegler.
is. I don't know
Over
when
the
that.
past couple
What
weeks,
year did that
he
happen,
has
Butterflies? Do you know?
doxed the addresses of a former
I don't
special
know all the
agent
background of that.
connected to the Hunter Biden case.
Oh,
He
here
has
we go.
put up the dates of births and pictures of 2 current special agents who work for you. He has said the name, which I will not say, of an assistant U.S. attorney who worked in the Hunter Biden case, that she will answer for her crimes. He will focus everything on her. Justice will be done. It's out of my hands, but she will answer. Do these types of threats and doxing concern you about threats to your workforce and what it could mean?
Well, obviously, what we're most concerned about are the actual acts of violence, which themselves have happened, and as we just discussed. But this kind of phenomenon, doxing, is itself hugely problematic because the more information, personalized information about law enforcement professionals that are out in the internet, the more people who may be unstable or inclined to violence there are out there who can choose to act on it. And we're seeing that all too often. The number of officers across law enforcement killed in the line of duty has been up alarmingly over the last few years. And I know that because one of the things I committed to doing early in my tenure was every time an officer anywhere in the country is shot and killed in the line of duty, I was going to personally call that sheriff or that chief, and on behalf of the FBI, express our support and condolences and relay that to the family. And I have done that now close to 400 times since I've been in this job.
Thank you for doing that. And you don't only do that, you send your SACs, your special agents in charge, to their funerals as well, and I've seen that. Chairman, I've counted in this hearing, and we're only about an hour and a half in, the use of the word laptop about 20 times. In fact, in the chairman's opening statement, he said that he's upset that he believes the FBI prevented more Americans from learning about a private citizen's laptop. That is bananas to me. You all are bringing up FISA every single question. You're essentially saying to the American people that you're guardians of personal security and privacy, but the 2020 election was determined because the FBI didn't let more Americans see a private citizen's non-consensual nudes? Is that what we're saying here? That you lost the election not because of your ideas, but because a private citizen's laptop
Do you want an answer? Will you yield?
wasn't out there?
Will you yield?
That's bananas. Like,
you
should be a party of ideas, not a party of non-consensual nudes to help you win an election.
Will you yield for an answer?
It seems like that is what the objection is here today. We should be talking about the mass shootings that occurred over the last 10 days. Instead, this hearing has turned into absolute chaos. And I yield back.
Time of the gentleman's expired. We bring up FISA because it's up for reauthorization, if the gentleman didn't know, at the end of this year. And it was in our witness's opening statement. I didn't bring up the laptop.
Whose time are you speaking? Whose time are you speaking to, Chairman?
The judge last
point of order.
week on
Whose
July 4th.
time are you speaking?
Chairman, point of order. Whose time are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on, I'm not a point of order, and I recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Director, thanks for being here. Who is Matthew Graves? Who is Matthew Graves?
I believe Matthew Graves, at least the person I'm thinking of, is, I think, the U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia.
That's the person I'm thinking of, too. Are you aware that he has promised more than 1,000 more individuals will be charged or indicted related to January 6th?
I had not heard that he had said that.
Well, it seems arbitrary, and there's reports that it's kind of a quasi-quota system that he's put together for January 6 prosecutions. Do you approve of targets, goals, quotas in prosecuting alleged criminal conduct?
Well, certainly not quotas. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, goals is a little bit more of an ambiguous term, but
certainly not quotas.
Certainly not quotas.
Do you know if any of your personnel at the FBI is involved in the investigations promised that will lead to indictments by the January 6th quota established by U.S. Attorney Graves?
That doesn't sound familiar to me.
Okay. In June 2021, you told this committee that a small group of people at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th had, quote, all sorts of weapons. Do you remember being here for that committee hearing and testifying that way?
In general, yes.
It has been reported that more than 40 FBI personnel, agents, or contractors were in the crowd on January 6th. Is that number accurate?
I don't know if that number is accurate.
Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun reportedly has asserted that the protest crowd was filled with federal agents. Are you aware of his assertion?
I am not.
Would you agree with him that it was filled with federal agents on January 6th?
I would really have to see more closely exactly what he said and get the full context to be able to evaluate it.
How many agents were actually, agents or human resources were present at the Capitol complex and vicinity on January 6th?
Well, again, it's going to get confusing because it depends on when we deployed and responded to the breach that occurred. Obviously,
how many were under
federal agents?
Sure. Yeah, you're talking, and you and I both know what we're talking different things here. And please don't distract here because we're focusing on those who were there in an undercover capacity on January 6th. How many were there?
Again, I'm not sure that I can give you that number as I sit here. I'm not sure there were undercover agents on scene.
I find that kind of a remarkable statement, Director. At this point, you don't know whether there were undercover federal agents, FBI agents in the crowd or in the Capitol on January 6th.
I say that because I want to be very careful. There have been a number of court filings related to some of these topics, and I want to make sure that I stick within what's in.
I understand that, but I thought I heard you say you didn't know whether there were FBI agents or informants or human sources in the Capitol or in the vicinity on January 6th. Did I misunderstand you? I thought that's what you said.
Well, I referred very specifically to undercover agents.
Yeah. And so are you acknowledging then there were undercover agents?
As I sit here right now, I do not believe there were undercover agents on scene.
Any assets?
FBI agents.
Did you have any assets present that day in the crowd?
When it comes to what you're calling assets or what we would call confidential human sources, sure. That's a place where, again, I want to be careful, much as I said in response to an earlier question. There are court filings that I think speak to this that I'm happy to make sure we get to you, assuming they're not under seal. And that can better answer the question than I can as I sit here right now.
In the same June 2021 committee hearing, you told us that the FISA court, quote, approved FBI procedures, minimization procedures, collection and procedures, querying procedures, did not find misconduct, close quote. That's what you said. Specifically, you said the FISC found no misconduct. Yet 3 months later, the Inspector General found widespread problems in FBI's FISA applications, raising serious questions about the FBI review process of applications, including hundreds of examples of noncompliance with Woods procedures, for example. And we know that from December 2020 to November 2021, the FBI conducted 3.4 million warrantless searches of U.S. data under FISA. 3.4 million. Up nearly triple the amount of the previous year, and it got worse as you were telling us there was nothing to worry about. But now your reforms have produced about reduced it down to 119,000, over 200,000 total, but 119,000 discrete Americans. That just doesn't seem like you've accomplished much there if you have 119,000 illegal searches and queries under FISA. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, this chairman ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena served upon him. The actions of this chairman have undermined the credibility of all congressional committees in seeking information from witnesses and have undermined the rule of law. Now, Director Wray, thank you for your public service and for the service of the brave FBI agents. I'm going to ask you a series of basic questions to get facts out to the American people about our system of justice. Trump advisor Roger Stone was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump donor Elliot Brady was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Also my recollection.
The Attorney General at the time for those two convictions was Bill Barr. Which president nominated Bill Barr for Attorney General?
President Trump.
Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, was convicted on 2 separate occasions in a federal court, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The Attorney General at the time for Cohen's second conviction was Matthew Whitaker. Which president appointed Matthew Whitaker as acting Attorney General?
President Trump.
Okay. Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Yes.
Trump's former deputy campaign manager, Mr. Gates, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump's campaign foreign policy advisor, George Papadopoulos, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Yes, I think he pled guilty, yes.
The Attorney General at the time of those 3 cases was Jeff Sessions. Which president nominated Jeff Sessions for Attorney General?
President Trump.
You were the FBI director for all of those cases at the time. Which president nominated you?
President Trump.
Okay. What these facts show is we don't have a 2-tiered system of justice. We have one Department of Justice that goes after criminals regardless of party ideology. All of these folks were convicted under the administrations of 3 separate Republican attorneys general. It is not the fault of the FBI that Donald Trump surrounded himself with criminals. Donald Trump brought that upon himself. Thank you to the FBI for exposing the cesspool of corruption of these Trump associates. Now, I'd like to talk about efforts by MAGA Republicans to defund the FBI. I think it'd be useful for the FBI to explain to American people what your missions are and how critical they are. So, again, a series of basic questions. The FBI's mission includes counterterrorism, correct?
Yes.
And that means the FBI works to stop terrorist attacks on American soil, right?
Yes.
Okay. The FBI's mission also includes counterintelligence, correct?
Yes.
And that means the FBI works to stop espionage of American companies and organizations. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The FBI's mission includes stopping cybercrime, right?
Correct.
The FBI's mission includes stopping public corruption, right?
Correct.
The FBI's mission includes stopping weapons of mass destruction from being detonated on American soil, right?
Yes, we work with others on it, but yes.
The FBI's mission includes going after organized crime, right?
Yes.
You go after violent crime, correct?
Yes.
You also go after white-collar crime, right?
Yes.
The FBI's mission also includes going after child sex trafficking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Republican members of their caucus, including members on this committee, have asked to defund the FBI. One member of this committee from Arizona wrote that the FBI, quote, should be defunded and dismantled. What would happen if the FBI was defunded and dismantled?
We would have hundreds more violent criminals out on the street, dozens more violent gangs terrorizing communities, hundreds more child predators on the loose, hundreds more kids left at those predators' mercy instead of being rescued, scores of threats from the Chinese Communist Party being left unaddressed, hundreds of ransomware attacks left unmitigated, terrorist attacks, both jihadist-inspired and domestic violent extremists, not prevented, that would succeed against Americans. Single seizures of fentanyl. It is not uncommon right now for a single FBI office in a single operation to seize enough fentanyl to wipe out an entire state. So many, 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 many more of those lethal doses would be sweeping the country. We have close to 400, I think it is somewhere between 300 and 400 investigations into the leadership of the cartels trafficking that fentanyl. So you would have a significantly greater threat from the southwest border from the cartels. So those are just a few things that would happen. Ultimately, the people most hurt by some ill-conceived effort to defund our agency, the people most hurt are the American people that live in every district represented on this committee.
Thank you, Director Wray, FBI agents, for protecting Americans.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley is recognized.
Good morning, Director Wray. I'd like to take you back to 2021. In many parts of the country, schools remained closed month after month for no good reason. Once schools did nominally open, many instituted draconian testing and quarantine regimes, such as one student is possibly exposed to COVID, everyone goes home for the week. Children as young as toddlers were subjected to harmful mask mandates that defied international norms. The way some students were treated truly shocks the conscience. Just consider a few examples from my own state of California. A school district in Davis sent an email to parents announcing that their children will be required to eat outside in the rain to reduce exposure to COVID. A school in Sonoma County made young children chew with their masks on, explaining this was to minimize the time spent unmasked. Some schools in Los Angeles limited students to 1 bathroom break per day and barred them from drinking water outside of the lunch period. A school in the San Ramon Valley made students eat lunch on the ground. In October of that year, the American Academy of Pediatrics would declare a national state of emergency in children's mental health, citing dramatic increases in emergency department visits for all mental health emergencies, including suspected suicide attempts. In the face of this, Director, the Biden administration decided to take action. It mobilized the sweeping powers of federal law enforcement. But it wasn't to spare kids from such cruelty. Rather, it was to target the parents who were speaking out against it. The administration coordinated with the National School Board Association on a letter that began with the alarming claim America's public schools and its education leaders are under an immediate threat. The letter cited a handful of news stories, almost all of which involved purely expressive activity by parents at school board meetings, and called such activity a form of domestic terrorism. The letter called for the full counterterrorism and law enforcement powers of the federal government, including authority granted under the Patriot Act, to be mobilized to investigate, intercept, and prevent such activity. The Biden administration was ready to take this letter and run with it the moment it was received. After all, administration officials had participated in its drafting. Within 5 days of receiving it, Attorney General Merrick Garland fired off his infamous memo directing federal action in response to a, quote, disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. In response, the FBI opened 25 assessments against parents and even created a new threat tag. Director Wray, did Attorney General Garland consult with you or the FBI before issuing that memorandum?
I can't get into discussions that did, or maybe more importantly, did not happen between the FBI and the department in advance of the...
Why do you say more importantly did not?
Well, because I will say to you the same thing that I said to all 56 of our field offices as soon as I read the memo, which is that the FBI is not in the business of investigating or policing speech at school board meetings or anywhere else for that matter, and we're not going to start now. Now, violence... Threats of violence, that's a different matter. We're going to work with our state and local
so that's what the
partners
memo was predicated on. And what I'm asking you, was there any evidence that you provided to Attorney General Garland that supported that predicate, that premise that there was an increase in harassment and threats of violence?
I'm not aware of any such evidence, but I know that we've had a number of our folks who have been up here for transcribed interviews. So unless some of them shared it, I'm not aware of any of that.
Well, actually, what they've shared with us points to just the opposite. You had, for example, a letter from Christopher Dunham, acting assistant director in March of this year, where the FBI acknowledged that it has not observed an uptick of threats directed at school officials since it began tracking the data. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, sir.
And is it also true that according to the FBI itself, none of the school board-related investigations have resulted in federal arrests or charges?
I think that's correct. I think of the 25, and for context, that's 25 tips.
I'm sorry, I have limited time, so if that's correct, I'd like to move on. This committee's investigation concluded that the Justice Department's own documents demonstrate that there was no compelling nationwide law enforcement justification for the Attorney General's directive. Do you have any reason to dispute that conclusion?
No.
So we had an investigation of parents. We had a sweeping mobilization of federal power against the most protected core First Amendment activity, the right of citizens to speak and petition their government on the most important of issues, the education of their children. And you are telling me that the entire basis for that, there was no evidence to support it.
Well, I want to be clear. We, the FBI, as I said, were not and did not investigate people for exercising.
Should Attorney General Garland rescind the memo?
I'm sorry?
Should Attorney General Garland rescind that memo?
Oh, that's a question for the Attorney General.
Do you believe he should?
Again, that's a question for the Attorney General.
Do you believe that the Attorney General should apologize to parents who are the subject of that memorandum?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Will you apologize for the FBI's own role?
I think the FBI conducted itself the way it should here, which is that we've continued to follow our longstanding rules and have not changed anything in response to that memo.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your service to the country. I do want to focus on some areas of concern around American civil liberties that I have had long-standing concerns about. In testimony to Senate Intelligence in March, you stated that the FBI had previously purchased commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising, but that to your knowledge, the FBI does not currently purchase data. But just last month, the ODNI declassified a report revealing that the FBI and other agencies do purchase significant amounts of commercially available information about Americans from data brokers. And the report notes that commercially available information, quote, has increasingly important risks and implications for U.S. persons' privacy and civil liberties, as commercially available information can reveal sensitive and intimate information about individuals. It is public information that the FBI uses Babel Street and Ventel and has a Lexus account. All of these companies provide data for purchase. Can you tell me how the FBI uses that data?
Respectfully, this is a topic that gets very involved to explain, and so what I would prefer to do is have our subject matter experts come back up and brief you, and they can answer your questions in detail about it, because there's a lot of confusion that can be unintentionally caused about this topic.
But does the FBI purchase data?
My testimony that you referred to before remains the same. And the story about the ODNI report doesn't change that. But again, there's a lot of precision and technical dimensions to this.
Well, I do appreciate that, but I'm looking at a report that is from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence saying that the FBI purchases data. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
Objection.
Do you know if the contracts with data brokers, like the ones I described, provide location data?
My testimony about purchasing commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising remains the same, which is that we currently do not do that.
But the information that you have that has already been purchased, does it contain location
Again,
information?
I'm not trying to be obtuse or difficult here. I just know from experience that the more you drill into this whole issue of commercial data, geolocation data, et cetera, that it gets very involved. In some cases, it involves pilot projects that are in the past. In some cases, it involves national
Director
security
Wray,
information, et cetera.
I do
so I just want to make sure that we get you the information you need.
That's great. I will take that, but I do want to say that this is just an extremely important issue for the American people to understand how their data is being used. That is location data, that is biometric information, it's medical and mental health information, it's information related to individuals' communications, it's information about people's internet activity, and while I understand that that's complicated, that is the reason that you come before us, so that the American people can hear this. Let me ask you this. Does the FBI have a written policy outlining how it can purchase and use commercially available information?
There are a number of policies that bear on this topic. Again, that could be part of the same briefing that we're happy to provide. I don't dispute at all that this is an important topic. I'm simply saying that precisely because it's such an important topic, that a minute and 12 seconds counting down is not the best way for me to
I understand that,
explain
but I'm asking whether there is a policy. It sounds like there is a policy. When was that policy last updated?
That I can't, as I sit here right now, I don't have the answer for you on that. But again, there are a number of policies that are relevant to this, and so that may affect the...
And you'll commit to providing those to us so that we can explore them too.
I would commit to providing you a briefing that will provide hopefully very helpful information to help you understand better this whole topic.
What about a written policy governing how commercially available information can be used in criminal investigations?
I think it's all wrapped up in the same answer I just gave.
I mean, the reason that this is so important is because The question is whether the FBI uses that data to generate leads for investigations only or further along in the investigative process. There's public reporting on DHS contracts with the same data broker that I mentioned earlier, totaling millions of taxpayer dollars. And as you know, in the 2018 Supreme Court decision in Carpenter versus the United States, the court held that it is a violation of the Fourth Amendment for the government to access historical location data without a warrant. Does the FBI have a written policy interpreting the Supreme Court's decision in Carpenter?
If I recall correctly, there was guidance, I can't remember if it's a policy or what, that came out after the Carpenter decision. But again, I think that'll be encompassed in the briefing that we're talking about.
Well, I'm going to follow up with you. I want to thank you again for your service. This is a critically important issue for the American people to understand. We have bipartisan support around FISA reauthorization and the concerns we have around FISA reauthorization. And unless we really understand what measures the FBI is taking to ensure that people's privacy is protected, I think it's going to be a very difficult reauthorization process. I'm sure you know that. Thank you, Director Wray. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and I would just say, well said. Appreciate your work with colleagues, bipartisan area and bipartisan approach in this area, and you have friends over here who want to help you on that. We now go to the gentleman from. I know, Director Wray, if we can go just a couple more, then we'll take a little break. If that works for the director, a couple more on each side, then we can take a break. Okay, I think. Okay. All right, we'll go. I think it's Mr. Morris is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you for being here today. In 2022, you testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee and stated, quote, "I condemn in the strongest possible terms any prospect of retaliation against whistleblowers," end quote. Do you still agree with that statement?
Yes.
Do you feel that your actions as the FBI leadership during your tenure live up to that sentiment?
Yes.
Director Wray, a few months ago, we heard from, are you familiar with a Special Agent Garrett O'Boyle?
I'm familiar with the name.
After Mr. O'Boyle came to Congress and blew the whistle on the misconduct at the Bureau, his clearance was unsurprisingly suspended. Did that surprise you? Do you find that suspicious?
I can't discuss a specific security clearance matter, partly because the security clearance determinations are made by ODNI, directed by the security clearance manager, which is not the FBI director. And I don't want to insert myself into the process while appeals are pending, for example.
Well, as a leader, I think it's important. We need to have the opportunity, and you know by law that they have the opportunity to be whistleblowers and talk to Congress and inform us on issues. And I think to restore trust in the FBI, it's imperative on you to allow whistleblowers to come forward. And for us to have the oversight we need to have to make sure, I mean, we're seeing the polling numbers. The FBI is tanking, and it's under your watch, sir. And it concerns me for the American people. When I'm in the district, the number one concern, and I come from a fairly rural district, is weaponization of the FBI and the DOJ coming after conservative American citizens who just simply want to have a voice in the process. And so I would encourage you, Mr. O'Boyle, I understand he has been suspended since September of 23, almost 10 months now, 2022. He was suspended in 2022. So almost a year now, the man's trying to go without a paycheck. I don't know, could you make it 10 months without a paycheck, Mr. Wray?
I prefer not
According
to
what, yeah, well, you talk about your wife not being real happy, but yeah, taking a pay cut. Well, can you imagine 10 months later, and you're still going through a process for just a whistleblower coming to the Congress and trying to inform us on issues he sees within the FBI? I think we could help you in the process if you would allow us. But in some ways, we have to look at this whistleblower and other whistleblowers and encourage them to come forward and be truthful with the American people. Two real quick questions. Why would the FBI offer Christopher Steele $1 million to verify a dossier about Trump-Russian collusion, and then the same FBI offer $3 million to Twitter to squash a story on the Hunter Biden laptop? Do you have any idea why a law enforcement agency would be playing into elections?
Well, you raised a number of different issues there. So first, as to the Steele dossier, that, of course, is a subject treated at great length in the Durham report, which and again, predates my time as director.
I understand that, but it was the same agency paying $1 million to push one story out or try to collaborate one story, and $3 million to quiet another story for political opponents. I don't quite understand.
And then I would, as to the second part related to Twitter, I would disagree with your characterization respectfully. When there are payments to social media companies, That is by longstanding federal law going back, I think, about 4 decades, where we have to pay companies for their costs in responding to legal process. And it's not just social media companies, it's other kinds of businesses as well.
Well, when those stories get out, and you understand, and certainly the dossier story, and I know that wasn't under your watch, but also the Hunter Biden laptop story, that, to me, looks political. To the American people, it looks political. And I'm just an everyday guy. I'm not an attorney, Mr. Wray, just an everyday guy. But to me, it looks extremely political, and that is why you're having trouble keeping the FBI's reputation afloat. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield the balance of my time, but I want to enter one thing to the record, Mr. Chairman.
Can you do that after? Just yield, then we'll enter in the record after.
Sure.
Director Wray, did the FBI ask financial institutions to turn over their customers? Yield the time to me. Did the FBI ask financial institutions to turn over their customers' debit and credit card purchase history in the Washington, D.C. area for January 5th and 6th, 2021?
I don't know the answer to that as I sit here right now.
Well, we do, because Bank of America gave us this email from
We
the FBI
do.
to Bank of America.
Well, Bank of America is a crafty
I am aware
bank.
that Bank of
So
America
there.
provided information to the FBI, but what communications occurred between the FBI and Bank of America about it?
Let's read it. To recap our morning
Let's
call.
read it.
We are prepared to action the following threshold. Customers transacting debit card, credit card, Washington, D.C. purchases between 1/5/21, 1/6/21. That's scary
I think that's
enough.
okay.
But then the next bullet point's even more scary. Any historical, capital letters, all capitals, any historical purchase of a firearm. You guys asked.
The dossier was
financial
originally
institutions,
funded
Bank
by
of America,
Washington
we
Free
think
Beacon
more.
as Oppo research in the primary race. The DNC continued funding it after the GOP
you guys
source lost
ask-
interest. Yes.
Again, I don't have the
Thank
full
you,
sequence
Max.
of the back and forth. You've got one, looks like you've got one email that I haven't seen before here. So I don't know that I have the full exchange that this
Well, does this email
part of.
trouble you as much as it does members of the Judiciary
Flynn advised
Committee?
Rubio.
That the FBI is asking for
Cruz,
every
Carson,
single.
Warren, and Trump
we had members of
primary.
Congress
Oh,
here that
interesting.
week. First time they're
Oh,
getting
oh.
sworn in as a new member of Congress, their family in town, and you're sweeping, and they may happen to be a customer of Bank of America, and you're sweeping up every debit
For the
and credit
win.
card purchase of their family who were in town that week because their husband or their dad or their mom is getting sworn as a new member of Congress. And then you're also saying, overlaying that information with,
How about the people who
buy a
asked for
firearm?
pardons? How about those people?
And the question is?
Sure hope we looked at them.
I'm just nervous about that. Are you nervous about that?
Yeah, I want to.
As
About the
I
youth
think I've
challenge here.
testified
I just
before,
saw that tweet, David.
my understanding is that our engagement with Bank of America was fully lawful, but that we recalled the leads that were cut to field
Well, if it's
offices.
lawful, that was my next point. If it's lawful, why did you say we're not going to use these leads? That's what Mr. Jensen testified to when we deposed him.
I can't restream
Director
on
of the terrorism
Twitch.
unit at the FBI. That's what he
Get knocked
testified
down.
to. Why did you not use the leads if it was
Fiorino.
lawful to get the information?
Fiorina? You mean
Well, there
Carly
are-
Chairman, it's
Fiorina?
1 minute and 18 seconds overtime.
There are, sir, there are plenty of
Stone and
times
Ed
where there are
Martin
things
begging
that we
for pardons,
lawfully
yeah.
can do, but that we decide is better that we not do. And I think that's what
The
happened.
idea that
Butterflies
Mr. Massey
really
said
do
earlier,
defend
that
White
this is
House.
lawful, that you can ask this is scary. This is something else we're going to have to change. With that, I would yield to the gentlelady recognize the gentlelady from, for, what? We got a
That's why
unanimous
he was
consent
nice to the
request from
Democrats
Mr.
and
Moore.
wants to
Mr.
work.
Chairman, yes, the Wall Street Journal article I'd like to
Fiorina,
read.
yeah, Carly
Republicans
Fiorina.
eye sweet home for new
Yes,
FBI
Stanford,
headquarters
former head
in
of Hewlett
Alabama.
Packard.
All right, without objection, the chair now
Horrible
recognizes the gentlelady
person,
for Texas for
but
5 minutes, and
has
then we'll take a
denounced
break,
Trump
break,
since
direct.
all of this.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Director Wray, for your presence here. Thank you to the men and women of the FBI
More
in
coffee.
particular
More
for the work that
weed.
you've done on gun violence, and as well the work that you've done in keeping Americans safe. Let me very quickly move on some issues that have been made a chief part of the work of our friends on the other side of the aisle. Republican members of this committee have spent much time of this Congress claiming that various aspects of the U.S. government have been weaponized against the American people. Director Wray, are you or your staff or auxiliaries weaponizing the FBI against the American people?
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you as well for your civil rights work and emphasize that in addition,
More weed,
there have
more
been
weed, horrible person.
representations
Leave
that
horrible
the
mistakes
FBI
coming, yeah.
exaggerates domestic terrorism reports or data.
Yeah.
Certainly, January 6th had its many different storytellers, but that
Really
was an
was
act of domestic
pretty harmless.
terrorism. I don't know how you could have
Not very
exaggerated
smart,
that as
actually.
evidenced by the special congressional committee we had. But let's just think of domestic terrorism as it relates to the good men and women of our law enforcement.
I love
Take an example in
Adam
February
Lee.
2020 in Texas,
She is
where
fantastic.
a white supremacist was engaged in conspiracy involving swatting, a harassment tactic, and all of the emergency services showed up over and over again. Does domestic terrorism impact negatively and dangerously on America's law enforcement and first responders?
Absolutely, and sometimes law enforcement are themselves the intended victims or targets of
I just don't think
domestic
I'd make a
violence.
CEO president.
So you have
ever.
good, committed
CEOs
individuals.
are
Does
not
the
what we think
critique
they are, I
is
guess.
legitimate? That's our job.
Don't we know that?
Was the constant
Don't we know that?
condemnation
Harley.
impact on morale of FBI personnel or those trying to join the FBI?
Well, look, our people are
Look,
human
don't
beings,
say
and
that to
nobody
her.
likes to see the
Excuse you, sir.
organization they've dedicated their careers, really their lives to, unfairly criticized. But I will tell you, as I said in my opening statement, that the good news is our people are also tough and resilient. Our attrition is in the low single digits and would be the envy of almost any employer, and our recruiting, unlike what's happening in law enforcement more generally, is actually up very significantly.
Thank you, and I look forward to being diverse.
I know,
Let me
Peace. I knew
start
you
with
meant
our
her.
whistleblower.
I know you meant Barbara Lee.
Journey here.
It's
Are
amazing.
you familiar with FBI Special Agents Kyle Serapin?
This Jacqueline. Sorry.
I'm familiar with the name.
Is that yes?
I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah. The committee heard testimony that Mr. Serapin was suspended after he mishandled his service weapon and then said he wanted to use 2 female FBI executives as shooting targets.
I think we all
that
know
was
that
testimony of Jennifer Moore,
who we
HR,
like in this.
under Human Resources under oath from the FBI. Mr. Serapin describes himself as a congressional whistleblower, but committee Republicans will not tell us whether he has been in contact with them. Are you familiar with former FBI agents Garrett O'Boyle and Marcus Allen?
Marcus Allen was a great football player.
O'Boyle was suspended for
Oakland
accessing
Raiders.
information about an ongoing case and then leaking to the
I know,
press.
right?
And
And all
Allen
the
was
comments.
suspended
No
for interfering
worries,
in the
Peace.
investigation
I
of
got
the January
you.
6th suspect. Both Allen and
I know where
O'Boyle
you're
testified
landing on
before the
that.
Weaponization Committee in May. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I think they are clearly there for all friends and family to see. I assume they wanted to be seen. Do you know who Kash Patel is, if you know?
Oh?
Yes, I know who he is.
He's an aide to President Trump, isn't he? Or was an aide? Or is an aide to President Trump?
Well, he was an individual who served in a number of different roles, both up here on the Hill and in the executive branch.
Thank you. Here's another picture. It's the checks that Serapin sent to both O'Boyle and Allen. Each check was for $255,194. Let me say that again.
What?
These men were paid $255,194 after they testified as so-called whistleblowers.
What?
And it should be noted that it says here, as it says, for holding the line. Director,
What?
at the time that Serapin and Patel gave Garrett O'Boyle and Marcus Allen these checks, do you happen to know if they were still employees of the FBI?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the answer.
If they were, 5 CFR 2635, and I'd appreciate if you could get an answer in writing after you go back, whether they were or not, prohibits FBI employees from accepting cash gifts, doesn't it?
Kash Patel paid $500,000.
Well, there are a whole number of rules that would apply to this. Again, I don't want to weigh in on a specific person.
But if they were, that rule applies
Excuse
about
me?
cash gifts.
I'm not aware of a situation in which they could
No,
appropriately
just
accept cash
generally,
gifts.
just generally, if that applies to FBI agents about not taking cash gifts, is that correct?
That's good news.
There are definitely rules that apply to
Holy
special agents
Thank you,
accepting cash gifts.
Let me just finish this. Can you explain why an
Holy
FBI agent should not receive cash? But let me move to one that I think is extremely important. Mr. Chairman, just a moment. And here is what I think is most interesting piece of this whole puzzle. O'Boyle and Allen are represented by an outfit called Empower Oversight. Empower Oversight is run by former Republican staffers. Do you know who else Empower Oversight might represent in any way?
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Let me just
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you so very much.
Respond.
Thank you. The so-called IRS whistleblower who Jordan had relied upon. But does anyone need any further proof that these allegations are ginned up corrupt political stunts advanced by those who don't want to see us follow the law. Finally, Mr. Chairman, here's another person who wants to join you on the 702, but the FBI has begun major reforms, and I think we should recognize that. You've been very kind. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out, my guess is they got the money because they wanted the money because they were trying to feed their family.
They actually haven't received the money, have unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman, of a tweet Matthew Foldy put out here during this hearing. Right off the bat, Jerry Nadler lies about whistleblower getting $250,000. He says here, Marcus Allen has not received $250,000. He has not received or cashed the check that Kyle Seraphin posted online. Enter that in the record.
Into the record, the committee will take a 5-minute recess, 5 minutes, then we'll come back.
Oh my gosh. Wow, interesting. Very interesting. Let's go ahead and take a minute, and we're gonna go ahead and take that off. Let's find some fun things to do. How are you? Do. Oh wait, I know, because I love this. Let's see. Oh, remember we were looking at flowers? We won't play the game. We don't have to play the game. But I do have a flower video for us to watch. Okay, hold on here. I hope we don't get killed, but I don't know what their music might be dumb. But we'll try. Okay. This is flowers. These are flowers. Hi, is everyone doing well? Kash Patel is more than an interesting character piece. He's a piece of crap. He's a piece of crappy crap. And we gotta get him. Money he used to make 2,000 donkeys. Well, I mean that's not Kash Patel. That was Dinesh D'Souza, another douchebag. So there's no small amount of douchebags here at the. Oh, look, you can hear the birdies. So yeah, there's all kinds of. This is Kokenhoff 2019. I'm gonna turn it because they're like yelling. They got the background sounds of people yelling. That's kind of weird. Okay, anyway, yeah, Dinesh D'Souza. But Cash is Cash is a well, he's talking to the DOJ right now. So Cash is singing like a little girl down there in Washington D.C. Because he's scared, because he knows that shit rolls downhill, and that nobody is going to take the fall for his sorry ass. So unfortunately, it seems to me that Trump used him for all kinds of dirty deeds done dirt cheap. And now Cash is like realizing that Orange Man is not gonna make good on anything he's ever said. Yeah. I'm right. Peace. It's one jackass leading. It's intermission. That's right. We're in intermission. So we're just looking at some flowers while we're in intermission. You have 2 moderated comments. It is just a sentence. Oh, weird. I don't know why I turned off all the moderating, so I don't know why it's doing that. I'm so sorry. Let me look at YouTube and see what's going down. I don't see any hidden comments, but I don't know why that's. Don't believe any think they jump one after another into the perjury trap. Yeah. They're having fun down there in the perjury trap. This is Koikenhoff. Koikenhoff? I don't even know how to say that. Koikenhoff? I don't know. Yeah. They're on a break, so we're waiting for them to come. Kash Patel was going to release classified docs from Mar-a-Lago, he said in 2020. Yeah, and didn't he help choose some of the documents, Rip? You were totally close, Butterflies. Are you kidding me? They're all a bunch of douchebags. It doesn't matter what name you say. I'm telling you right now. It just doesn't matter. That's literally the sentence. I changed the name of Trump's house and shortened class docs. Oh, interesting. Well, now that I don't know who's moderating that. Certainly not the grammar police. But yeah. I don't know. I think it's I think it's getting really weird, and Twitter is getting really weird. Like the attacks are kind of just the intimidation. Let me just say intimidation. It's not really attacks. I mean, that's kind of stupid. But the intimidation on Twitter is like getting really heavy, and it just makes me feel like it's because certain pieces of dominoes are just, getting ready to fall, and it makes people nervous. Yeah, just call them all jackass. Who's that jackass? I'm not clear on which he chose. I remember something about the Crossfire Hurricane. Yeah, that might have been it, Rip. That it was specific documents on the Russia investigation that he was wanting to make sure they got. I wonder what's in those documents. I wonder what documents are missing. I wonder what documents either have been lost or he's actually sold them. Like, I kind of wonder what we're going to learn, if we'll learn anything as the months go on. I don't know. I think it's quite interesting, though. I mean, it is our democracy and all that, No, they're not back yet. But yeah. I think it's funny. I'm just going to be really honest right now. There's a thing happening on Twitter where there's a small group of people. I remember last week when I kind of yelled at someone. Hi, Lee. When I kind of yelled at someone last week on a Twitter space because they were being mean to No Fash OSINT. I don't know if you remember me talking about that, but I did. I raised my voice and I was like, you need to take several seats and not talk to my friend like that. Since that time, do you want to know what's happened? People are accusing these people are trying to speak down to me or down on me on Twitter and calling me Blue MAGA, like I'm Blue Anon. And I just want to say, I think that is one of the most hilarious things I've ever heard, and an amazing gaslight attempt, which is pretty bad. So I think you need to check the record. Check my videos. Look at all my videos. Yeah, they're libertarians. Yeah. Anyway, because I just got a DM from a really big account who's a friend of mine, and he's like, they're lumping you and me in with Blue MAGA because I told them to go suck lemons. And I'm like, well, you can't insult them because then they call you Blue Anon. And he's like, yeah, okay. So anyway, yeah, no. I mean, just check all my videos. That's all. Check all my videos. I mean, then you have at least a record of what I've said. And that they are fake fact checking. Yeah. I don't fucking care. I do not fucking care. Or made copies of butterflies. Yes. What did they make copies of? What was sent to whoever? Why does the name calling matter? It doesn't. They think it does. They think it matters. It's what they've got. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of energy. I don't get it. But it doesn't matter. Not really. It didn't, well, it hasn't mattered in a few decades. I mean, my God, if I could make a list of all the names I've been called, my goodness. They got wrecked? Oh, oopsie poopsie. Well, I guess, when you're naughty, it's the little thing called karma. It's gonna boomerang back at you. That's what I've heard. I've heard that on the internet. To thine own self be true. You just live yourself and you live your values and you try to be a good person and you admit it when you aren't a good person. And you are open to the fact that someone could tell you, you're not being a good person. So, nice. I know, copies. Hello, peace, love. What the fuck did they copy? I don't know. It's just like, what's been destroyed? Right? Like, maybe there's something really historical. Yeah, definitely, Rip. Higher the better, babe. Higher the better. What historical documents did they destroy? Like what is now no longer in existence? And I guess that's probably I'm really high, so maybe that's bring my 200 boxes. I'm going to Scotland to play golf. Ooh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Normally I like messy gardens, but this is pretty. I can get behind this. I just want to flop inside that, but I know that's the wrong thing to do because you'd ruin it. But don't you just want to lay on that grass? Oh my God, I just want to lay on that grass. He certainly had the documents for a long time. Yes, butterflies. He really did. He could do a lot with them. I'm just worried I mean, the secrets that he's already given out have already been given out, and the intelligence community is trying to deal with that, I'm sure. And they certainly know more about what documents are missing, I guess. I don't know how you would keep track of that. I mean, I'm sure someone does, right? Every document has a number, I'm sure. JFK files. Yeah, remember he declassified a bunch of them. Maybe he took more. Who cares? I'm sorry. I know somebody does. I just don't. Get your dog off that lawn. Get your dog off that. Oh, it's not a dog. I thought it was a dog. Yeah, I didn't. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. Those are pretty. Does anybody know what those are? Those are really pretty. Are those tulips, like those kinds of tulips that are all like fleur, 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 fleur? You know, flirty, fleur, fleur, fleur. Flirty fleurs. Flirty fleurs. Okay, are they back? No. God, bitches. That's a big poop you're taking. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. I wonder. Anyway, I just want everyone to get along. I really do. I want us to all work together because I think together we're unstoppable. But divided, it's kind of dumb. So that's actually my takeaway from this entire thing. This entire kerfuffle. That's the history that could be gone. Yes. I know. Dutch tulips, right. Are those Dutch tulips, Peace Love? Like where they have the fleur, 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 fleur? Where they're really wild looking? I do like tulips. Regular tulips are great. But I do like these kind of sexy tulips. Nara would know. Yeah, exactly. They're logged, right? And I would imagine that over this period of time, like I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of confused on where you start with checking that kind of stuff, but I'm sure, obviously. I have no idea. It doesn't really matter what I think, does it? Because I don't work there. Dahlias. Oh! Sorry. Shit.
Preliminary inquiry was appropriate.
I'm sorry.
Did the FBI fail to examine all available exculpatory evidence?
I think, well, do you say to examine it? Certainly, I think there were failures, significant failures, with respect to exculpatory information.
Did the FBI interview all key witnesses in Crossfire Hurricane?
Oh, is it? It was cooking off a jar. Oh, shit.
I think
Thanks.
Mr. Durham, found that they did not.
I do too.
Did the FBI abuse its authority under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act?
Well, certainly there were
Mr. Durham had a very flawed investigation, if you don't realize. He lost everything.
As noted in the report,
can't be asked to dig up and
investigators
replant every
had
year.
hoped the returns in the Carter Page FISA application would, quote, self-corroborate.
Dahlias are pretty.
Do FBI or DOJ guidelines permit investigators to submit uncorroborated allegations in a FISA application in the hopes that the returns will self-corroborate?
Yeah, the colors are amazing.
I've never heard of that concept.
Okay. Is Crossfire Hurricane the only time the FBI has violated the procedures for the FISA process?
What? Don't answer that.
Well, there are a lot of different procedures, but that's certainly not the only compliance incidents that we've had with respect to FISA.
Director, as I expressed to you upstairs, the American people are outraged, and just
it's probably me.
Town hall.
Yeah, it's the way I said it.
Expressing outrage about the actions of those within your agency who have damaged the FBI's reputation and undermine the work, the good work
you guys don't have a good reputation.
Vast majority of hardworking men and women within your agency. But going down the list, you have the Biden family investigations, you have the anti-Catholic,
which is fine. Yeah, the Biden family investigations resulted in some minor.
Memo in the Richmond field office. Are they still employed by the FBI?
issues.
I don't
and
think
they
I
were
mentioned any
resolved.
specific
I'm
individuals.
confused.
I did say
Why
that
are you
this
so
was a
upset?
product by a single field office that we took action on immediately. We have an inspection that's underway right now that's looking at how this happened and how we make sure it doesn't happen again.
There
It's
you
still
go. That's what
possible
happens.
that individuals will be fired as a result of.
They don't know.
review.
It's not done
Well,
yet.
I don't want to predetermine or forecast where the review will
This
go.
is
We're
just
going to look at
useless
everything
questioning. I'm
from
sorry.
exactly how it happened and what went wrong, and then
But
if
it's
there are
possible.
appropriate steps to be taken, we will take whatever the appropriate steps are.
Okay, you have the violence against pro-life clinics. You have the investigation of parents speaking at school board meetings. You have the collusion with big tech. The FISA abuses of Section
Collusion.
702 is where I want to focus right now.
Under the Trump
As you know,
administration,
Section
so,
702 authorizes
resulted in
warrantless
shit
surveillance.
must
It's supposed to be
pay
targeted
fines for
toward
less.
foreigners abroad, but the
And
surveillance
they're
sweeps in a
probably
large
not
amount of
done. Yeah.
Americans' communications, and the FBI routinely runs searches of Section 702 data looking for phone calls, emails, text messages of Americans, so-called
You
backdoor
read well,
searches.
Mr. Clark.
Depending on
or
the
whatever
year,
your name is.
FBI has conducted anywhere from 3.4 million in 2021 to 200,000 in 2022. Given this fact, do you honestly think it's fair to continue describing Section 702 as an authority?
Yeah, it's
targeted
necessary
only
to
at foreigners
investigate
abroad?
your political rivals'
I do.
kids, just in case.
It looks like a framework that enables the FBI to spy on countless Americans.
The
you
Netherlands
agree
is
with that
so
assessment?
beautiful. I mean, I haven't been, but well,
I can't speak to
have
what it
I?
looks like to certain people. I can tell you that it is
Been
an
to
authority
Amsterdam. Is that
focused
in the
on
Netherlands?
foreigners overseas in the context of national security investigations. I would
No
add to
deadheading
that
required.
that the FBI's
Oh,
piece of that, the
profusion
FBI
zinnies.
only accesses, so
Interesting.
everything we're talking about FBI related only goes to about 3% of the entire 702 collection. And then within that 3%, this is important now.
Okay, I have 30
It's important that
seconds,
people understand this. The FBI ends up only accessing content in like 1.5% of that. So
I
a
understand.
little context is appropriate.
Well, if you're conducting hundreds of thousands or even just hundreds of warrantless searches of Section 702 data for Americans' communications, it's clearly a domestic surveillance tool. And I would argue that I believe
deadhead your
it
zinnias?
does pose a real problem within the FBI's conduct toward Americans. And I speak for
Oh,
many when I
nice.
say I think it poses a real
Oh,
problem.
good.
for
Okay,
the
I've been to
authorization of
Amsterdam.
FISA authority for your organization. So
It is
with that, I
beautiful
yield back.
country. I love Amsterdam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here. I am troubled by many of the statements and questions we've heard today that embrace
Nice, Matt.
conspiracy theories and disinformation. And with these comments, it appears that some of my colleagues are trying to sow division and score political points rather than conduct legitimate oversight of the actual actions and policies of the FBI. I, like many Americans, would rather Congress focus on doing the people's business and ensuring that the FBI is able to do its job and do it well within the bounds of our Constitution and laws. Now, one of the most serious issues facing American communities now is drug abuse, particularly opioids and fentanyl. And in your opening remarks, you mentioned the arrest of 31 U.S. citizens in Northeast Ohio just a couple weeks ago, most hailing from Marion, for drug trafficking.
Oh, nice piece.
Can you just take a minute, because I have some other questions, to describe what the FBI is doing to end the scourge of fentanyl and what additional tools you might need from Congress?
So the FBI is attacking the scourge of fentanyl coming from the southwest border in particular in a variety of ways. One, we are using our organized crime task forces to target the supply, the cartels in particular. Two, we're using our Safe Streets task forces to go after the gangs that are principally responsible, violent gangs, for distributing a lot of this all over our streets. Third, we're targeting provider abuse,
TMS, that
pill
must
mills
be
and things like that
gorgeous.
through
I don't
our
know if you
healthcare fraud
can
authorities.
send a picture at some
Fourth,
point, but that would
we have
be
something called
amazing.
J-Code, which focuses on the
Rotterdam
trafficking
and The
of
Hague.
fentanyl on the dark web.
Here we
which is a real
go. Here comes the
problem. We've had a
fentanyl.
number of very
Where's
significant
Ivan?
takedowns there.
I hope Ivan's watching.
We're also doing things like
Is there mentioning
engaging
the
in
fentanyl,
outreach,
Ivan?
raising awareness. We put out a video called Chasing the Dragon with DEA that has been showed at a lot of schools around the country. We're trying to work with the health community. So there's a lot of things that we're doing, but this is it's an epidemic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's an overstatement, and it's something that requires all hands on deck.
Okay, and if there are things you think Congress can help you with, please submit that to us
Ivan was here
afterwards.
earlier, so he may
Another
be
major threat
listening.
to our nation is domestic terrorism,
Perfusion
and that's
may
something you've
still
spoken about
be under
repeatedly.
patent, so technically illegal
Like
to
many
save
Americans, I
seats, but
find it
easy.
unpatriotic
Wow,
and
cool.
dangerous when members of Congress
I like it.
embrace
It's like
dangerous conspiracy
clandestine
theories that
gardening,
undermine our federal law enforcement
guerrilla
and ultimately
gardening.
our democracy. And I find it disingenuous for members of Congress to harangue the head of the FBI about people losing faith in the FBI when those same members have been trumpeting lies and conspiracy theories about the agency for months. Words matter, they have consequences. And when leaders lie or embrace disinformation, that's dangerous. In recent years, we've seen increasing threats and violence levied against public servants at all levels, including journalists, elected officials, election workers, doctors, nurses, school officials, teachers, librarians, and more. And what these public servants have in common is they became targets for threats and violence when they had the guts to stand up to lies and conspiracy theories promulgated by the former president and his allies. We've seen MAGA extremists, Fox News pundits, Russian internet trolls, and elected officials parrot conspiracy theories and use heated language to convince the American
like a
public
lupine? Is that like
facts that dedicated public
one of
servants
those
are
plants?
dangerous and
The Hague is cool. Oh, I would like to go to the Hague.
Most Americans understand
Oh,
that
Delft?
this is
How
not
fun.
legitimate political
That'd be amazing.
discourse, and that this kind of
Yeah,
overheated
I imagine
infected
everybody's eating
rhetoric can in
everything.
fact encourage political violence. It's not normal, and it should not be part of American public life. So, Director Wray, you've repeatedly testified about the serious threat that domestic violence extremists present to Americans. And these are people who commit violent and criminal acts in furtherance of social or political goals, whether racial and ethnic motivation or anti-government motivation. Can you talk about the role that mistrust in government and disinformation and conspiracy theories play in the radicalization and recruitment of extremists?
Well, certainly there's a whole host of misconceptions that are out there about any number of institutions, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's the Supreme Court, or whether it's any number of other institutions, that in the environment that we're in, where there are people who increasingly channel their rage into violence, that causes a problem. You know, there is a right way under the First Amendment to express what you're angry about and who you're angry with, and we take that very seriously and view as part of our mission, not just to protect the American people, but to uphold the Constitution. But when those views are then turned into violence and threats of violence, then we got a problem, and then I think the FBI has to act.
Thank you. I see my time has expired, but I would seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Northern District of Ohio entitled 31 Individuals Involved in a Drug Trafficking Organization in Marion County and Lorain County Indicted.
Without objection. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you. Mr. Director, when we abandoned Afghanistan, we released about 5,000 terrorists from the Parowan detention facility. One of those terrorists showed up at Abbey Gate 10 days later and killed 13 U.S. Marines. Where are the other 5,000?
Oh, brother.
I don't know that I can tell you where all 5,000
Well,
of
let
them
me
are.
put it more simply. Have you encountered any here in the United States?
We have
We'll release
quite
a
a few ongoing
press release on that when we do.
into,
You have rabbits. How do they keep the rabbits out of their
foreign
place?
terrorist-related
Do you
subjects.
have any?
Whether they're
How
Al-Qaeda
would you do
related
that?
or
How do you do that?
ISIS-related, that we're conducting as you and I are having this
How do you
conversation.
keep rabbits?
And certainly,
So have you encountered any from Parowan here in the United States?
specifically, I'm not sure I can say that. Let me follow up and make sure if there's anything more I can provide you on that.
Well, meanwhile, we've had about 1.5 million known gotaways cross the border as this crisis has unfolded.
They don't. Oh,
Any estimate of how many among of those 5,000 among the 1.5
Can we please get a
million
law for
known
domestic
gotaways
terrorism? Yeah,
may
ask
be,
Pompeo.
terrorists?
Fencing keeps them.
I know that we have
here
seen
on
an
the part of
uptick,
fencing.
which is obviously
well,
concerning to me, and I can tell from your question, concerning to you, in KSTs, as we
Did you
call them, known as
plant
suspected
sunflowers?
terrorists,
Did you say you
across,
planted
the
sunflowers this
southwest
year?
border.
I don't know who said that.
And our folks are working very hard to try to do our part to try to keep tabs on those individuals.
Speaking of upticks, have we seen an uptick in criminal cartel or cartel-related gang activity in the United States over the last several years?
Yes, the cartels working in kind of an unholy alliance with dangerous violent gangs here in the U.S. are responsible not just for the abominable distribution of fentanyl all over the country, but
oh my God,
but
Ivan,
also an awful lot of the violence that comes along
the
with it.
deadheading seems like it would be a pain. Outside fence by road, the deer didn't.
That's a
Oh,
huge
interesting.
driver of
That's
it,
it. Oh, because too close to the road, maybe. Interesting.
It's reported we've lost contact with the guardians of more than 85,000 unaccompanied minors who've been brought here by the cartels through the southern border.
Really?
These children are still.
Did we do that under the Trump administration?
That I'm not sure. We have the answer to that. That may be a question.
Yeah, it's more for the Border Patrol, but okay.
What's the Woods procedure?
Border Control and Immigration.
The Woods procedure is a procedure has nothing to do with 702. It has to do with traditional FISA, Title I FISA, as we call it, and involves having files that have all the underlying documents to support each of the factual assertions.
Is that important to the integrity of FISA applications?
Yes, sir.
In February 2020, you assured the committee that you took these FISA abuses seriously, that you were working to address them. A year and a half later, the Office of the Inspector General reported that you weren't. They reported
seedlings. Deer will eat them anytime once they're growing.
FBI field
I love that we're talking about flowers. Yeah, this is the best gardening chat on the internet. I tell you, we have master gardeners in this chat. I am not, but
I
they
appreciate
are.
the opportunity to address this one.
So we're very lucky.
OIG finding actually applies to, number one, that applies to compliance problems that occurred before all the fixes that I was testifying to you all about.
The gardens are being destroyed.
Even though the report came out later, it was covering a time period that predated all of the fixes and reforms we put in place.
Your general counsel assured Mr. Durham that the abuses would not have happened because of the new procedures for supervisorial review. Yet some of the worst abuses in Crossfire Hurricane were committed by
yeah, exactly. So I don't feel like has all the Zen experiences.
There's a couple different sets of reforms here. So the first
is a lot of conflict
on
in
the
his
reforms that we put in place in response to the Inspector General's Crossfire
It's a battle
Hurricane.
between nature and man.
This is the problem. The problem seems to be that
between fauna and flora, if you will.
Being what they are, will tend to abuse them. Could you describe the term parallel
construction? It's a war. It's a flora-fauna war.
Parallel construction?
The great flora-fauna war of 2023.
Doesn't that refer to the FBI using forbidden information from a 702 search to alert local law enforcement to search for and then produce the same material without revealing that it came from an improper search?
I'm just not sure about the use of the term.
Well, has the FBI ever employed that particular tactic in prosecuting American citizens?
Fauna v. fauna over flora.
Not to my knowledge, but again, I can look into that and get back to you.
What percentage of FISA?
We all need to plant milk seed for the butterflies to lay the eggs on. Oh, milkweed.
I don't know that we have that number. There's usually a back and forth with the court. It's not unusual for the court to.
It's a fraction of percentage, isn't it?
I know, we need more butterflies, don't we?
Fraction of a percentage?
Aren't the monarchs?
Yeah, I don't know if that's right, but it's definitely a small number. And I think that's partly because our folks learn over time what the court expects.
An awful lot like a rubber stamp. I see my time's expired.
And I dropped a bomb and five.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Georgia.
Boy, they all took like lessons. Drop the bomb and five.
Good afternoon, Director Wray. Thank you for coming before the Judiciary Committee this afternoon, and I have read your testimony. I want to redirect this questioning for a moment, and I want to focus on the important work that the
Good, because the last guy was super boring.
is tasked with when it continues to do its work with gun violence prevention and keeping our communities safe. As of today, there have been over 300 mass shootings. That's more than the number of days that we have been this year. And statistics will continue to show us over and over again that during the summer, these numbers continue to rise.
You just DM'd me? Okay.
Extremist protection orders play an important role in law enforcement's response to preventing mass shootings from happening. And what are also known as red flag laws or orders, they empower law enforcement, along with family members and household members, to petition a court to actually have an individual that appears to be in crisis have those firearms just temporarily taken away or removed from them with a court order to be returned during expiration of that order. I have a few questions for you, so if you can answer as directly as you can, I appreciate it. Family members and members of law enforcement can often identify individuals who would pose a risk to themselves or to others within the community when they actually possess a gun. As the head of the United States Federal Law Enforcement Agency, do you believe that these red flag laws and these programs enhance public safety?
I don't want to speak on behalf of any specific legislative
That's a really good
proposal,
thread,
but
Ted.
I will say that I know
A lot of
from
good
experience that a
information in
number
there.
of states have had good experiences with those laws.
Thank you. And in the past several years, several states have actually enacted those extremist protection orders. In total, we actually have 21 states, and the District of Columbia have enacted their own forms of red flag laws. If a person who is subject to such an order tries to buy a gun from a federally licensed firearm dealer, would the FBI approve or deny the sale?
Well, I believe if the order is required by state law, making it a state prohibitor, and therefore is loaded into
Yes,
the
and that is why the
NICS
monarchs lay
system,
their eggs on milkweed, because that's
then
what
when
the
the background check is run, when the
There's a large
FFL, the
patch of
firearms,
bronze
federal
fennel, which
firearms
always brought a
licensee
lot of
contacts
swallowtail butterflies, but
NICS
critters have eaten it
to
also
proceed with the
stems. I know
sale,
Max is having a
that would
stem
pick up
summer, and it's not.
the so-called the
Yeah,
order
right.
that you're talking about, and if that's a prohibitor,
Yes,
then
I
that would
saw
block the
that.
transaction, is my understanding.
So in the
But actually,
absence of an
he also
application
is who's
or
searching for
applicable state
transgender
law,
porn.
is there a way for the FBI agent to seek an order under federal law?
I'm not aware of any federal law to that effect.
Exactly. If an FBI agent has information that someone has been violent many times in the past, but is not able to seek a criminal conviction, is there a way for the FBI to deny the sale of a gun to that person?
We only deny sales for people who are prohibited by law from possessing firearms.
My bill, the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, which was passed by the House last Congress, would provide Americans in all states access to these truly life-saving measures. I have reintroduced this bill again this term. Last summer, Congress also passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Among other critical gun violence provisions in that, the legislation begins to address the problem of gun trafficking. What steps has the FBI taken to implement or utilize this new law that actually helps to stop gun trafficking?
Well, we're of course working closely with the Justice Department to implement all the provisions of the law that relate to NICS in particular. The place has had the biggest impact on us is certainly on the additional checks that now would be run for the 18 to 20-year-olds. And we started implementing that last October. It was fully implemented starting in January. And it's a big change for us and
I know
for
it was all
the state
projection,
agencies
yeah.
that are on the
It's
receiving
totally
end
all projection.
of the request for information, as well as for the FFLs, both the big stores and the mom and pops.
Their
It's
search
a
history,
big
all the
change in the system.
accusations
I
of
think we've
projection.
done
I
about
know the
100,000 or so
monarch population is
checks
down 94 to
of
98%.
18 to 20, in other words, U21.
Peace, I did not know that about
group
those
we're
plants.
talking about since the implementation of the act. Those are not all denials, to be clear. Most, in fact, the vast majority of them were sales that appropriately proceeded. But there were some that were, of course, denials based on the.
And I just retweeted or quote tweeted
The gentleman from Texas.
a thread about how
Thank you,
Reagan
Chairman.
ruined
Thank you,
America.
Director
It's
Wray,
laid
for the
out
hearing.
really well, and
Brian
I'd love
Ogden
to
was
do
one
one
of
of
the FBI
those
intelligence
types of
analysts who
layouts for how we
interviewed
got
Igor
here.
Danchenko, the principal
For
source of
anyone
the
that
Steele
doesn't
dossier
know, the
in
people who
January
won't mind their own
2017,
business
correct?
about people's sexuality, the nosy haters. Yeah, there's a
I
good
believe
research
that's in the
article
Durham
on
report,
the research on
And
who,
Danchenko explained that
what
the dossier
states
allegations
search
were
the
BS,
most
yet the
for
FBI did not
transgender
reveal
porn.
that to
Oh,
the FISA
speaking of
court.
which, it's
Instead,
Texas is number
the FBI
one.
continued to use those allegations in two more sworn
Texas is the number one
FISA
state searching
applications
for
about President
transgender porn
Trump
on the
and Putin,
internet.
correct?
Through a study.
Well, again, I want to let Mr.
Sorry,
Durham's
I talk
report
over
speak for
Mr. Roy.
itself.
Okay, but as director of the FBI, those are the facts of the FBI under your watch. The FBI
Well,
conducted.
no, sir. I'm sorry. It's
Poor
important.
Monarch.
Not under
I
my
love
watch.
Monarch.
Those are the facts.
I'm
that
getting
happened before I
to the
became
part.
director.
I'm getting to the part under your watch.
Okay.
the FBI conducted an internal investigation of Auten and sought to suspend him, but Auten appealed, correct?
I can't discuss the
Yeah, it's already going on.
pending personnel matter.
Yeah.
Okay, well, according to recent reports, those are the facts. Nevertheless, in 2020, after Senators Grassley and Johnson highlighted evidence of potential financial crimes and corruption against the Biden family,
which turned out to be
the FBI
false.
assigned Auten to compile
Which
an
turned out to
assessment
be
which
false.
was used to
Which
characterize
turned
the
out to
Biden
be
revelations as
Russian
Russian disinformation.
and Chinese
The evidence Grassley
disinformation.
and
So
Johnson
it's
had collected
false.
were mostly
We just
financial records
indicted
and could
your
easily have been
guy,
corroborated
Chippy Chip.
as authentic. And by then,
Chocolate
the
chip.
FBI had the Hunter laptop
Chocolate chip cookie.
in its possession for over a year. So it knew the lucrative payments of the Bidens from corrupt and anti-American regimes were authentic. How on earth did the FBI empower an agent under investigation for potentially corrupt performance and abuse of FISA in one politically flawed investigation, a Democrat operative-driven case against President Trump,
No, it isn't.
to play a key role and to undermine a second
If
politically
it had
flawed
worked,
investigation
he wouldn't be here.
in case
So I guess
against
it didn't happen.
the Bidens?
Did it?
How's that possible? How can you allow that to occur in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as my
He
colleagues on the
wasn't
side
the
of the aisle
FBI
say the
director
elite
then.
law enforcement agency of the United States? How does that occur?
He wasn't the
I
FBI
can't,
director then.
at the moment, discuss a pending
the
personnel
personnel
matter.
matter,
I can tell you that every employee who in any way touched the Crossfire Hurricane matter has been referred to our Office of Professional Responsibility, our
Are
disciplinary
you
arm.
concerned about this activity by the FBI and what was communicated to the FISA court? Does that concern you as the director of the FBI?
I consider the conduct that was described in the Durham report as totally unacceptable and unrepresentative of what I see
really,
from the
really
FBI
mad
every
at those
day
guys.
and must never be allowed to happen again.
And have there been consequences?
Uninvited
as a result?
to happy
Is
hour.
Mr. Auten, has he had
Kept him out of happy
Well,
hour.
again,
Are you happy
I can't
now?
speak to pending personnel matters. As you would perhaps remember from your own time in law enforcement, because we were working closely with
doesn't.
Mr.
He
Durham
doesn't
and
care.
I assigned agents to help him, at his request, we slowed down the administrative process to allow his investigation to complete itself. Now that it is complete, our personnel processes are very much ongoing.
Well, I think it is more than troubling that under your watch, we see that this continued to occur, and you have Auten continued to be empowered after there was an investigation and after there was an effort by the FBI to look into why he would go to the FISA court and give wrong information. I mean, the issue here has been wrapped up in a cloud of politics, but the fact is the American people deserve to know how the FISA court is being abused and how it's being abused against the former president and against them. In light of the reports that we saw Mr. Johnson from Louisiana put forward, that was in a court.
I don't understand
A court
what his
report.
beef is.
I want to move on to another topic.
Okay, good.
On
because
September
you flew that
23rd,
one.
2022,
Try
20
again.
heavily armed agents stormed the home of Mark Houck.
Oh
You're
God,
familiar
here we
with
go.
this?
The pro-life, blah blah.
I'm familiar
blah,
with the Houck
blah,
case
blah.
a little bit, yes.
And
They're just kids.
this was after Mr. Houck's lawyer reached out and said he would appear voluntarily because the incident in question occurred almost in a year earlier in October of 2021, so a year earlier. And the question here I have, local authorities investigated the incident but concluded there was no case. After the jury met for roughly an hour, Houck was acquitted. How on earth did Mark Houck end up having the FBI send several armed agents along with local authorities to arrest him at gunpoint?
They clearly
And do
had
you
a
approve
reason.
it? Did you approve of that?
Well, let me start where you ended. Decisions about the manner of an arrest are not something that the FBI director approves. I defer to and rely on the judgment of the experienced career agents on the ground who have both the most intimate understanding of the facts and of the training experience to decide how best to effectuate an arrest.
Do you know
safely.
who did order it?
And my understanding is that that arrest was conducted
Is that David
in our
Clements
Philadelphia
taking
division.
a photo in the back?
By
That is
career
David
agents
Clements,
with
isn't
a
it? What the fuck is he doing in
40
Washington,
years of
D.C.?
Do
FBI
you approve
experience.
of the raid now in retrospect? Do you think it was appropriate? Do you think it was appropriate for a father to have armed
I don't think it's
FBI
appropriate
agents
for a
along with local
father
agents
to
go to his
threaten an
home,
abortion
arrest him
clinic.
at gunpoint
Okay, how about that?
for
I
an
don't think
alleged
it's
violation of the FACE
appropriate
Act
for him to
a year
threaten
after the alleged
an
incident,
abortion
after the father
clinic.
had said through his lawyer that he would appear voluntarily. Do you believe that FBI agents should go to the home of a father in Philadelphia suburbs
I'm not going to second guess the judgment of the career agents on the ground
Just
who
tell
made
him
the
to fuck off.
determination.
Come on, Chris.
But your
your
job
description.
is to second guess and look at what they're doing. Your job is to review what they do. Your job is to protect the American people from a tyrannical FBI storming the home of an American family.
I could not disagree more with your description of the FBI as tyrannical. And
you don't believe it's tyrannical that FBI agents were a part of storming a father's home in suburban Philadelphia?
Yeah, you're done.
Time of the gentleman's expired.
Shut up, Roy.
Witness may respond, and then we'll move to our next witness.
No, I'm not going to respond.
Member.
They did not storm his house. They came to his door. They knocked on his door and identified themselves. They asked him to exit. He did without incident. Whenever our agents, well, not at gunpoint, whenever our agents conduct an arrest, they are armed. Our agents are armed virtually all the time, as you may remember from your own experience as a prosecutor.
The gentleman yields back.
And I'm going to drop this mic right now.
Request.
I ask unanimous consent that this document be placed in the record.
That's pretty. That's not too specific.
I ask unanimous consent to enter the full January 15th, 2021 email thread between Bank of America and the FBI that is about threats to Inauguration Day instead of the edited version that was shown on the screen.
I'm happy to have that into the record. Without objection, we champion that. We're going to bring that up again here if we get a chance. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, good to see you. I thank you for being here today. And I just want to remind those who are watching at home or here in the room that we are here as an oversight function. We are not here as a political tool to hammer you or your 38,000 public servants, law enforcement men and women, and to try to use you politically. But it surely doesn't feel that way all the time during this. So I thank you for your service. I thank the men and women for their service. I have a first cousin, technically I guess a first cousin-in-law, who for a very long time in the Philadelphia suburbs served as an FBI agent with integrity and honor. So I think of him, I think of Jack today as I'm doing this. I read your testimony often, over and over. You state the mission of FBI to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Twofold. Protect the American people, uphold the Constitution. Do it by the rule of law. That's what we should be asking about. Are we doing that to the best of our ability? I want to use and examine the case of the Mar-a-Lago documents because it's been used by the former president as a pitying moment, as though he has somehow been victimized, but none of that is normal. These are serious times, and your people have serious missions about the safety of the American people and doing it lawfully. Director Wray, a ballroom, a bathroom, a bedroom, are those appropriate places to store classified, confidential information?
Well, again, I don't want to be commenting on the pending case, but I will say that there are specific rules about where to store classified information, and
it doesn't
need to be
include
stored in
an
a
ornate
SCIF,
bathroom.
a secure compartmentalized information
And it doesn't
facility.
mean sitting on the crapper.
In my experience, ballrooms, bathrooms, and
golden
bedrooms are not SCIFs.
Mine too. And yet that is where the former president chose
Yeah,
to put
peace, love,
vital
it's all an
information
act.
about our national
It's
security.
whatever.
He exacerbated the risk, as
It'll never
alleged in the
stop.
damning 37-count indictment, by evading law enforcement and allegedly even showing some of these classified documents to others who were not either in a SCIF or up to having these informations sent to him. It was January 20th, having lost the election, 2021, when at noon, Mr. Trump had to leave the White House. And of course, it's shown in the affidavit and in the indictment that he left with quite a few boxes. May of 2021,
I remember
the National
calling that out.
Archives
All of
emailed
us did.
requesting the
I'm
missing
like, what are they
documents from
taking?
Mr. Trump. His lawyer said that he would provide them and then never did. January 18 of 2022, so we're talking a full year later, Mr. Trump finally turned over 15 boxes. 14 of them contained documents with classified markings, 30 documents top secret. June 2022, this is now a year and a half later, DOJ and FBI recover an additional 38 classified documents from Mar-a-Lago, your FBI, our FBI. A lawyer for Mr. Trump signed a statement at that point. To the best of her knowledge,
boy,
she said
is
all
she upset
classified
about it.
materials had been returned.
She was
But
lied
surveillance
to.
footage, of course, showed that wasn't the case. And in August of 2022, a federal judge approved a warrant to search Mar-a-Lago. This was not a raid, as some on the other side would like to have a pity party for Mr. Trump. This was not a raid. They then retrieved another 102 documents with classified markings. 300 and some documents taken by the president, improperly stored, and then tried to evade and obstruct justice, as is alleged. Do you think that the FBI went over the top or was out of line in your participation in retrieving these documents?
Well, again, I don't want to discuss the specifics of a pending case, but from everything I've seen, our folks in this case have proceeded honorably and in strict compliance with our policies, our rules, and our best practices.
And it seems from what overview we can do, I'm taking a look here at the affidavit to get the search warrant to go on in. It was one of your special agents assigned from the Washington field office. Obviously, we don't know who, but pointed out and made the case for probable cause to go in and to collect these documents. So let's take a look at the flip side. What's the harm? What's the danger to either human assets, your employees, national security for Mr. Trump holding on to, moving around, showing top secret documents? Where's the harm? 18 months of this going on.
Well, again, respectfully, I'm not going to comment
I
or
don't
weigh in
know,
on a
Lee.
case
I
that's
don't
not
know.
pending in front of
I don't
federal
think we
judges.
know.
But speaking more generally,
really
the
don't.
rules governing the handling of classified information are there for a reason, and people need to be very mindful of those rules. And unfortunately, the FBI has, as a steady part of its docket, a number of investigations involving mishandling. And the reason those rules are there is because classified information, if it gets into the wrong hands, can put human sources in jeopardy. It can put other kinds of intelligence collection at jeopardy. It can jeopardize our partnerships with foreign liaison services, which are really the lifeblood of the intelligence community in many ways. So it's serious business, and it needs to be taken seriously. But again, I'm not speaking about a particular case. I'm just speaking generally.
I very much appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, but I do want to just point out to the world, none of this is normal. It was not normal what took place here. And I yield back.
Yep.
Jill
Thank you.
yields back. Bedroom, bathroom, ballroom. How about a box in a
Mr.
garage?
Chairman,
A beach house in Delaware in the Biden Center. I don't think those are
Mr.
sketchy
Chairman,
either.
point of order.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about
love
China,
it.
but before I do,
Shuts him down.
I want to just comment. You know, in the last exchange with Mr. Roy, I heard you say certain practices were outrageous to you, and I appreciated that. And I think maybe we would have liked to have heard more of that this hearing about things acknowledging failures.
Well, maybe
I realize there are a lot of
that's not
positives
what a
to
guy
talk
is
about.
doing. Like he's supposed
But
to
we do, as a committee, want to work with you. When Chairman
stand
Jordan
up for his
asked
agency,
why
right?
so much is redacted in a document, could we perhaps sit down with you?
No,
if it's
you are
privately,
sitting down
and
with
tell
him.
us
That's what
why
this
that
is, you
needs to be the
stupid
case.
fucking moron.
If we ask for the names of these employees that were behind
Oh.
the Catholic issue in
They're
Virginia,
so- oh my
can we get
God.
a commitment that we'll eventually get those names?
Can you?
I didn't hear that in that exchange with Mr. Jordan.
Well, you certainly have my commitment that we will work collaboratively with the committee. We obviously have rules that govern what we can share, and we have to be mindful of those too. But in my experience, that's what the longstanding accommodation process between the executive branch, especially law enforcement agencies, and Congress is there for. And we absolutely will pursue that in good faith. I know we've been providing an enormous amount of information, and if there are places that we can do better on that, we want to try to do better on that. If, again, consistent with our rules. I'm very mindful of the fact that the whole reason I'm in this job is because my predecessor was fired, and in a fairly scathing Inspector General report, one of the things he was criticized for was sharing more information both with the public and, frankly, with Congress than was consistent with federal rules.
Thank you. Thank you for that pledge. Now to China. Most Americans don't realize, I don't think, that U.S. companies doing business in China are required to have joint venture agreements. That's been around since 2017 or 18, I believe. and it requires the Chinese Communist Party to have political cells within these enterprises, American enterprises in China. In the last few weeks, it has come to my attention that they've taken that up a notch and actually gone further.
Can I just say the Emmys are the dumbest
and said that not only must they be
awards on the
present and have
planet.
access, but they now control these American businesses. So they're in essence
Actually, they're all dumb.
nationalizing
I'm sorry.
American enterprises in China. And the CEOs I've talked to are afraid to say something. They say they've come to the FBI. The FBI, I think, is aware of this. I'm about to turn it over to you. My question is this happening, and what can be done about it? What do we need to do about it?
Well, I think you've put your finger on a very important issue, and frankly, one that does not get the attention that it really deserves. So I appreciate you bringing it up. I will say that, in my view, there is no country, none, that presents a broader, more comprehensive threat to our ideas, our innovation, our economic security than the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party. And in many ways, it represents, I think, the defining threat of our era. And when it comes specifically to the business community,
right? I don't
while there's
trust
no
them.
law against joint ventures, the problem that we have is that the Chinese government all too often has exploited those joint ventures to then use them as ways to get improper access to companies' secrets and information.
Do you find that they have stepped it up, though, to where they are, in essence, nationalizing U.S. companies quietly?
In a variety of ways. I hadn't really thought of using that term, but I think you're onto a very important point. I'll give you an example that I think a lot of people in America still don't know about and would be shocked to hear, which is that really any company of any size in China is required by Chinese law to have what they quaintly call a committee, which is essentially a cell inside the company whose sole function is to ensure that company's compliance with Chinese Communist Party orthodoxy. If we tried to install
EMS.
something
I
like
hate
that,
this. This is so fucking dangerous for our democracy. Turning people against government, made by people for the people. Yeah, I think there's a difference between this kind of
Well, thank you. I'd like to work with you more on that.
making,
and I'd, yield the balance of my time to you,
demonizing
Chairman.
agencies.
But
There's
that's
a
exactly
difference
what you
between-
did. And the judge said it last week.
Oh my God.
Every week you were
Jim,
meeting with
be
big tech
quiet.
companies saying, hey, look at this. This violates your policy. Take this speech of Americans down. You were doing the same darn thing you just described the Chinese about.
Sir. You
And we
have
put
a
up the email that Mr.
microphone.
Nadler entered in the unanimous consent request.
goodness,
we put this up from the FBI to Bank of America. Because I want to know something.
Here we go.
This is the
Bank
full
of
email.
America.
Go to the bullet point where it says, any historical purchase going back 6 months generally for weapons-related vendor purchase. You see that,
Yeah,
Director?
anyone wanting names? That's weird.
You see that bullet point? The one that says any in all caps, that bullet point? This is the email.
Yeah, point of fucking order. Don't go. Fuck, yes.
How did you know? How would you know if it's a firearm purchase? How is the FBI going to know
Who cares?
Put your mic on, please.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to start engaging on specific correspondence.
Yeah,
I don't have
you,
the whole string
Jim.
here. As I've said
Let's
before,
talk about Ohio
my
State.
understanding is that our engagement with Bank of America was lawful, but that we also took
What'd you
steps,
see?
as
When'd
we
you see
discussed
it?
in our earlier
What'd you
exchange.
It's lawful. Why'd you take steps not to use the material? You can't have it both ways.
I disagree with that, actually.
Really?
There are plenty of things that we lawfully can do that we
Yeah.
decide are better not to do. And that's my understanding is what happened here.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there.
Wow. Chair recognizes
Hi.
the gentlelady from Texas. For
That was a
5
dumb.
minutes.
Oh, you lost,
Thank
Jim.
you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
the little
Director Wray,
helium
thank
went
you
out of
for
your balloon.
testimony, and thank you for your public service.
Like a
Last
fart.
week in my district and my hometown of El Paso, Texas, a domestic violent extremist was sentenced to 90
this woman.
consecutive life terms for a horrific attack he carried out on my community on August 3rd, 2019. On that day, he confessed that he drove over 10 hours from his community in East Texas to mine in order to slaughter Mexicans and immigrants. And before he walked into that Walmart, he published his screed online, and he used some of the same ugly xenophobic rhetoric that I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle use. And then he walked into that Walmart with an automatic style weapon and began shooting indiscriminately. He killed 23 people, injured dozens more, and my community remains profoundly impacted by that attack. And the victims and the survivors and the loved ones still live with profound pain and trauma. What is the FBI doing, Director Wray, in response to racially motivated domestic terrorism?
Well, first, let me say I feel your pain. I actually visited the Walmart crime scene shortly after the attack and spent time with our folks on the ground who were processing the crime scene in blistering heat in the parking lot there. And obviously got briefed by the investigative team and met with our local partners. And obviously it was a horrific, tragic event. And the individual stories about some of the individual victims stick with me to this day. As to the broader phenomenon of racially motivated violent extremism, we have done a number of things. We elevated it to a national threat priority.
Jim's going to get his own movie by George Clooney, I think, later this year.
Which
then
means
it's
that
going to get
it
spicy.
is squarely in scope of all of our joint terrorism task forces and treated as a priority at the top level. That's our highest level of priority. We also have engaged, we created a domestic terrorism hate crimes fusion cell. And you might wonder, what's the point of that? Well, what we found was that sometimes the same acts of violence could either be called a hate crime or it could be called an act of domestic violent extremism. And in the way the FBI is structured, the first is treated by our criminal investigative division, the second is is focused on by our counterterrorism division. And by bringing the two subject matter experts together, we could make sure that we are not letting anything slip through the cracks, and more importantly, we can be proactive in thinking ahead. And that same fusion cell, for example, was then very important in us identifying and preventing a potentially devastating attack against a synagogue outside of Colorado. And it was really one of the first times in recent memory that a hate crimes prosecution was able to be preventative. All too often, unfortunately, those cases are brought after attacks. So we were very
I'm also curious about what steps you've taken and security in terms of reporting the domestic terrorism data.
A number of data about attacks there had been, in which cases there were, I think there were different agencies were what they were counting worth in order to kind of get set of complete.
Appreciate it. At a time. Thanks, sir.
Jill.
Good afternoon, Director Wray. Director, how many sworn
So.
And they are field offices and resident agencies in the U.S. and in some around the world. Is that right? You're a federal prosecutor and work with a number of the FBI from my home state. And one thing that I know that we've heard in your testimony today is that you all have very broad responsibilities. Is it correct to say that the FBI, among other things, investigates intelligence, rights, and domestic.
Yeah.
And it's important.
Uh-oh.
Week in this job since I started, and
Still doing
one
okay.
refrain I hear from them consistently is keep coming. We need it. You need us even more help. That's what I hear from them.
I'd like to focus on the subject of domestic terrorism today. And when we talk about domestic terrorism, the Bureau is working towards investigating and bringing to justice those who do profound harm to the homeland and the opportunity. And
I think it's actually me. I think it's
involved in hate crime, violence, and even some of our country's most notorious criminals, like Tim Kaczynski. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, there are many such individuals who have to our own land that America never hears about because you successfully intercept and prevent before those incidents occur.
In fact, one of the things that I think people would be surprised to know, because terrorism is not as it was when I was serving in the Bush administration in the 9/11 era, but I've been director did trade in Ohio. I have attacks against houses of worship. An attack, a plot to attack a hospital during the pier in San Francisco in sort of a peak tourism crowd. That. And domestic terrorism, some of them are, and that's important for people to know, some of these are jihadist-inspired terrorist attacks too, and that has not gone away, even though a lot of the public discussion is about domestic terrorism.
And so here's what you can reconcile today. Are a limited number of agents, a limited number of resources, and a vast responsibility to prevent a broad array of very serious offenses. And what I'd like to do with that in mind is turn your attention to the decision within the Bureau to use investigative resources to investigate and surveil parents who attended school board meetings for the purpose of sharing their concerns about the nature of their children's education and the efficacy
router, so maybe it'll get better. Give it a few minutes. I'm so sorry.
In 2021, the FBI created a threat tag specifically designed to identify parents attending school board meetings.
I think it's not what we base investigations on. It's not a tool. It's an administrative function in our system, and it doesn't change anything about how we investigate, use the whole resource allocation question.
It is correct, is it not, however? The agents did in fact surveil and investigate certain parents who were attending school board meetings.
No, that's actually not correct. We opened 25 assessments into at school, and to my knowledge, the FBI has not opened on any parent for exercising speech at school board meetings.
Would you be concerned that to do so would be an enrichment, perhaps a chilling on the amendment rights of parents to participate freely and openly? Do you believe that would be inappropriate?
I believe that our mission is to protect American people and uphold the Constitution. And I will say that 36 of our offices and have never been in the business of investigating speech. School board meeting is not about to start now. We're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and things will lose. There's violence, threats of violence. We're going to work with our state and local partners, as we always have on that. Investigate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wray, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your service to our country. circumstances. I'm grateful. I'm certainly grateful to the state that I represent, Colorado. We're grateful to the 30 FBI team, as you are included, that are working every day to keep the American people safe and to keep the people of my state and my community safe. So grateful for you being here. This committee obviously has a legitimate role in terms of conducting oversight. Generally, that oversight, the policy areas, the areas of law enforcement that, of course, you are responsible for. Unfortunately, much of the conversation today, is disappointing, I think, for those Americans who've been watching, has not been focused on those legitimate areas of inquiry, but instead conspiracy theories and the like. Obviously, as you've been given an opportunity to respond to some of the attacks that have been made against the law enforcement agency that you direct, and dangerous calls, or at least in my view, the dangerous calls have been made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in terms of defunding law enforcement, which is deeply dangerous, and you've articulated the many reasons why. I'd like to focus in areas that are important to my constituents in Colorado, and I believe relevant to the work that you do, the fentanyl epidemic and gun violence prevention. With respect to the latter, you may recall you testified before the committee previously, had an opportunity to ask you about an incident that occurred back in 2020 in my state, in Colorado. In 2021, the GAO issued a report in response to this particular incident. Just by way of background, a gun dealer in Colorado transferred a firearm to an 18-year-old resident of Florida without first verifying the purchaser's age eligibility in her state of residence. The gun buyer then threatened to commit a school should the mass tragedy.
Maybe that will actually make more sense.
Caused a lockdown
Every other word.
multiple schools in my district in Colorado. The report recommended, the GAO report, that the FBI strengthen its system for the sale of firearms to out-of-state purchasers. Specifically, it recommended the FBI update the system to verify the age of out-of-state firearm purchaser in both the purchaser's state of residence and the state of sale to ensure basic age eligibility legislation that I believe the Department of Justice is aware of to make that requirement statutory. Wonder if you could, I'm sure you're aware of the report, whether the FBI has implemented the recommendation that the GAO, the FBI's plans to do so.
Well, that is something, as you said, that I think the department is studying, and I can't get on specific. When it comes to the specific issue of 18 to 20 and gun purchases, that is, of course, the subject of the bipartisan Safe for Communities Act that was passed, and there are a number of significant checks that now occur. We started implementing that last October, fully implemented starting in January, and that provides for enhanced checks for that critical population, the 18 to 20-year-old range, juvenile criminal parental health records for that population, and contact, in some ways, most importantly, contact with local law enforcement in that community. And I've actually been out to NICS, met with and sat with the operators who process those checks. So I've seen kind of firsthand how it works and the important work it represents. And I think if you were to talk, I'm talking to chiefs and sheriffs all over this country every week, and you will hear, most of them, if you talk to them for very long, you will hear about their concern and our concern about juveniles and violence. Almost guarantee you within the first 10 minutes of any conversation, it's a real problem in this country.
Well, I thank you for your
not any better.
Program.
Let me know if it's as bad or worse.
Following up with your team on this particular administrative issue of trying to just make sure that the database is working efficiently. Limited time left, but I just want to give you an opportunity. I know we've talked a bit about the fentanyl epidemic devastating communities across the country. Certainly in Colorado, it's one of the reasons why we created a fentanyl prevention caucus here in the Congress. It's bipartisan. Representative Issa is one of our co-chairs. Wonder if you just might be able to, for those Americans who are watching, kind of provide us with your sense of some of the trends, the most dangerous, disturbing trends that you think American people and policymakers should be aware of.
Well, there are a whole bunch of trends, but in the limited time, but because of the importance of this topic, I'll add a couple. One is, we were just discussing this recently internally, we are finding last year that
every gang takedown, we're doing them all over the country all the time. Almost every single one now seems to involve as well seizure of fentanyl. And we've been doing gang takedowns since Congressman Lee was prosecutor as well. But it is over again. It seems consistently we're finding fentanyl in these phenomenon, which are DEA administrators, is that we're seeing more and more placing into all sorts of different kinds of prescription drugs that lots of take all the time. And if you think about the phenomenon of the youth of this country, which is itself a problem of getting from their friends or their friends' parents or whatever it happens to be, they may not know that there's potentially a fentanyl in some prescription drug that they're taking. So it just underscores the importance of only getting your prescriptions from an appropriate medical provider.
Expired gentleman from Southern border secure.
Brother.
I think the southern border represents a massive security threat.
So what we've heard from you today is that fentanyl has become really big, and you're having more. Is that correct?
Delicious.
Towards fentanyl, yes, yes, we are.
And related gangs, you just retailed some of the story. So, in the last couple of years, as the border has become unsecure, is the southern border secure?
Well, again, we're not. I'm not defer to
security on the southern border.
Responsible for the physical security. I will just tell you from the FBI's
to this, Kyle Cheney on here and looking at the judge told him that the country, as a country, we failed him because of his service.
Come from across the border,
getting worse. Correct.
You're
putting more assets towards it.
We certainly do. We have, as I said,
more of a priority.
It is more of a priority for us.
In the heard from Mr. Durham that the FBI failed to uphold predate you. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Collusion of a whole. So, in light of the collusion of a whole.
How about in light of the fuck?
What I would say is this,
fucking
as the report itself, Russia, I'll try. The conduct it describes is conduct that makes
it doesn't matter.
to election, including the last administration, under procedures
machine,
are an interagency process coordinated by the Office of Director of National Intelligence. And the way that works is the interagency concludes that a defensive briefing is appropriate, and the FBI is given information from whatever intelligence community agency supplies it, and then we provide it. Defensive briefings, it's important to understand.
Senator Johnson, that is quote, with you, Hunter Biden, well, he asked, he said, I knew it was a second interfering in elections.
Oh, I see.
Will be one
a good statement.
and he
The 2022 election.
that there was someone within the FBI and the intelligence arena.
Whatever your name is. What's his name? Is it Tiffany?
Did Joe Biden take payments from Burisma or any other
my
vice president? Citizen Biden.
As you may know, there's an ongoing investigation being led by the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, twice, by President Trump, that our Baltimore office is working with. I would refer you to him as to what.
So the president is he is under investigation.
I'm not to confirm or speak to who is or isn't under investigation for what. I'm simply going to tell you under investigation. I didn't say that by ending in practice. I'm not going to be confirming, denying who is or isn't under investigation for.
Russia collusion started it, Mr. Chairman, and censorship has continued.
Skeletons in his closet.
What the FBI is doing,
I know it.
and at a minimum, I will be allowing sunset if we're not going to see in the agency.
Yep, you sure have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray. 2018, temple bag or a synagogue in threats failed to their. These threats led to the cancellation of programming and continued disturbing confronted new threats from domestic this past a man at A&T University HB multiple and hundreds of as well as explosive brass knuckle knives and other weapons. Thankfully, rest didn't cause any harm, but the threat to campus to HBCUs around the country. In North Carolina, we've also seen increased threats to reproductive North Carolina recently a 12-week ban that is restricted state and people crowds to be able to access their highlighted vandalism of crisis pregnancy centers since the overturn.
Is it still really jumping?
They failed to acknowledge or increase in violence. Does the FBI currently provide anti-terrorism training?
They could falsely call out based on the people interfering on their behalf. They'd be spouting the air and stuff too. And mic dropping. Yeah.
Groups training include a domestic terror compound so that they help you and.
Well, we do a whole bunch of things to engage with the community. Institutes are targeted with violence that include to mention. So we work very closely with the Jewish community, which has the unfortunate distinction of being way target. A lot of time engaging with them around the country and nationally. We spent a lot of time engaging on issues. We spent a lot of time with that. Last year, coming in, I was just recently with the leaders from around the country for the last week. Try to provide casualty events and things like that. We also provide information about things to be on the when you mentioned on would also point that there has been a pretty significant when the
fuck you. Fuck you. Chris Wray. You, Chris Wray.
Life facilities recently had a significant charge and was
show me the number.
Spectrum.
Okay. And how would it differ if it's domestic terrorism as opposed to just an order?
Well, our investigation, first and foremost, is terrorism status of domestic. We domestic purpose of opening as being three for threat of violence in furtherance of an ideology. In other words, that's what's driving violence and violation. If we have those three things, what's going on with the domestic terrorism investigation.
Thank you.
Lady Fields back on our side, then we'll take a break. And the remainder.
Yes, FBI and other federal agencies met weekly with executives from major social media companies, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, Microsoft, and Yahoo, and Verizon. Were you involved in any of those meetings, yes or no?
Involved in the meetings that you're talking about, but in participate, I guess, in meetings like that.
Okay. Are the current...
Well, right now, there is a preliminary injunction that's been entered.
Prior to the preliminary injunction, were the meetings taking place?
I don't know if we for the injunction, but certainly we are open about this.
Does the FBI tend to continue to have leading up to the 2024 election to police election-related speech?
We're not be election. I do not agree with that description.
Okay, well, here's what he has learned. Discredit information about Biden before and after published. That there's contact with the FBI was constant and pervasive, and as if it were a high number of requests by for Twitter on action on election misinformation involving joke tweets from lower accounts. Are you aware of reported?
He has found in words. But I will add you with fine.
Now, both know that the federal government is forbidden from doing indirectly what it cannot do directly.
Well, Harriet,
in other words, neither you nor the FBI have any legal authority to circumvent by using a surrogate to do your dirty work. Yet that's exactly what the Bureau under your watch needs to buy. Were you orders to cities to violate American
with the description of our engagement with
social media companies. So who made the decision to use social media companies as a proxy to for American citizens?
I don't believe. I'm not.
Do you really expect the American audience related to using social media companies to suppress the First Amendment rights of Americans?
No. I can't help what people will believe or not. I can only speak to what the facts are.
Was anyone required or other right for pursuing mass censorship? In other words, has anybody district court at 11 p.m.?
Well, the district court came.
They've been reprimanded or held accountable for
everyone who could be
has anyone been reprimanded?
not made any such determination at this stage.
Mr. Wray, I have some letters from that were sent to you on April 20th requesting a meeting to test the weapons of mass destruction directed investigating the origins of COVID-19. Your office has never responded to these letters. Do you intend to respond to Senators Lindsey Graham and Rand Paul to find out more information about the origin of COVID-19?
No.
We our response we get from the Hill. We get a lot.
I assume you respond.
My intention, appropriate response. Sometimes procedure, our responses department before it's held up there, but I don't.
So
that's the case in these particular
Senators
ones.
Graham and Paul should be receiving a response from
Some
your
kind of
office.
response. As you may know, we were the only agency in the intelligence community until more recently when the Department of Energy did it, reached the assessment that we thought
I understand, Mr. Wray. Okay. Mr. Wray, from Twitter files, Missouri versus Soldier, a collapse of the Russian collusion hoax. The American people fully understand that there's a
No, we don't.
Mr. Person,
it's not. You think it is, Gary. It's actually weaponizing this. People of color and
I asked Mr. about this too. Too much further.
Or wrong.
Particularly the FBI or Department of Justice runs a two-tiered system of justice. The nation can't stand. Dr. Wray, law enforcement in a manner.
First off, characters answer description of the bias against conservative seems somewhat insane to me, given my own personal background. To how we're approaching work, protecting the American people, and upholding the Constitution, it starts with me having emphasized to all folks over and over everything we do that we need to do the right thing in the right way. In fact, wherever the matter
is concerned about the way
they
we
go on there to all kinds of
Why aren't they concerned about that?
Approval,
the children.
Triple checks, record keeping requirements,
I'm
accountability
confused.
policies.
Is it only about the children when it's served your narrative?
An audit didn't exist before. An entirely new leadership team from my predecessor. And where I can't take action, where we can't take action to hold people accountable by removing people from the chain.
Ladies,
it's really bad, isn't it?
We're going to take a 30-minute break for votes. We will be back.
Unanimous consent to introduce
Without objection. Without objection. So with Ms. Bush and then Mr. Bush on our side, we'll stand in recess approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. We're doing this anyway. We're doing the rose. And the jumping won't hurt your ear. It's nice to strawberries. Landy fall asleep. It's click. Important. I feel like it's my inner. It I'm improved, but oof, I understand to say no. Right now, it's just the. See if the music works. If I put music on, hold on. I wonder. There's a lot of shark jumps I'm seeing that I really didn't. Interesting, Rip. We do not need a primary candidate at the end of a really good first term. No, we don't. No, we don't. Period. Next subject. Jim Clyburn should just be like, okay, everybody, it's Biden and Harris. Now go make it happen. He will. Yeah, he'll get tired of it. 2020 was nuts. 22 primaries. Oh, okay. Yeah. Bleach. I don't even remember 2022. Does anybody remember 2022? I don't remember it. some strawberries. 17 and 22. You know. Mm. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I got all confused. I know, that was dumb. These roses are amazing. Not as good as these strawberries. Time to smoke some weed. Is the sound still really bad, Rip? Let me see if I can play it out there. Yay! I think it just needed to catch up. No. I have no idea. We're looking at Japanese rose gardens. Daily Stormer? God. Do you think it's going to be like Marianne and RFK? If they have signatures and they have a fundraiser, they get to debate. Weird. Talk to them on the debate. All sorts of third parties. Crazy. Oh, that's pretty. Those are so pretty. I think I'll do an ASMR so you can relax while you're watching the roses. And then we'll look at the really pretty pink roses. Also, they get to be on the ballot with enough signatures. GOP sued to try and keep Yang in, and they sued to keep Green Party on the ballot in many states to crack our vote. They sure did, Rip. They're just really terrible people about that. I remember arguing with my father all the time about the Green Party because he always voted green. I was always like, why are you doing that? And he was like, because that's what I believe in. And I said, well, that's stupid. Oh, interesting. Weird. Oh my gosh, look how pretty that is. Take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath. So pretty. Isn't it just so pretty? Stein stiffed her recount donors. I remember that. I remember that. I remember that whole little spectacle that she threw. Oh. We're painting the roses red. We're painting roses red. Do 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 do. We're painting the roses red. I voted for Warren. Like a show for TV with Biden as the preordained nominee, I voted for Sanders. I voted for Warren. But Jim Clyburn came out. All right, Jim said, I'll do it. I'm behind it. And actually, I'm going to say Biden's turned out to be a slightly more progressive president than I thought he would be. So I'm okay. I mean, there are things that he does that I'm very upset about. That's to be expected. And when their primary candidate loses again, sadly, some pundits will call our primary rigged. Whatever. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Oh, that's pretty. Is that a tree? Or is it a tree in the middle? I can't tell. Literally the big one. Wow, that sure looks pretty. It sure is pretty. Isn't it beautiful? Not that I had an illusion that America would ever the non-Christian guy. I know, Max. I like a lot of what he's head of the budget office though. Pretty cool, or whatever. No, what is he head of? Budget committee? I don't know. That's pretty good. He's just too crotchety. No, I'm just kidding. Crotchety. Got to be a little more charismatic. Got to be a little nicer. Well, apparently you don't have to be a little nicer, but if you're not going to be nice, you have to be an autocrat. And Bernie's not an autocrat. He's just a grumpy old man. This is a drone shot. God, I'm just like mesmerized by a drone shot. Take my eyes off of it. Bernie didn't have a path through the southern state. It has a civil rights award and years of service. Yeah, no, it was a tough road for sure. For sure. I like that people like Bernie and AOC can pull things to I think there's a good reason for the give and take within the Democratic Party. I think it's a good and not perfect, but it was unpopular when DSA clipped together fake videos and so means yeah, I'm done with the Kamala bashing. I can't. It's so disgusting. So disgusting. But it's to be expected. It's true. But here we are. Oh, look at that big greenhouse. So pretty. We showed the. Isn't there? There's botanical gardens here, right, Max? If you're still here. Boomer remover about people's gross. Yeah. Boomer remover. I'm sorry. That's not funny. But boomer, It's funny. I think the generation behind boomers is the one that is kind of like a pain in the ass now. I mean, we're a pain in the ass for sure. But, oh, about COVID, yeah. Oh, pretty yellow. My mom's favorite flower is yellow roses. Wow, look at those, like how they grow up. That's so cool. Oh, come on now, that's pretty. That's so pretty. Let's try another hit from the ambient sounds. Ah! Oh, you guys are really. That's some scary music. Be nicer. Be nicer. LOL, I'm just saying, scaring people away from things I want to ease someone. Please, someone make this look, meet the voter. Yeah, I agree. But now we meditate. Take a deep breath. Forget about all of it for just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I hope you can hear the birds outside my window. Yeah, take a deep breath of hash. That's a great idea. I think you can hear the birds, but they're so cool. That's so pretty. That is such a pretty mix of pinks. Oh. Oh, so pretty. Teddy bears. Oh, cute. God, I really love all those colors. Max, I gotta record that song for Mary so that we can check out my range and where the issues might be. Gotta do that. I wonder if Carl emailed me back. Check and see. That's not it. Let me check and see. Not yet. Why is Brother Cornel West? I don't know. I don't know, Max. I deeply, deeply love and admire Cornel West. And I do not understand. I mean, I do understand, but I don't understand. I understand his desire and frustrations and all of that. I don't understand how he doesn't see the time we're in. So I don't really understand, and it's very obviously I don't, it's not for me to weigh in on, but I really it's kind of sad. I love Cornel West. Yeah. Oh, those are beautiful. Look at those. Yellow. Well, I'm still choking. Yeah, that you gotta watch how deep you're breathing. They're so pretty. I can't imagine what it must smell like there. Like, think about the smell. Oh God, it must be just intoxicating. Totally intoxicating. Totally. Totally. Yeah. Does it smell intoxicating? It's one of the the rosin pens. Yes. Oh my God, I love the live rosin. Thank you, Al Munson. Al Munson was the one who said, "You got to try this," and I'm like, or he was like talking about it. And I'm like, "What is that?" Al's like, "You got to try this," and I'm like, "Okay, I will." I think I got some pens, but then I also put it in the dab rig. Mm. Okay, I think I've killed the strawberries now. Let me make sure we're not back at the ranch. We should be back at the ranch soon, though. You know, I don't want to be late. We're gonna have to leave the garden. I'm really about it, but I'm gonna take us back. I'm sorry. Womp womp. Here we go back to the circus run by Jim Jordan, who's about to be humiliated by George Clooney. Oh yeah, I have the music on still. Hold on, let me get rid of that. Right. Bye. Do 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 do. Yeah, Rip. I mean, I think a lot of us had different. I think I know a lot of people in my family who voted for Bernie in the primary. So yeah, I'm down with that. I'm down with the Democratic Socialists. Bernie speaks my language. I don't know. There was something I voted for Warren instead. I don't actually know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The thing is no dogma is perfect. It's just not. So I don't know. I'm not really. I mean, I'm not really a joiner anymore. I like to join things. Like I want to help the Democratic Party here in Los Angeles, but I just I'm not a joiner. I'm a lone wolf. My mom switched parties. Oh, wow. That's cool, Max. My mom didn't live to see it, but my dad lived to see Barack Obama become president, and that was just like the best. I cried so hard. That was so great. I'll never forget that. I don't like that they're anti-NATO. Yeah, they're kind of Vatnik. I'm not a huge fan of the DNC either, but that's a little spicy. I just don't think they do a good job. I don't know what their job is, and I don't know if they do a good job at it. I feel like they don't. I feel like the DNC doesn't help on. I don't know what their job is. I guess I just don't know. I shouldn't complain. I really don't know what their job is. I mean, I hope they're helping local candidates. That's what I'm hoping. I hope they're watching where local races are putting democracy in jeopardy and they're helping, prop people up for those races. That's what I hope is happening, but I don't know that. And they might just be the fundraising arm, and that's fine too, I guess. I just don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. But not much does. So there's that. It's national. Oh yeah, you're right. But who does local? I mean, I guess then the local thing. I don't know. I guess I'm like I am they. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's right. Okay, now I have to get involved. Okay. All right, Rip. So I have to join this Hollywood Democratic. Yeah, okay. I will. I've been getting their emails. I've been thinking about going to some of their events. I'll do it. I'll get involved. You're right. Damn it. I hate it when you're right. I hate it when anybody's right. I know. Yeah, you're right. I should do what I put my money where my mouth is. No, I do. No, 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 no. You're absolutely right. Rip, you're absolutely right. You're totally right. It is up to us. It's not about what the Democratic National Committee is going to do. You're 100% correct. I stand corrected proudly. Okay, everybody stop pooping. You're 4 minutes late. What's the deal? Wrap it up. Other outside conversations in the classroom. Wrap up your hallway conversations, kids. Come in the classroom. I had several paid offers for get out the vote efforts in 2020. I don't know how they even got my name. Oh, that's interesting. I did stuff with Surge in the 20. Oh no, that was the 2021 special election. I know. You're not pooping. No, I'm talking to them. No, 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 guys. The Congress's people are pooping. Come on now. Come on. I mean, you can if you need to. Nobody should not do that, obviously. But I was clearly referring to Jim Jordan and his colleagues on the Hill. Hello. Who are more than likely pooping and cannot leave the bathroom. But really, everyone should be pooping at some point in a 24-hour span, I guess, just to cover all the bases. So, yeah. I really didn't have this much material to fill this 5 minutes, but I'll give it a shot. Having a majority to do things, yes. Parties are not the same. Yeah. Yeah, I should put that out. Jim Jordan doesn't poop. Yeah. Actually, you're right. You're right. He just watches. I will poop when I'm ready, and I'm really passionate about it. I do think it's really his right and prerogative to make those decisions and to make them in private, frankly. I'm not demanding anyone make them in public. I'm just making an observation that they are now minutes late, and that can only lead to bathroom habits. So there's that. So yeah, that's right. That's what I said. But now I need to figure out what to say next. So yeah, anytime now, Jim. Yeah, so how about those Dodgers? No, I'm just kidding. I don't like the Dodgers. I'm a Giants, San Francisco Giants. What is today? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. Wednesday the 12th? Yeah. Wait, it's mid-July? That's kind of crazy. This year's like half over. That's crazy. Wow. Jim, you're really bugging me. This is 8 minutes late. You're 8 minutes late. Oh, wait. Is it live? Maybe I'm not even live. Oh, no. Okay. Is there any live feed of festivals on? What do you mean festivals? It's summer. Something is happening somewhere. Yeah, but everybody strikes me when I restream their stuff. I don't blame them. Oh, hello, Tom. Welcome. 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 We're just waiting for Jim Jordan to stop pooping. That's all. Usual. You're so late. Oh, man. Okay, think of a joke. No, that's not a good joke. Yeah, poop when you want. Everybody can poop when you want. That's what we decided, Tom. That's really what this last 4 hours has been talking about, is when and if and how and maybe why people would do that. But I'm free, Jim. Yeah. Let's see what else. Oh, I hear him. I hear bitch. Bitch. Okay, fix your thing. Fix your camera. Jesus.
Committee will come to order. The gentlelady from Missouri is.
Oh God.
Mr. Chairman,
and
thank you for being here, Director
Critical
Wray.
Northwest is going
I'll get into the primary topic of my remarks. I want to ask you about a separate issue. On June 16th, my esteemed colleague, Ranking Member Raskin of the Oversight Committee, sent you a letter asking the FBI to publicly reiterate certain non-classified information that it provided in an oral briefing about Form FD 1023, subpoenaed by Oversight Chairman Comer. It has now been a month since Mr. Raskin sent his letter. When can he expect a response?
I'll with my staff, because we've gotten so many letters from so many members, and that's each one of them is important to me. As I sit here right now, I don't know when the timing is. But we'll get back to you.
Okay.
And more importantly, we'll get back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, and we will follow up. Okay.
Oh yes.
Especially because I did ask directly of your staff, so we'll follow up. And now, St. Louis and I are here today in continuing solidarity with the protesters, the advocates, and movements that are actually by surveillance and other law enforcement abuses in this country.
There you go.
Director Wray, I know that you are aware of the FBI's long and sordid history of targeting Black protesters and activists. At a hearing before this committee in December of 2017, you characterized the abuses related to COINTELPRO as, quote, of the darker moments in the FBI's history. It's something we're not proud of,
but it is also something we've learned from, end quote. But Director Wray, isn't it true that an FBI agent improperly ran a batch query of unminimized FISA information using the identifiers of 103 individuals arrested in connection with the protests after the murder of George Floyd in 2020? Just a yes or no is fine.
Well, I'm the instance you're talking about, whether or not that correctly describes it or not. I'm 100% sure. I know it's in the most recent
my God.
opinion.
I don't,
what I will tell you is that incident
kind of done with
non-compliance I considered unacceptable, and most importantly, it predates
I have a friend who's
all of these
one of my
fixes
besties
and corrective measures and reforms that we've put in place, which I think would have prevented it from happening now.
Thank you.
Her life's
and now on to Zero Fox. Isn't it true a firm hired $1 million contract by the FBI, which we've heard already, to monitor social media, previously labeled Black Lives Matter activists as threat actors, requiring constant surveillance? Yes.
I'm not sure that's a correct description of the way we do work with Zero Fox, but I don't know that that's a correct of how we do it.
So did the FBI hire the firm?
My understanding of Zero Fox is it has a tool which allows us to in certain instances, engage in
Tom, I don't know.
to prevent
I might take a drive.
But the
so they weren't
specifics
hired.
of the specific, well, I don't know, again, the terms of our arrangement, like whether,
I agree.
whether it's a retention, but I've heard the term Zero Fox before, and in my general experiences, it's usually used in connection with preventing violence at a particular critical incident of some sort.
So to the tune of $14 million, though, there is reporting that threat actors was actually what they label Black Lives Matter activists, two of whom I know very well. And I served 400 days on the ground during the Ferguson uprising myself, more than 400 days, many of those days with those two people that were named and who are not violent. Isn't it true that the FBI has been actively involved in the law enforcement response to people protesting the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center? A response included state charge of domestic terrorism against protesters? Yes or no?
Well, our Atlanta division is working in support of our state and local partners when it comes to violence and threats of violence that occur amid that you're referring to.
The FBI is involved. These are not isolated incidents, and as I said, they're part of a long history of abuses by the FBI against Black and brown communities and progressive movements. These are the real oversight issues. They matter to my district where there is real and justified skepticism of whether the civil rights of Black and brown people are adequately protected. I know this from personal experience in the Ferguson uprising and from other protest movements that I have been asked you about the targeting of protesters the last time that you were before us, because it also included me. But what my district is not concerned about is the Republican conspiracy and selective targeting of law enforcement agencies who try to hold their twice impeached, twice indicted Donald Trump accountable. The Insurrection Caucus wants to use this hearing to get political points. They want to invade oversight. They don't want to conduct it. But we're talking about real issues, real reform that could actually save lives. So once again, I urge my Republican colleagues who claim to care about government overreach and weaponization to do the exact same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just remind the lady that what we'd actually like to do is work with you to protect Americans' privacy, whether they've been targeted on the right or on the left.
Point of order.
Point
of order.
Gentleman may state his point of order.
It's not your time.
I appreciate that point of order, and I was just getting ready to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina who will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I greatly appreciate it.
I appreciate the reminder.
I want to follow up, Director Wray, about the influence task. So there have been exchanges with Mr. Johnson from Louisiana, Ms. Hageman over that, and I understand the difference. I want to respect the differences in characterization. Earlier this week, in denying a stay of its order, the federal court essentially said this isn't complicated. Follow the law as articulated by the United States Supreme Court in the area of the First Amendment, and that was it as far as it was concerned. The Foreign Influence Task Force is not a predecessor's decision. You set that up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've known about the continuous interaction with social media companies. You've known about, I'm sure you know about the testimony of Agent Elvis Chan, correct?
I mean, I don't know everything he's testified to, but I'm aware that he was.
Did you read his testimony?
I've read parts of it. Yeah.
And there were posts that were flagged to the social media companies. These meetings with social media continued across time on a periodic basis. And the court has found, and I understand where the point of disagreement is, I guess, but I believe it's fairly common sense, that if you've got a constant, expectant suggestions from the FBI to social media companies with respect to social media posts, at some point in time it becomes a government decision or it becomes coercive in nature. That's what the courts preliminarily found. You all, that apparently is the line you decided to walk setting this up. Today, it's sort of striking that you come in and you sort of casually acknowledge that, among other things, that we did pass through, I think you said, information from the Ukrainian SBU to social media, as if it's normal for the FBI to serve effectively as the agent of a foreign power, to help pull information out of circulation to which Americans otherwise would have access, because the Foreign Intel Service doesn't like it. Now, those are my characterizations. I have tried to be a little bit more neutral in my language, and you can differ with them, but here's what I'm wondering. Why would you walk that fine a line with respect to Americans' fundamental constitutional rights at scale, especially with knowledge of past abuses by the FBI, like Cohen said earlier that the FBI wasn't even concerned about disinformation per se, but the foreign origins of the information. Assuming so, how does that comport with Lamont versus Postmaster General?
I'm not going to try to engage on Supreme Court jurisprudence, but what I can tell you is that the...
Well, I mean, that's the point, though, Director Wray. And let me just ask you, do you know about that case? Do you know that case?
I've heard of the case.
All right. Right in the heart of the Cold War, the behest of an American plaintiff, a communist, by the way, Supreme Court said that Americans have a First Amendment right of access to information, even if it is properly originating abroad. And in that case, the United States Postal Service could not interdict it. Do you know that, in essence?
KMS.
Again, I'm not familiar with the holding of the case. I'd have to review it to be sure.
Not really paying attention.
That seems to me the trouble. I keep wondering as I read all these revelations how that could be. Or then, let me go to this. You know that the FBI engaged with he's continuously warning them of hack and leak operations in 2020. Not 2018, by the way, but before the 2020 election. Lots of warnings about hack and leak. You're aware of that?
I'm aware that we gave them information about intelligence that we're receiving from some of our intelligence.
At the time you were giving them those warnings, the FBI had the Hunter Biden laptop for more than... and, but of course, COINTELPRO itself was the mother of all hack and leak operations. Active leftist activists at the time broke into the FBI's office in Media, Pennsylvania, stole the files, the media and newspapers published them. And you're bound to be aware of New York Times Company versus United States, the Pentagon Papers case.
Yes.
That says that even if information has been stolen or inappropriately taken, that you can't get a prior restraint in almost any circumstance to prevent their being distributed. So how is it that your Foreign Influence Task Force is out warning of hack and leak operations to innocent, not involved in the hack, that would be criminal, but news or social media organizations where information may be circulated?
Well, first off, we're not engaging in restraint. Second,
wow.
Second, if I could finish, please. Second, there's no serious dispute.
Watching CNN?
Foreign adversaries have
Like
and continue to interfere in our elections, and that they use social media.
I wasn't.
President Trump himself in 2018 declared a national emergency to that very effect. And the Senate Intelligence Committee, in a bipartisan, overwhelmingly bipartisan way, by the way, not only found the same thing, but called for more information sharing between us and the social media.
I hear you, but it doesn't justify trampling the established First Amendment rights of Americans as the Supreme Court has declared them. Whether or not, frankly, I agree with them, or you agree with them. And I just don't, that's what I don't get. You come here and the comments are sort of blasé answers. Accountability is always down the road. We never arrives. And I'm not trying, I guess I'm joining the gang up, but what I'm concerned about, and I think Americans are concerned about, is they just never see it. I don't know of an answer other than to take an appropriation from you that's very significant, or to do something to take your intel powers away and put them in another agency. I honestly want to know.
Mr. Chairman.
And I think Americans want to know. I yield.
I sure do.
Oh.
The gentleman from Maryland who keeps us on time is recognized.
Until it's my turn, then I'm going to run over to.
Wait till it gets into this 5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh my
Gentleman's time is about ready to start.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Big skippy over that
Director, I appreciate you coming in today. I saw a characterization of this hearing as a GOP FBI grudge match, but I must say that the only grudge that's been seen here is from the Republican side. I think you've done an outstanding job with your testimony today, even when you've been, admitting that there are shortcomings by your office, that mistakes have been made. I appreciate the fact that you are willing to do that, because it's not easy for agency heads to do that, and also, more importantly, to point out the changes that you've made to try and address those concerns. I want to say this too. There's a couple points that have been made here about, you were just talking about the Foreign Influence Task Force. And I know there's a lot of talk about this as being some kind of prior restraint or First Amendment violation, but I want to say that I'm on the side that thinks this is a very important tool for the FBI and the United States government to have, especially with respect to potential intervention or interference, especially by Russian state actors with respect to American elections. There's some people who think, and I'm kind of starting to agree, that one of the reasons some of my colleagues are pushing so hard against this and other aspects of information protection within the United States is because they want to have Russian interference in the 2024 election.
Oh,
I certainly don't. So I certainly thank you for continuing your effort, whistleblowers, earlier in the hearing. And I wanted to bring this up. I know you can't speak to this, Mr. Director, but these are two checks that were written to some of these witnesses, two of the witnesses that testified here, and they are for over $250,000. Now, they came after they gave their testimony, I think by a few days, but from my perspective, this is something that the American public should know when they evaluate the testimony of these individuals. And hopefully I don't know if the majority knew about this but didn't disclose it at the time or what was going on with it, but in my book, this really brings the credibility of these witnesses' testimony into question. And I think we should keep this in mind when we evaluate the allegations that they've made. I also want to say this too, my Republican colleagues have come a long ways from the law and order days of the Republican Party back when I was a kid. Now we're at Defund the FBI. I think one of them selling T-shirts to try and raise money using that slogan. Another colleague is talking about abolish the ATF. Another one wants to say defund the Department of Justice. But as you mentioned in your testimony earlier, the FBI is doing a lot of great work protecting the country from terrorism, foreign intelligence threats, international cartels. There's weapons of mass destruction that you mentioned in your testimony. I appreciate that. And also, there's been a great deal of talk about the domestic terror threats. For me, the planned attempt to kidnap the governor of Michigan and apparently kill her was chilling to the extreme. And I appreciate the fact that you all were able to intervene.
$256,000.
I want to say this quickly too. I'm running short on time, but the misinformation and weaponization claims that have been made by my Republican colleagues. I want to offer these two articles. One is called by Aaron Blake of the Washington Post, All the Ways Trump, Not His Foes, Sought to Weaponize the Government. And then another one, this is Philip Bump. This is on the Missouri v. Biden case, which was quoted extensively at the beginning of the hearing, a deeply ironic reinforcement of right-wing information. The point of this article is that the Missouri v. Biden decision, and I know you can't comment on it because it's pending litigation, but I also think it's being challenged by the Department of Justice, and rightly so, because it's riddled with factual inaccuracies and legal inaccuracies as well. One other article for the record, this is by Lee Littman and Lawrence Tribe. Restricting the government for speaking to tech will spread disinformation and harm democracy. I'd like all of those
Orange
admitted.
tribe.
And then lastly, with respect to the Hunter Biden issue.
Oh, boy. Hunter Biden.
There's a letter from Abby Lowell, who represents Mr. Biden. This is to Representative Jason Smith, but I think also to Chairman Jordan as well, that raises the pushback on the allegations. You know, that points out that the investigation began during the Republican Trump administration, was supervised by 2 Republican attorneys general, was carried over by a holdover Republican U.S. attorney. Last point I want to make, I promise I won't run over my time much. I happen to represent the district where we contain 2 of the sites where the FBI headquarters could be moved to. The chairman made a reference to maybe not wanting to fund the move, but I must say, I think I had an office near your building. They've got nets around it to keep parts of the building from falling down and hurting pedestrians. The move is important, and also would give you a chance to consolidate. Hopefully you'll bring it to Prince George's County. We'll save $1 billion for the taxpayers. And
well, that actually would probably be really good for that county.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana.
Probably a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's doing your job for your constituents right there.
FBI's mission is to protect the American people and uphold the U.S. Constitution, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a couple of years ago, it was in hearing, and I actually
this woman,
the concerns that I've seen was really warrantless surveillance and abuses of Section 702 of FISA. I compare your agency to KGB, and spending 2 years in this committee, reading a lot of reports now, doing a lot of hearings, I am really shocked that your agency is involved not just unlawful surveillance of American citizens, intimidation of American citizens, censorship of American citizens, potential cover-ups of convenient political figures and potential setups of inconvenient political figures. And a lot of my colleagues asked a lot of questions, but I think when we look at that, and unfortunately we haven't been doing our job authorizing spending, which was not authorized by our committee already for over a decade, we're going to have this serious conversation and including reauthorization of Section 702. But I want to talk about, follow up on some other issues that you mentioned about that my colleagues. I was talking about, and you mentioned that you focus on malign foreign actors. So in Durham report, which describes 2020, he states, and this is a quote, "Steele subsources could have been compromised by the Russians. FBI never gave appropriate consideration to the possibility that the Steele reports was Russian disinformation. No vetting happened. You have some falsified FISA court application. You have some very shady, confidential human sources that you can pay for them. Nothing was vetted. Some of your head of counterintelligence division was accused of taking money from Russian oligarchs just recently this year.
Yeah.
So you said all those bad. Now we go to 2022. Your agency is involved with SBU, Security Service of Ukraine, to actually provide information to big tech to censor just views of American people.
They're in a war.
No vetting seems as happening. This is information. Actually, a lot of this information was pro-Russian against Ukraine and pro-Putin. Your agents just pass it along. It seems like nothing happened. And it's interesting for me that, when I raised some issue, actually, the beginning of July, and what's happening in Ukraine, I don't have any confidential human sources, just using common sense and intelligence that something is wrong happening in Ukraine. It seems like there is a lot of infiltration. I was attacked. Oh my gosh, how can you question? Well, strangely enough, after me raising this question in the middle of July, President Zelensky fired his SBU top guy, opens over 600 investigations, is potential, infiltration by Russians, and then fire a lot of other people for corruption, and anti-corruption prosecutor was suddenly installed. But what is really interesting for me,
how
could you have these processes, and are you doing actually an investigation to look? Because it seems to me, as I understand, you still have our agencies working with SBU, with, coming from KGB time, and FSB time has a lot of potential to have this infiltration. Are you doing any investigations on these issues?
Oh, she's nervous.
Doing investigations on...
Yeah, to look at that, why we're doing unvetted information we're taking from SBU, which actually was infiltrated and given to censor Americans to our big tech companies. Are you looking into that as an agency?
Okay, so what she's saying is...
I'm not sure there's an investigation that is directly on
Yeah.
point to what
She's
you're
saying
saying.
that the
I mean,
Russians
certainly the
infiltrated
SBU is an
Ukrainian
agency that
intelligence.
we
So we're not doing
worked with for a long time.
Need
So did
that
we change the
information
processes now
about
since
the
we know
Russian stuff
your guys
so
work
that
with
the
SBU?
SBU could tell
SBU was
American social media
infiltrated by
companies
Russian,
to
and
remove the Russian
big
stuff.
tech was
What?
censoring American citizens with
What?
this unvetted information that actually was
Stupid
provided
cow.
by
It
Russians.
doesn't make
Do you change
sense.
any processes? Or is still happening? You have
Oh
the
my
same
God, you're
processes
so
that happened. Is it still
dumb.
happening now?
Well,
You have
the
it wrong.
engagement that we had with SBU was during the
But I'm talking right now.
Yeah.
Because in recently, some of your agents
No,
had
we were talking about
actually
the cat.
joint
Okay.
meeting, and
He's
they were
so
bragging how
discredited.
they're top corporations with SBU.
Dumb
Did you
shit.
change processes?
Fucking dumb voters.
I'm not sure what processes you're talking
To
about.
vet information.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Again, during
coming
the
from the
period
Russians.
at the beginning of the invasion.
Well, then how is it?
No, I'm talking right now.
Yeah.
Do you vet information that you get from agencies like SBU?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we're trying to, are we being like stupid? I understand. Are we being infiltrated by
Why are you
Russians
so
or corrupt? I don't
emotional?
understand why we not vet information with such a
Calm down.
really challenging agency. So are you changing anything of that? I would like to have a briefing or something on this, because if you're not looking at that, I have a huge problem with that.
I'm happy to try to see if we can arrange to get you a better briefing on the subject.
Because this is a serious national security issue. Are you back?
I did my job.
Gentlelady yields back.
Putin is very happy.
From, South Carolina.
I am very
Yes,
happy. I am very
Gentlelady from Texas is
happy.
recognized.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. The lone ranger on this side.
Thanks for sticking with us.
We appreciate you for a moment, and all my members. Let me just quickly indicate that I have a document that is a tweet that is wanting to submit into the record. Two of the Republican witnesses were gifted 255,000 checks, 255,000 in checks immediately after they testified before this committee. It seems to be quid pro quo, but the fact of the tweet that I'm submitting from Mr. Kyle Serapin says the fact that Mr. Allen has not yet cashed the check is not that he did not receive the check. So I submit in the record the tweet from Mr. Serapin who indicated that
He's not accurate.
two gentlemen, Garrett and Marcus, were receiving a check of
Continuing your attack on whistleblowers without objection. Those are
just a clarification, Mr. Chairman, and then finally, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security, Strategic Intelligence Assessment and Data on Domestic Terrorism, dated October 2022, Appendix A. I mean, the document itself, Appendix A, Appendix B, and the categories of domestic violent extremism.
Without objection.
Your kindness is appreciated. Thank you very much.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few weeks ago, Special Counsel Durham confirmed the FBI had bias against President Trump and took unprecedented steps to go after him during the 2016 presidential election. The Durham report showed, 1, the FBI did not have an adequate basis to launch the investigation. 2, it didn't verify or examine all of the evidence. And 3, the FBI was politically charged against then-candidate Trump.
What about the children?
Before your time. But here we go again. In August of 22, the FBI raided the personal residence of President Trump. This unprecedented raid was a shocking escalation in what we talk about with the weaponization of the federal government against political opponents. You know, our country is almost 250 years old. We've had 46 presidents. This is unprecedented. When we say it's unprecedented, we mean it. This has never been seen before in our country's history. Just like we saw in the Durham report, the FBI did not follow traditional protocols, and this investigation was chock full of abnormalities. So I want to go into those a little bit. Director Wray, as you know, the committee recently conducted a transcribed interview with Stephen D'Antuono, the former assistant director in charge of the FBI's Washington field office. He has over 20 years of FBI experience, and he expressed some strong concerns with your department's handling of the case, the DOJ's handling of the case. The first abnormality deals with the FBI office that they conducted the raid themselves. Director Wray, generally speaking, which FBI office oversees Palm Beach, Florida?
The Miami office has an office in Palm Beach.
Yeah,
but to the question you're asking, it's not unusual for a field office investigating the case to send the case team down to be involved in conducting the search.
And President Trump's residence is in Palm Beach, Florida, is that correct?
What?
Yes.
Director Wray, did the Miami field office conduct the investigation and search at Mar-a-Lago?
The Washington field office conducted the search, although I think there was some assistance by people from Miami.
But it was primarily run out of Washington and not the Miami field office.
Which was the case team that had opened the investigation.
Did the FBI
based on a referral from the National Archives, which is in D.C.
Did the FBI headquarters in Washington instruct the Washington field office to start that investigation and that raid at Mar-a-Lago?
It's not a raid.
Well, the
Paulina.
investigation was opened in the field.
I know, just for a minute.
By the Washington field office.
Right.
Go
so
back, Paulina, when
Miami,
you can, because we show
the
flowers.
Washington field office opened the investigation based on a referral from the National Archives,
About
which is also in D.C. So that makes sense.
Who made the decision to have the Washington field office execute that search warrant rather than the Miami field office?
That I can't speak to the specific individual. As you know, this is an ongoing case, and internal deliberations.
Well, I'm not asking about the facts of the case. I'm asking about who made the call to go to Washington and use the Washington field office as opposed to
That's where the crime was, bitch.
Well, no, the Washington field office opened the investigation because they're the office where the National Archives is, which is what referred the investigation and kicked off the whole investigation.
Director, on May 15, 2023, the FBI, your special counsel, or excuse me, not your special counsel, your general counsel sent a letter to Special Counsel Durham in response to his report. In that letter, the FBI wrote, quote, FBI executive management has instructed investigations to be run out of the field and not from headquarters. So despite the location of the search occurring in the territory of the FBI's field office, the Washington field office instructed the raid. This is inconsistent with the FBI statement from 2 months ago.
It's not a raid.
I want to move on to a second abnormality.
Sorry, it's actually not.
I've got 1 minute left. Well, I got 1 minute left, Director. Now, is it normal? I am going to
say, even though I hate this man and his head is the size of a small pin.
Well, that's a decision that's made over the Justice Department as to how they allocate responsibility.
That's normal protocol, is that correct?
That's okay.
I mean, there are investigations, prosecutions in cases that are handled by Main Justice. There are trial attorneys there, but again, I only speak to the FBI's decision-making, not to the Justice Department.
And a U.S. attorney was not initially
assigned. Well, you know what's fun is watching this and getting really high.
I think that's correct, but again, I would refer you to the Justice Department for any questions about U.S. attorneys versus Main Justice.
And the third abnormality that I find really troubling, probably the most troubling.
Thanks for your DM the other day.
The FBI did not first seek consent to search the residence, did they?
That was helpful.
Well, there is a very detailed filing in court that goes through in
you know how I feel about
excruciating detail the process that was followed that led up to the execution of the search. It goes through in great detail the efforts that were made to secure documents. Because this case is now pending and moving forward in federal court, I want to respect that and not engage in more discussion beyond. But other than refer you to the filing, which lays out in great detail, I think the answers to your questions.
Are you frustrated?
The Durham report laid out very clearly that in cases just in general that you cross every T and dot every I. That was not done here.
Yeah, it was probably not done in any.
You didn't have a U.S. attorney assigned to the case. Senior officials did not listen to people on the ground, as the testimony of Mr. Dan Tuono talked about. You didn't ask for consent from their attorney. You didn't ask for a consent search, despite the president having cooperated and handed over documents for a long period of time, and refused to wait for President Trump's own attorney to get to Mar-a-Lago to do this with you. So what has changed? You've acknowledged this in 2023 that things should be run out of the field, that you've made internal process changes, but nothing has really changed since 2016, and that's my big concern.
Actually, it's not.
I could not disagree more, but we'll just have
they
to
all have
disagree
French
on that
cuffs, don't they?
Well, here's what he said. Can you? This is
for this guy,
Democrat lawyer in the depositions to in the deposition of Mr. D'Antuono. Can you explain to the attendees here why the case was not assigned to, for example, the Miami field office?
Your time, is
Mr.
it?
D'Antuono's answer was, "I have absolutely no idea." And then they said the investigation was handled differently, and he said his answer was it was handled differently than I would have expected to be than any other case is handled. So I think that was the member's point, and that's the concern that we have, in spite of the letter we got from your general counsel.
So what?
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes, and then we'll go to Wisconsin.
A recent poll found that 37% of Americans have a positive view of the FBI. And that's from an NBC poll. I wouldn't exactly call that right media propaganda. And I think I know why. Here's what the American people know and believe about the FBI today, sir. If you are a Trump, you'll be prosecuted. If you are a Biden, you'll be protected. And the American people that I represent are sick and tired of this double standard.
This guy.
It seems like every single hearing that we have in this room, we talk about the two-tiered justice system of Biden's DOJ and the FBI, and as we were talking earlier, here we are again. President Trump endured an unprecedented raid at his home in Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, he's the wrong guy.
President Biden's home, however, was respectfully browsed. President Trump is facing up to 400 years in federal prison for allegedly being in possession of classified documents he obtained as the commander-in-chief of these United States of America. And meanwhile, President Biden is facing no charges for the classified documents he had held at his time as a senator and a vice president, not the president of these United States of America. And last I checked, he had no legal authority to declassify those documents.
He didn't.
Assuming President Trump was in possession of said classified documents, would those documents be more secure, surrounded by Secret Service at Mar-a-Lago, or in a box,
stage?
in a garage,
this guy's going to die on
behind your Corvette?
You're going to die on this motherfucking hill, you fucking idiot.
Question for you, sir. What can you tell us about the status of the FBI's investigation of President Biden's classified documents found next to his Corvette in Delaware and those found at the Penn Biden Center? Do we have an update on that, sir?
What I can tell you is that there is an ongoing special counsel investigation led by Mr. Robert Hur, and we have FBI agents affiliated with it, working on it, working very actively and aggressively with him on that case.
Dude.
I obviously disagree with your description of the two standards. In my view, at least under my watch, we have one standard.
Okay.
And that is we're going to pursue the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. And I add that last part because especially in sensitive investigations, almost by definition, somebody's not going to like it.
So I understand, and that's actually why I led with the sentiment of the American people. I understand that's your sentiment. I do understand this. So I want everybody to talk about this dichotomy that we have seen. I get your point, sir, but that's just not what we see as the public, as we the people. We see one case being fast-tracked and one case being slow-walked.
What?
We see one president's home being raided, the other president's home being
After
kindly
a year
searched.
and a half of trying
You have one government agency,
you're simping
the
for a
Secret
fucking
Service,
traitor, you fucking
protecting the former president and his home, and another government agency, the FBI, raiding the same home. Now, to me, sir, that's tragically ironic.
Performance.
And we expect more from a functional constitutional republic, and these things shouldn't be happening. Now, it's my opinion that Joe Biden is the most unpopular president we have seen in a century.
Really?
And that's why he knows the only way to stop President Trump from beating him in November is by putting him in jail. You talked about this, Mr. Fry. In the 247 years of this existence of this great nation, only one president has ever been indicted by the DOJ and is home raided by the FBI. Now, some have said that President Trump's indictment means that no one is above the law. Okay, all right. I would love to see that. But what about Hillary Clinton?
Already investigated, bitch.
And what about
already investigated?
Who is America's favorite son? Let me tell you something. I got a 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old daughter at my house. Hunter Biden to me is like glitter. He is on everything and you cannot get rid of him. And yet nothing is going to be done about this. We're sick of it.
It was already.
James Comey decided not to prosecute Hillary Clinton despite overwhelming evidence that she committed crimes.
Following the news?
And as I recall, it was the position of the FBI to not prosecute because they didn't want to interfere with the presidential election. What do you call this? The Iowa caucuses are in 6 months. 6 months. I think the American public would expect to see this from Cuba and from Venezuela and from Russia and from China, but not here.
Man,
people expect us.
I want it when this
blind justice. They expect equal justice under the law.
After Trump
is not the
put in
job
jail
of the DOJ or the FBI to prosecute Joe Biden's top political opponent who was leading in every single primary poll, and the Iowa caucuses are in 6 months. Let the people decide. It's our job to uphold the Constitution.
For their 15 minutes.
As a West Point grad and military veteran, this is the Constitution I give my life to protect. And
really?
I expect us all to uphold it likewise. Thank you so much for being here.
Mr. Chairman, may I briefly respond?
Sure.
So number one, as to the investigations related to Mrs. Clinton, as you noted, that happened under my predecessor, and I'm not going to speak for or defend that decision.
I recognize that.
Second, As to your descriptions of the investigations
I hate all these
related to
I really do.
Hunter Biden,
I really
as you know, there is an ongoing investigation being led by the Delaware U.S. Attorney appointed by President Trump, and we are actively working on that investigation with him.
Well, we look forward to seeing the results of this quickly and swiftly.
And third and finally, to your point about the American people and their views, I worry less about NBC polls or polls by any other news outlet, but I will tell you that the number of people in Texas applying to work for us since I've been in this job has gone up 93%, and in fact,
I'm not going to quote Matt Gaetz. I heard a response to this earlier.
In fact, we have more applicants from the state of Texas annually in the last several years than any other state in the country.
And that makes sense because Texas is the greatest state in the country.
Then I think that speaks very well of the view of Texans about the FBI.
Director, any agents who served on the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or the Mueller investigation, are any of those agents on Mr. Hur or Mr. Smith's special counsel team?
I don't believe so, but I can't, on the top of my head, go through the list of, there's a lot of agents involved in the two investigations, and so let me check into that and see if there's any way we can get back to you on that, because I don't want to get out over my skis.
Thank you. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Wray, thanks for being here today. On June 21st, the committee heard testimony from Special Counsel John Durham. Have you reviewed his findings, and did you dispute any of those?
I have reviewed them. There's a big multi-100-page binder of it sitting right to my right on my desk, and I refer to it frequently. I can't say that I'm aware of anything specific that I would dispute in it. Certainly, as you may know, not only did we fully cooperate with him in the investigation, as he noted in his report, but I actually assigned a bunch of agents and FBI personnel to work on it with him to help him. And I'm very proud of the fact that the reforms that we've put in place in response to the Inspector General's investigation, also into Crossfire Hurricane, as well as some other changes that we made working closely with Attorney General Barr, if those reforms had been in place back at the time that all of this stuff that Special Counsel Durham found, I don't think any of this would have happened.
So the confirmation bias, which was brought up time and time again when Durham was here before the committee, you feel those have been addressed? I think Jason Jones has put together a letter, and that includes a lot of that information. Do you feel it's adequate, or?
Well, I'm ambitious by nature for us as an organization, so we're constantly looking for more things we can do. But I'll give you an example on this issue of bias, because I think it's so important. One of the things that I did as FBI director, and I did this a couple of years ago, was in order, and this frankly, it was in reaction many ways more to both the Hillary Clinton investigation as well as the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, was that I put in place training for the entire workforce that focused specifically not just on the importance of avoiding bias, but the importance of avoiding even the appearance of bias. And one of the things that I did to make sure that I was sending that message was that rather than like the way it normally happens in a bureaucracy where all the training gets saddled on all the folks on the front lines right out of the gates, I started with the top 200, 300 or so people in the organization, brought them all to Quantico for an entire day, stand down. We heard from the federal judiciary, the Inspector General, the Hatch Act Office of Special Counsel, and the whole point of it was
get rid of Wray.
The importance of not just
I want to know what
objectivity,
his role was on January 6th.
but making sure that we are faithful to
What
the
he knew,
appearance
what
of
he didn't know.
objectivity as well. And then we had a smaller version of that went out to the whole workforce. But the idea was to send the message that everybody at the top has to take the medicine
Maybe he's
first.
already told people.
So there's two other things that were in there. Serious lack of analytical rigor was one of the other things that Durham brought up numerous times. And then I'll just, there was a noticeable departure from how the FBI approached matters involving possible attempted foreign election interference plans amid, as you just brought up, at the Clinton campaign. So the question would be, has the FBI protocols surrounding investigations, I want to know specifically in the presidential campaigns, what's the policy now? We're on the verge of another nationwide election, and I'm wondering, is there anything specific in writing that you could inform the committee of this afternoon?
Well, we put in place a whole slew of reforms that help to try to mitigate against the kind of concerns you're raising. Whether there's a specific one that I would think is I don't think there's any one that's a single silver bullet. I know that Attorney General Barr and I put in place certain reforms that dealt with particularly sensitive investigations and approvals that would have to be required before anything like that could happen. I know that was very important to him, and we worked together on that. But we have a whole slew of additional approvals, sign-offs, triple checks, safeguards, et cetera, that go into a lot of these kinds of issues. When you raise the issue of analytical rigor, obviously I talk about rigor. I bet my folks would tell you they hear the word rigor coming out of my mouth probably every single day. And that is something that we're always aspiring to get better at.
That's why there's so many.
So if you had somebody within the FBI that you found out was involved in trying to manipulate or rig an election, especially at the national level, I mean, how would that be handled by the FBI? How would you handle it as a director?
Are you kidding me?
Well, obviously it would depend on the specific facts as to exactly what it is the person was doing, but accepting your premise, that's the kind of thing that would have the person referred to our disciplinary process.
Be fired or terminated.
And the process would play itself out. I mean, we have a whole offense code that goes into, what different rules we have and different punishments, and there's a whole complicated system that goes into the disciplinary process. Our disciplinary process is, for the most part, I think one of the better ones in federal law enforcement, but there is a process that we have to follow.
Has anybody that was involved in that type of action in the past been disciplined for that at the FBI?
Well, let me answer that this way. Obviously, former employees, the important point here is that all the senior managers in any way involved in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation are all gone from the FBI. For a variety of reasons and a variety of ways. To the extent that there's anybody left, you're talking about a small handful of currently line-level employees, all of whom have been referred to this disciplinary process. That process, as you may have heard me say in response to an earlier exchange, as is typical, working with Special Counsel Durham, we had to put that kind of on hold until he could finish his case, because the criminal case had to come first. And that process is now fully underway. But again, you're talking about a few relatively line-level people where we
during the hearing
erred on the side of inclusion. So anybody who touched it, we sent them to the process.
You know what I know, like all the video clips I have them up on my Twitter.
All the main players, if you will, the senior people,
and he was always like so proud that he got away with it, and like he was not untouchable. I'm so glad. I'm so glad he's upset. I hope he cries and goes to sleep every night until he dies. I can't even tell you how to feel that.
You're very, very good at your job. As is illustrated by the last 4 hours.
Evil fuck. Hi, peace.
I just want to say that you're way better at defending than you are at explaining what you're going to do about the problems that have led to your dismal public profile. And I wish it was better, but I have the most recent poll here from I think it's from Harris. Yes, it is.
Who cares?
Harris poll. 70% of respondents said that they were either very or somewhat concerned about interference by the FBI and other intelligence agencies in elections. 71% agreed that changes post-2016 had not done enough to prevent further interference, and that wide-ranging reform still required. Now,
where did they ask them? At a diner?
I also, pretty interesting article in the Inquirer, the damning Durham report, and I'll just read from you this quote from Mr. Durham. The promulgation of additional rules and regulations to be learned in yet more training sessions
Durham's
would likely prove to be
investigation was a failure.
So,
Durham
must have done
failed.
something more than
anything he was
promulgating
charged with
additional rules and regulations. Because to me, that doesn't.
I think they just say, "Give me my script and I'll read it." That's really what I think happens.
Cultural. And to that end, I just want to share with you some of the things I hear from my sheriffs across my 20 counties. So I have 20 county sheriffs. In fact, one of my brothers used to be one for 15 years. And so I called him, my brother, and I said, hey, what was your experience with the FBI? And he said, they're very qualified. But when they appear, you know you have to be aware that part of their job is to enforce Section 1983. And he pointed that out just because there's a constant tension between FBI and local law enforcement. Would you agree?
And by the way,
I think
when you
watch
go out and
too
you
much
talk to
SVU.
sheriffs,
That's
nobody's going to say to the director of the FBI, we don't like you. Why would they do such a crazy thing? They want your help. And by the way, I asked for your help down in Southern Oregon against all the drug cartels. And to your credit, and your office out of Portland's credit, you did your best to help. You don't have very many people there, but you did your best to help. But for you to come in here and say, I've never heard from a sheriff that we're doing a bad job. Well, no, you haven't. But now tell me, am I wrong? Am I saying that sheriffs would walk right up to you and say, you know, you're doing a bad job? I mean, how many have said that to you?
Well, my experience with sheriffs actually has been that they are often very colorful and very blunt in their communications.
You didn't mention
so
that,
I feel
but,
that they...
But let me, forgive me for interrupting, but earlier today, you didn't say anything about them being negative. And what I'm trying to get at here is, you've done your job today to defend your agency, and good for you. But it's not what we're here today. I want to go to Durham's page 288 of his report. And this is going to the heart, I think, what your problem, part of your problem may be.
Election integrity.
He's making his observations. He's very careful to protect you. He says, in making observations, we're mindful of the benefit of hindsight. Then he says this: some FBI employees who were interviewed by our investigators advised they had significant reservations about aspects of Crossfire Hurricane and tried to convey their misgivings. Others had doubts about the investigation, did not voice their concerns. In some cases, nothing was said because of a sense there had to be more compelling information in possession of those closest to the, and still other and current firm employees who maintained they did their best to take reasonable investigative steps and acted within your procedure and guideline. Here's what I'm getting at here is, I don't think people within your organization are comfortable calling out negative things. I don't think they are. And I wouldn't be either. I'd be worried, because I look at what happens to whistleblowers and others. I'd go, oh man, this is not a safe place to be.
That's
I'm gonna keep my
ridiculous.
mouth shut.
What a stupid,
and I think that is
thing to
not
say.
a good thing for your agency. But you know where it starts?
I
It
think
starts
Victoria
with actually
Sparks is
admitting
a
that you got a
fucking
problem.
tool of the
And I don't
Russian
think you're very good at that
government,
either.
and I
I'm
think
going to your
she's an
testimony,
idiot.
page 13. You might want to look at it.
And
I'm
I
sure
think
you wrote it,
she
so you probably
ran
don't have
through
to.
her script
But
as
on page
fast
13, last
as she
paragraph,
could
you
because
write,
she
to be
was awfully
sure,
nervous about
nobody
it.
more deeply shares members' concerns regarding past FBI, and here's the words, compliance violations. Compliance, is that all they did? Aren't there a whole bunch of better terms? I went to ChatGPT to find out.
Are you kidding me?
I found these words that might have been better. But I'm really asking you, is that all they did? Didn't they break a law? Didn't they do something more than fail to comply? I'm asking you, if the culture is the issue, doesn't the leader have to at least call out bad acts a little more aggressively?
No, he doesn't. He has to be
Number one, depending on what the violation is, that may or may not be the right description. Some of the things that have happened in the past are things that I have deplored in the strongest possible terms. Some of the things that have happened in the past, I think, are described as compliance violations. So there's no one description that fits everything that has gone wrong at the FBI over the last 5 or 10 years. My language, in general, tends to be fairly measured. I think that's a fair statement about me. Some people refer to me as low-key, but no one should ever mistake my demeanor for what my spine is made out of. And I have made it very clear to our people over and over and over again that I expect them to do their work in the right way with rigor and objectivity. And as to FBI employees' willingness to speak freely and to complain, much like our exchange about sheriffs,
I heard about that.
I will tell you, your description of
I
our
don't even know what
employees
you're talking about.
doesn't fit with my experience. When I get out
He
to
was
all
talking about that
56
fact
field
that
offices, one of the
Russians
things that I
gave
do,
the Ukrainian intelligence
especially on this
agency
last round, my second round,
disinformation
was to meet with
that they then
employees
passed
without their
on
executive
to
management present,
social
just
media
me and them,
companies to remove,
including people
so
who
I
are
guess
retirement
the
eligible.
Russians
And
set
we have a
themselves up?
term,
I'm
an
confused.
affectionate slang term for people who are retirement eligible. It's called KMA. You can guess what KMA stands for, and it reflects their ability, because they're retirement eligible, to be able to speak freely. And they complain to me about all kinds of things, and we have a very lively conversation. So I'm quite confident that my employees feel comfortable talking to me about problems and things that we need to fix. But my demeanor is part of what you're reacting to.
Yeah, forgive me for interrupting, but my time is over. I want to thank you for your candor, and I yield back.
Candor?
Gentleman yields back. The
Candor.
gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Wray, thank you for being here. You know, believe it or not, I'm basically just a simple country dentist, but I do know my dentistry. And one thing I know about are abscesses. If you have an abscess, you can have a mild or moderate one, and you treat it with antibiotics and warm salt rinses, and in a week to 10 days, it'll be better. If you have a severe one, you've got to take a scalpel to that abscess. You've got to cut it open, and you've got to let the pus and the blood and the gas drain out. If you don't, that abscess will travel. It'll travel to the patient's brain possibly, or to their heart, and it definitely can kill them. That's the type of infection that I feel is within the FBI today. It has gotten so deep.
But you're a dentist.
We need to get in there with a metaphorical scalpel before it kills our nation. We need real structural change. And this committee is that metaphorical scalpel. A clear sign of the rot is a memo where your agents, and I know you say you feel bad about this too, but nevertheless, and I don't think you like to talk about it, but your agents in the field office attempted to spy on Catholic churches and their congregations and frame them as extremists. This is unbelievable. How do we get there? Who exactly are the Catholics you're going to go after here, or they were going to go after? The charitable men of the Knights of Columbus that help their communities, that help charities, that help people in every way they can? Or maybe we meant the folks that are fighting for the sanctity of life? Or are you talking about those who hold true to their beliefs rooted in the traditional values and teachings of the Catholic faith? As a Roman Catholic myself, and I believe you are as well, I was deeply, deeply disturbed by this memo. And it's shameful. It was only rescinded after basically it got leaked to the public. That should scare each and every American, from parents at school board meetings to grandmas clutching their rosary beads. The misguided priorities of our intelligence community put every American at risk, and it is wrong. It is un-American, and it undermines two of our most important tenets: freedom of speech and freedom of religion. It's what our nation is built upon. Director Wray, you work for the American people. They pay your salary. They pay all of our salaries.
Really
they don't
worry
work
about
for us. They work. You work for them.
Gotta. They don't even make
We're
my top 5.
supposed to protect them from the bad guys, and now many feel that they need protection from the FBI. I have a few questions here. Despite multiple requests, why hasn't the FBI produced an unredacted copy of this memo that really outlines this? It isn't public security, it isn't national security, it isn't public safety. This is an internal thing that you all did that was wrong, and we as a committee,
pay rent? No.
this committee, have the right to look at it. When are we going to get it? Why haven't we gotten it already? Unredacted.
We redact information for a variety of reasons that cover various rules that apply to us.
So I want to know why this one.
So,
I don't know about the rules. All I know, I told you, man, I'm not a lawyer, all right? But you know what I want to know? I want to know why we don't know what happened here, that people in their churches had to worry, and it isn't something that's going to affect national security. So whatever damn rule it is you have, we should change that rule. Because when something like this happens, and it isn't a matter of national security, then we should know. So I'd like to know when we're going to get it. I'd like a date certain.
When are you
What I can tell you is that we are almost done with our internal review, and as I said to the chairman, we're going to be providing a briefing to the committee on what the internal review found.
When?
It should be later this summer.
Bitch.
And why do we need your internal review? Good, you're doing an internal review. You should do a lot internally. But why don't we get the information when we ask for it, when we subpoena for it? We clearly are not creating any risk to our nation or national security. You could give us that tomorrow. Why don't we get that part tomorrow, and then you can give us the briefing and the internal review?
As I said, we're going to give you a briefing on the internal review, and then we can discuss additional information that may.
Because you're going to try to shape it differently and make it out that it was kind of okay.
On that, no. I will tell you that I am not going to defend or excuse that memo.
I understand you said that. I have simple yes or no. These are real easy questions. Has the FBI created or maintained any list of Roman Catholic churches? Yes or no?
Any list of Roman Catholic
churches? Correct.
we're certainly not targeting any Roman Catholic churches.
Well, they were. They were. The field office was until we found out. But do you, as a yes or no, do you have a list? If you don't have a list, it's easy to say no.
Well, we have 38,000 employees. We engage with churches of all kinds.
So you may have a list of churches that you're looking at for possible
No, not for possible investigation.
How about Russian Orthodox churches?
Same answer.
Greek Orthodox churches?
I would do that. I would look at those.
Tell me, yes or no? Evangelical churches? Tell me yes or no.
We do not maintain
yes or no.
Excuse me?
Please answer yes or no.
It's not a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no. If you've got a list of churches that you're targeting and looking at, the answer is yes. If you don't, the answer is no.
If your question is, do we have a list of churches that we are targeting, then the answer is no, we do not have.
How about Jewish synagogues? Yes or no? Same question.
We do not maintain any kind of list of religious institutions that we're targeting because we are not targeting religious institutions.
Let me tell you, it's a sorry state of affairs that these questions are questions I have to ask, and it's a damn shame to see what's become of our once universally respected FBI. Wow, we need structural change, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Yeah,
Director, the 5 individuals who signed off on that memo, have any of them lost their security clearance?
You didn't get your Fox clip. I'm sorry, you failed.
I don't believe anybody's lost their security clearance, but again, we have an internal review pending, and that I'll let that come to its conclusion.
How did you become aware of the Catholic memo that the gentleman just referenced?
How did I become aware of it?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman may say his point of order.
Whose time is the chairman consuming with
I thought for the committee, it's not a point of order. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I will say this, Mr. Wray, I'm one of those sheriffs that will be very blunt with you today. That's right here. I've had an opportunity to look at your testimony, lots of stuff, and hear about numerous task forces, crimes being committed against children, including even infants and toddlers. MS-13 gang members coming across the open southern border, the poisoning and killing of the American people with fentanyl, the sex trafficking, the human trafficking. It's quite clear, it is clear that you guys are dealing with some of the sickest bastards in our society. I have an article here from CNN in January 2022 calling the January 6th investigation the biggest investigation in FBI history. And what shocks me about this, quite honestly, is that you don't mention January 6th. Again, the biggest investigation, not one time in your 14-page testimony. You don't mention it one time. And that makes me ask myself the question, what the hell are you hiding? Sir, you mentioned 38,000 agents and support personnel in your agency. How many FBI agents and support personnel have you assigned to the January 6th investigation?
I don't know that I know the number. I know we have a lot of people working on it in multiple field.
Fair enough, lots. Yeah. Knowing that you are dealing with some of the sickest people in our society with investigations related to child sex trafficking, have you reassigned any of these agents or personnel to investigate January 6th? Yes or no?
Anything's possible.
I don't believe we have reassigned people away from child exploitation to January 6th.
Now, let me just say this, Director. I find that answer disturbing because last month, Steve Friend, he testified before the Weaponization Committee. Mr. Friend was a domestic terrorism investigator for you.
He does.
He was told by one of his superiors that January 6th was, I quote, a higher priority than pursuing child pornography cases, end quote. And for those of you watching in America, understand today's FBI is more concerned about searching for and arresting Grandma and Grandpa for entering the Capitol building that day than pursuing the sick individuals in our society who prey on our children. And Mr. Wray, your priorities are flawed. But let's rehash what we know so far.
So
it's the largest investigation in FBI history, and you don't mention it in your testimony. Agents have been reassigned from child exploitation cases and so on. So now let's get into the money, Mr. Wray. How much taxpayer money has been spent on January 6th?
I don't know that I have the figure.
You don't have it
in my head, but
Mr. Wray, I got an article here, December 22, 2022, 2 years after the events of January 6th. And it says the Justice Department has requested another $34 million from Congress. And number one, you shouldn't get another dime. The FBI shouldn't get another dime for this political witch hunt against the greatest president in my lifetime, Donald J. Trump.
Whoa!
I want to turn my attention now to this fella, this character, Mr. Wray Epps. We've all heard of him. We've heard of Mr. Wray Epps. He was number 16 on your FBI most wanted list. He was encouraging people the night prior and the day of to go into the Capitol. And Mr. Wray Epps can be seen at the first breach of Capitol grounds at approximately 12:50 p.m. Play the clip, please.
We need to go into the Capitol.
Into the Capitol.
Into the Capitol. What? We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction. Please spread the word.
All right. Okay, but one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
are we going to get arrested if we go up there?
Yeah. You don't need to get shot.
Arrest us.
This proves nothing, by the way.
There he is, breaching the line, going in at the first breach into the Capitol grounds, the restricted area. Mr. Wray, you have arrested hundreds of people related to January 6th. And there have been people arrested for breaching Capitol grounds. Cooey Griffin is an example. Rachel Genko is an example. And then we go to Mr. Brandon Strecka. Brandon was arrested for disorderly and disruptive conduct, which included yelling, I quote, "Go, go, go," as rioters tried to enter the Capitol. These three never went into the Capitol. They never assaulted anyone. So let's be honest with each other. There is very little difference between the actions of Wray Epps and Brandon Strecka that day, but yet Strecka was arrested and Epps wasn't.
Good.
Epps also testified to the January 6th committee. He was back at his hotel when video evidence showed that he wasn't. He lied. He was on the Capitol grounds just as Brandon Strecka was. Epps even texted his nephew at 2:12 p.m. and said, I quote, "I was in the front with a few others." It was on the video. "I also orchestrated it." Now look into the camera, sir, when you answer my next question.
Oh, my God.
Are you going to arrest Mr. Epps, yes or no?
I'm not going to engage here in a discussion about individual people who are or are not going to be prosecuted.
Can I get a commitment? You just watched the video. I'm an old law dog. I understand a little bit about probable cause. He did very little. There was very little difference what he did and Mr. Strecka. You can see him. He's encouraging. I don't think he's inciting a riot. He's encouraging people the night prior to go into the Capitol, the day of, go into the Capitol, and he was at the first breach, and he breached the restricted area. Everybody, a lot of people getting arrested for not going into the Capitol, but they're in the restricted area, but yet, Wray Epps, who many people feel, fed, right? And there's a lot of clout over this. So my point is this. You arrested a lot of folks for unlawful activity. You just saw the video. And I will tell you, Mr. Wray, if you don't arrest Mr. Epps, there's a reason behind it. I believe you know what it is. And it appears to me you are protecting this guy. I strongly recommend you get your house back in order. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, if I might briefly.
Gentlemen, will respond, then we got a couple point of orders.
It is
not
never
unanimous consent. Excuse me. Go ahead.
It has never been appropriate for an FBI director in congressional testimony to be weighing in on who is or isn't going to be arrested,
putting him through.
who is or isn't going to get charged, which is a prosecutor's decision. If you are suggesting that the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources or FBI agents, the answer is no, it was not. And to suggest otherwise is a disservice to our hardworking, dedicated law enforcement professionals.
Can I respond to that now?
No.
The point is, he was number 16 on your list. Yeah, he was 16 on your list. You never arrested him. But hundreds of Americans were arrested. Shame on you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent for all members to have 5 legislative days to submit any additional materials, as well as any questions for the record for the director. And I would hope that those questions for the record we would submit would receive more timely responses than some of our letters have. I would further seek unanimous consent that the WhatsApp message from Hunter Biden I used earlier in the hearing be submitted for the record.
Oh, please.
Without objection, gentlemen.
What does that have to do with anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request that
I wonder, was he at J6?
from the Daily Mail dated today with the headline, January 6th protester Wray Epps reveals he's forced to live in an RV in hiding after death threats over FBI informant conspiracy. Feds confirm he's never worked for them as he slams right-wing
I believe
theorists.
he was part of the Oath
him as a
Keepers in Arizona or New Mexico, right? With Stuart Rhodes.
The gentleman from
So Wray Epps has a long right-wing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you for your time today.
Sorry, kid.
You said earlier in response to Representative Isa's questions that the job of the FBI is to, 1, undertake criminal investigations, and 2, protect the U.S. from national security threats. Would you agree with me that in doing those activities, the FBI has to do a lot of that in what are effectively confidential conditions? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you're undertaking those activities in those confidential conditions, you're going to require tools that have been appropriated by Congress in the past, tools that say to you, we're going to trust you to use those tools correctly, and in return, the FBI then is expected to not abuse the trust of those tools that are provided to the FBI to undertake its activities. Is that a correct statement as well?
I know.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So trust is a very important thing, both the giving of trust when you get those tools, and then making sure that you do not abuse those that trust once those tools have been given to you. Were you aware that according to a recent poll by Harvard Caps Harris, 70% of respondents in the United States said that they were either very or somewhat concerned about interference by the FBI and other intelligence agencies in the elections? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the particular survey or poll or study or whatever it is.
In that same poll, 71% of Americans, which is certainly a bipartisan group, agreed that internal FBI changes post-2016 had not done enough to prevent further interference in elections, and that, quote, wide-ranging reform was still required. And again, you're not aware of those numbers?
No.
Does any of that shock you?
You know, I don't spend a lot of time as FBI director worrying about polls. What I do look at is whether people want to work with us, whether people want to work for us. And on both of those metrics, we're actually going up quite significantly. In fact, in your home state of Texas, we've got a 93% increase in the number of Texans applying to work for the FBI since I've been in this job. And in fact, it's the highest.
I know.
Texas has more people applying to work for the FBI than any other state in the union.
Even if you do not watch polls, certainly you appreciate the fact that you want the trust of the American people. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
All right. Does it bother you that so many Americans do not trust the FBI presently?
Well, again, I don't spend a lot of time worrying about polls. I do care about what I hear from the American people otherwise. But it bothers me anytime any American has lost trust in the FBI. Of course that concerns me.
Earlier, you're talking to Representative Hageman, and you said where we can take action where possible to remove them from the chain of command, and then you ended your time, you got cut off because we had to get some votes. You were going to say something further on that. Do you have any plans to remove anybody from the chain of command or go through a process to determine who should be removed from the chain of command?
Well,
under what circumstances?
I have already removed any number of people from different stages of my tenure from the chain of command. I have also referred people to our disciplinary arm, which has resulted in some cases in termination.
Do you have any plans to do any more of that?
If somebody has violated a rule, absolutely.
When we talk about a good faith basis for trust, Americans, both Republicans and Democrats, does it bother you that these illegal FISA queries have continued even with efforts of the FBI to try to reduce them, that we now have somewhere between a couple 100,000 and at least 1 million of illegal FISA inquiries?
Well, there are two things going on there. One, I think your numbers of what are actually illegal are off. But second, and more importantly to me, all of the changes that we have put in place to address compliance failures that I consider unacceptable have pointed to the effectiveness of the reforms that we've put in place. So that I'm talking about.
What number of illegal FISA queries would you put on the table as those that you know of?
Well, here's what I can tell you. The most recent FISA court opinion found, I think it's a 98% compliance rate. The most recent DOJ audit found a 99 or 98% compliance rate.
Is that acceptable to you? Is that 1% or 2%?
We strive for 100%. But all of those things, but it's the FISC, the FISA court, whether it's ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, whether it's DOJ, whether it's our own Office of Internal Audit, which I created, by the way, all four of those things have shown that the reforms that we've been putting in place have already had dramatic positive impact. Am I satisfied with that? No.
Has anybody been fired or removed as a result of their inappropriate use of FISA?
Well, the last time somebody has had truly abusive behavior with respect to FISA, it goes back a ways, but those people have been gone from the organization.
Are you making a distinction between truly abusive and just abusive? What's the distinction?
Well, the distinction I would draw is between intentional or reckless conduct versus somebody who makes a good faith mistake. To me, a good faith mistake is still a compliance violation, and still somebody needs to be counseled and trained and coached and taught to do it right. But that's different from somebody who intentionally or recklessly breaks the rules.
Director Wray, I'm going to go back where I started, and that is with trust. We trust you when we give the FBI tools.
You think it's illegal doesn't mean
those tools would not be abused. I think in the last
guys just lie.
6 years, certainly we've seen a number of abuses of the tools given, and I think as a result of that, you're going to see a curtailment of some of the tools that are provided to the FBI. That's not a choice that we're in a position that we want to make, but we have to make as a result of the abuses of the trust of the American people. Thank you for your time today.
Gentleman yields back. Director, I have just a couple extra questions, but in fairness to the minority, I'll recognize Mr. Johnson, so he'll go for a few questions. I'll have a few, and then we appreciate you being here for this length of time, and then we'll be able to adjourn the hearing. But the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. Director Wray, you have acquitted yourself admirably today under severe and constant fire. And so your day is about to come to a close with your head still standing, your head still held high, and your soul, I'm sure, further empowered to continue doing the right thing on behalf of the American people through your service as director of the FBI, and I thank you for that. You were asked multiple times about the Missouri versus Biden injunction. This is a preliminary injunction issued on a holiday.
Oh, I'll be, Pam just asked me to co-host with her tonight, so I'll be on her.
It makes various allegations that thus far have been totally unproven, but relied upon as true here by members of this committee. What is your response to the allegations that the FBI has been engaged in censoring
6 o'clock tonight, I'll be co-hosting with Pam. Or whatever.
While I respect the court's decision, I think there are a number of factual findings that we don't agree with. And certainly the FBI is not engaged, in my view, in censorship or content suppression.
I'll hear you tonight. You'll hear me tonight.
My Republican colleagues also
Hi,
seem
LOL.
to think that the FBI is being weaponized.
I think she likes that I just
people.
Co-host
What is
like
your
sick names
response to that
keep it light.
allegation? And that will
I keep
be
it light.
my final question.
Why will I do it? I don't know.
The FBI that I see every day, and again, when I see the FBI, nobody gets to see it the way I do. I've been to all 56 of our field offices at least twice.
Us of being
I've spoken with partners, law enforcement partners in all 50 states multiple times, with federal judges all over the country, business leaders, community leaders, prosecutors, victims, more importantly, and their families. The FBI that I see every day
just DM me
is working their tails off to protect the American people from a really staggering array of threats. They are an inspiring, incredibly dedicated group of people. And the FBI I see is best captured by the Chicago agent who had his arm shot up by an AR-15 chasing a fugitive and retrained himself to shoot left-handed and then requalified for SWAT left-handed. By the Atlanta agent who unexpectedly came across a fugitive, a gang fugitive, chased the guy into a car, got caught in the car door. The guy drove off with the Atlanta agent stuck in the door. The guy headed out onto the freeway. The poor agent, broke his pelvis and Lord knows how many other things, and yet he still managed to apprehend the subject. The FBI that I see is captured by the Portland agent who, out for a run, comes across a mentally ill woman down in the train tracks and climbs down in the train tracks to try to wrestle her out of the way of the oncoming train while she's trying to bite him and everything else, and gets her to safety. Or the bomb tech who comes across a booby trap, blows up on him, and the next business day he's back at work. That's the FBI that I see. I could give you countless examples. That is the real FBI.
Well, I thank you again for your service, and I appreciate the fact that you have allowed your somewhat loquaciousness to emerge during this hearing with that final response. Thank you.
I think the gentleman yields back. Director, we appreciate those. The whole country does. In fact, I said this in an interview this morning, a TV interview this morning. Two of those agents who served for years in the FBI, did great work, now work for the committee on the Republican staff. And we appreciate the work they did then, the work they're doing now. But they share the same concerns raised by members of the committee. That's why they came to work for us. So I just got a couple other questions. Any of the FBI personnel who did improper queries of the 702 database, have any of those individuals lost their clearance?
Well, we had, depends on how far back you want to go in time. We've had individuals, if you go back to, say, like 2018, I think was the last I remember, where you had somebody who engaged in intentional conduct, and the person, for example, is gone. I think there were security clearances revoked for people back in that time period, but I don't know that we've had somebody who's engaged in
no, I think they just they're using
intentional or reckless conduct.
They tell you you're like a fake.
That.
I think they have.
We have, as you may know, Mr. Chairman, and this actually didn't come
where
up today,
libertarians mostly, I think,
but it's important for people to know.
Ideology.
We recently put in place a whole new set of accountability policies specifically focused on 702.
I know you guys know.
Go through cascading.
Anyway, they just talk about people as if they're not really Democrat, and that they're like, trying to undermine democratic values, and they seem to do that with anyone that even is friendly to Jim Stewartson. So I think it has more to do with Jim Stewartson than it does with me. But they admit that what they like to do is go after the people around the people they don't like and make their lives difficult because they call it like the soft underbelly,
I don't know the answer.
I don't know.
Is the FBI
People that take this out way too seriously is what it is. Anyway, so they like to call people names because in a way they know. Rip, I don't want to talk about it. I'm explaining it, and I don't want any details left in this chat, okay?
As is standard in an investigation.
Anyway, they just throw out the thing that they think is going to hurt you the most, right? And the thing they know is going to hurt people the most is to accuse you of not being authentically in favor of democracy, and that somehow you're the drama. And I say to them, I am not the drama. And so my record stands for itself. I don't give in to the gaslighting. I think it's stupid, and it's really they're very desperate for some kind of like. I don't know. They're doing the bidding of people that aren't very nice. I don't understand it. Yeah, it's very cowardly, frankly. And so I'm just going to continue to be me. And Team Lolo. I always have been, always will be. That's who my father raised. That's who my mother raised. So they can try, but I don't care. I don't care. So anyway, yeah, that's what they do. T3 says the victimhood mentality. My God, I know.
I'll give you 5 minutes. So.
Okay, wait, here we go.
Do you want another question?
No, I want us to conclude this hearing, and
we will be done in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Thank you. We appreciate that, and we obviously appreciate the director being here. In October 2020, when Facebook asked FBI, is the Biden laptop story Russian disinformation? The FBI's response was no comment. Do you know who gave that response?
I did not.
The court knew, and the court said it was Laura Demlow. Do you know who Laura Demlow is?
I do know who Laura Demlow is.
Big mic drop.
What does she do?
Laura Demlow is an agent in our counterintelligence division, and she currently works with the Foreign Influence Task Force.
Doesn't she head the Foreign Influence Task Force?
I think she leads it, yeah.
She leads the Foreign Influence Task Force. Did you tell her to give that comment?
Did I what now?
Did you instruct anyone when Facebook asked, did you instruct them to give the no comment?
Take their bait. It is bait.
I don't remember giving any instruction along those lines, although I should say I'm not
I
sure
know.
whether Laura Demlow was in that role.
I don't care.
At the time frame that you
This is
described,
what
but
they
I
live for.
Again, the court in Louisiana said she was, and said when Facebook asked her specifically, she said no comment. And this is the Foreign Influence Task Force leader.
So
Foreign
why
Influence
is
Task
it
Force that you
no
created as
comment?
director of the FBI, correct? Oh, that's correct. You created the Foreign Influence Task Force.
I did create the Foreign Influence Task
Force. Yeah, you put that together, and she heads it up. Okay.
What?
When did you
become?
How did you become aware of the Catholic memo?
Oh God.
The one in Richmond that we've talked about a couple times today.
As I recall, in one of my regular morning meetings, I learned that there was this product, and that was the same day that I ordered that it be removed.
Was that before or after it was already in the press?
That I can't tell you. My guess is it was probably around the same time, but I don't know.
Did you learn about it? Did the people who brought it up to you, did they learn about it from the press, or was it some internal communication?
I can't speak to how they learned about it. I just know that I was told about it by them, and we had a conversation about immediately taking steps that we then did.
We appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, Director, we appreciate your time today. I know it's been a
long
day.
Oh my God, it has been a long day, Jim.
We already had the unanimous consent from Mr. Gates, so
okay, great.
The committee is adjourned.
You're done. Oh my God. I can't believe it's over. They're so incredible. Yeah, I'm not worried. I just don't. There's always going to be haters. There's always going to be. On Twitter especially. There's always going to be someone who wants you to be quiet, someone who wants you to be nicer, someone who thinks you're stupid, someone who criticizes your grammar. It's someone who tells you have a wrinkly face. That's okay. It's and there are days that it's not okay. By the way, of course, there are days when it's not okay. Don't make me put my jacket on. Hi, Samuel. But at the end of the day, it actually is okay, because this is what the internet is. The internet is lots of people that get a great amount of enjoyment trying to drag you down. Samuel, it's nothing to do with our people. I have no beef with anybody on the convoy-ish. This is all Twitter drama. This is different, very different group. Very different background, very different group. Do not want to mess with them. They're just dumb as fuck. But yeah, so I don't. But yeah, they don't like Pam Hemphill, and I don't know why. I'm not sure why, actually. I'm kind of curious to learn why. It's such a problem that Pam is speaking out the way she is. That is curious to me. That makes me more curious than anything else. I mean, I think, the criticism is, oh, you're getting into bed with MAGA. And I'm like, no, actually, I'm not. I'm listening. I'm listening to her because she's trying to change a narrative. So I'm curious about her. I'm curious about her words. I was very hesitant to be in her spaces, and I would push back. Her and I pushed back on each other quite a bit in the beginning. Anyway, so I don't fully endorse anyone. I'm team Lolo. But at the end of the day, I also want to, yes, oh my God, she has a huge, deep, long history of chuddery. And that's not unknown. That's the thing that kind of surprises me, is that her different, yes, indeed, her different views are really, really, really hard. I just don't. And the thing is I'm not like, we're not braiding each other's hair. But if she is wanting to be a voice that helps people come back, then I'm going to listen to what she has to say. Yeah, Team Lolo. Nah, nobody wants to be on that team. That's okay. So I never give full-throated endorsements of anyone, right? Everyone has shit, and she's got a lot of shit. That's why I'm curious to see and to listen into how does someone like that keep it up, right? And what are the reflections that are happening? Because like when I remember in the beginning, like she was still like, I might vote for Trump again. And in the last, couple of months, she's really like, oh, and I don't know, she's had a lot of years in recovery, and it might have something to do with her background in recovery. But I don't know why this time she's jolted out of right wingery. I really don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm not her mom. She can handle whatever critics are coming her way, and she's getting a lot of them. I know. I know. So, yeah, if she's going to continue to spend her time trying to debunk myths, MAGA myths, then I'm going to, and if it's convenient for my schedule, then I'll help her debunk, you know? But no one is a monolith. And I'm always being criticized for not being nice enough to chuds. So what's the problem, people? What do you want from me? And this is the only chud I know who's kind of expressing some level of sincere regret for her actions and kind of her long history of beliefs, I imagine. But I don't know. Well, time will tell, won't it? But I will never, again, I'm going to tell you guys this. This is how I live my life. I really do think about these types of situations and say, okay, so if they play this on the 6 o'clock news, am I proud of what I did or am I embarrassed? And if I can stand here and say that I'm still proud of what the choices that I made, then I don't have a problem. If I feel something in my gut that says, wow, I'm going to be embarrassed or I'm going to have to spin this a certain way, then I probably shouldn't do what it is I think I'm going to do. And I'm not going to say I always make the right decision. Sometimes I make the wrong decision. But I think our vulnerability to either admit we were wrong or to be like shamed, I guess that's a great word, Rip. I'm not afraid to be wrong. And I'm not, I don't know. I feel like something's called to me to be kind in this moment. How about that? That's actually really a more accurate description of how my journey with Pam has been over the last few months. Because when I started out, I was really, really mean. And something called me to be kinder. So that's what I'm doing. Samuel, you're not a chud. Come on now. But I'll tell you right now, I don't want to get involved in any of that drama stuff over there. That drama is too much for Lolo. Lolo is too high for that drama. A punch a day keeps the Nazis away. Gosh, I hope we keep them away. Haven't heard much from Chucklecuck lately. I know, Samuel. But we are all lol cows. So it will happen eventually. She reminds me of a Russian spy who's defected. It's similar, only this time she's defected from MAGA. Yeah, I don't know. She has a terrible past. Oh, the cringe. It's all fun and games with you. Good. Glad to hear it. I hope you're having fun with it. That's important. It's a short trip around the marble. I haven't said that in a while. I don't know. I guess my dad is calling to me right now. I guess my dad is just saying, why don't you just be kinder in this moment? And then go from there. Exactly. It's very AA. I mean, I'm a friend of Bill W. too, so I know a little bit about what she's talking. The purity people. Why is it impure to listen to someone? I don't understand that. Why is listening to someone? I mean, I understand sometimes it's a love fest in there and it is kind of cringy. I will not lie. It is very cringy when one person after the other goes, "Oh, Pam, it's so brave of you to do this, that, and the other thing." And I've been guilty of that. But I'm just going to say, like, I understand. But why does that make you a bad person? You know what it is? Do you want to know a secret? I'll tell you a secret. I think I know why people are upset. I think they're a little jealous because Pam likes me, and they're not Lolo. So I think it's a little jealousy of not being Lolo. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of cute. I'm kind of funny. I have great style. So yeah, I can understand why you might want to be the Lolo, but there's only one. A chud is a chud, and $20 is $20. Yeah, aren't you at the slots, Samuel? Aren't you like hitting slots big time? Haven't I seen that here and there? Good for you. Anyway. So yeah, I guess this is what this the message this Wednesday is: be open to being a little kind. Yeah, good for you, Samuel. Hit it big. Retire. Get to that retirement point. But yeah. It's all good. It's all good. And again, it's a very, very, very short trip around this marble. So make it count, motherfuckers. Make it motherfucking count. You got gas for your convoy? Fuck yeah! Woo! Woo! Why can't we all be misfits who disagree and get along? Yay! Yay! Why can't we all be misfits and disagree but still get along? I agree. I love that idea. I love that idea. Yeah, Samuel, get that fucking convoy, man. Wouldn't that be great, Samuel? Wouldn't that be great? Would that not be great? Like, find the next 1776 pathetic picnic, pathetic old ass bad potato salad picnic that'll make you vomit. It's been sitting out in the sun because Kentucky left it out there for 5 hours. You should just roll into there with 500 big rigs. Hey, Santa, I got your money back. I think that'd be great. I'd like to see the look on Santa's face when you roll in there with 500 trucks. Am I late? Am I too late? I think that would be hilarious. He'd shit his pants. He'd shit out all that potato salad. Oh my god. Just the look on his face would be priceless. It'd be better than when he held up the penis-shaped thing of his mom. Anyway. Good times. Good times. Come in blowing horns. That's right. Poop buckets. Yes, poop buckets. That was so good. Samuel, that was epic. That went on for you dragged that a couple months. You're like, we made it, David. We're here. Hop out of the truck. I brought my own potato salad. Don't eat Kentucky's. It's not worth it. That would be amazing. I think that's hilarious. Oh my god. Fucking David. Jesus. Big fucking tick waiting to pop. I'm afraid if you stuck a pin in him, he'd explode. Fucking losers. Only thing that drove across the country 3 times and got smaller and fizzled out. Play chess, not checkers, babe. That's right, all day long, twice on Tuesdays. Puss, maybe. I was going for blood-filled tick, but go ahead, J31C. Throw it all in there. And potato salad. Mom, what is it? Mama's taters. Mama's titters. He's got to eat some of Mama's titters. Oh, wait, no, taters. I meant taters. I apologize. That was indecent of me to speak of Santa's mother that way. What is his mother's name? Do we know? Do we even know what Mama's name is? Does she have a name? Is she AI? Interesting. Well, well, well. Here we are, children. Okay, well, I adore you guys. I'm going to go. Faye! That's right! I forgot there was actually a character in chat, Faye Riddell's something. Who was that character? Faye Riddell's shit. Rolling out at 1400. 10-4, boss. 10-4. Ooh, we got ourselves a convoy. Or we got ourselves a con boy. I knew that was you, J31C. I knew it. You were Faye Riddell. Okay. God damn. You're good. You guys and your alts, man. Dottie Jackson. Oh, I love Dottie Jackson. I fucking love Dottie Jackson. That Dottie Jackson was stealth. Stealth motherfucker. Stealth motherfucker. That was some good stuff. Good times. God, we had fun, didn't we? Subtifa. That was fun. Telegram takedown. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I don't even know if I can say it here, J31C, but just the infiltration alone of multiple platforms was fucking epic. Fucking epic. Oh, my God. And the comms, the communications. Oh, my God. Laughing so much. Never laugh so much. Funny thing is that I am a mod and all of 76 YouTube channels. Oh no! Oh my God, Sam, that is the perfect. That's the perfect thing. Oh please, I don't even care if that's not true, Samuel. I love it, and I will act as if it's true. Tell me you're like Red Mama or something like that, because that's gonna be too much. I fucking love that. Oh my God. Troll. Epic trolling. It was a good troll. It was a good troll while it lasted. God, man, what a bunch of fucking idiots. Amazing. Amazing. Dead. We are dead, Pepper. I'm telling you, the brilliance, the creativity, the artistry, the wit, the fucking mischievousness, all of those qualities were in the troll community in watching this shit show. And it is the only positive out of all of that crap is the creativity and the energy. Like, it's just crazy. Oh my God. Thank you, Samuel. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that. The empty gift cards. Oh my God. Oh my God. I forgot about those. J31C, we have to have a list. We have to make a list of all the things. I mean, Green Acres. I'm just going to say it. The band. The band. The tour bus. The tour bus. The tour bus. Oh. The tour bus to take them into DC. Holy fuck. Oh my God. It was too much. It was too much. And there's things I can't even say. There's things I know I can't say, so I'm not going to say them. Oh my God. Oh my God. I loved it. What a group. What a beautiful group. T, I don't know you well enough to know the beef, but oh no, there's a beef. Don't do beefs. No beefing. Guys, don't beef. Why don't you DM each other, El Sarmento? Don't fight. It's not a good way to fight. The truck full of eggs. Yes. El, we're just reminiscing about the fun pranks. Who's T? Wait, I'm confused about T. Who's T? Oh no, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Never, don't tell me. Not going to talk about it here. El, thank you. Thanks, guys. I respect you both. Okay, so just know that. I just don't want to scuffle. I don't want to scuffle in the bar. No bar scuffles. Thank you, El. I appreciate it. Let's not beef. Let's all be nice to each other. It's Terrence. Let's all get along. You just made that up. I know. Don't worry, Rip. I think I know who, so I'm not gonna worry. I don't need to push it. But it's all gonna be okay. Yes, it's all gonna be okay. This I know. It's not gonna snow. It's gonna be okay. No, I know. You're just curious. I understand. I understand, Elle. No, I actually do understand. Yeah, I knew it was him. I knew it was that. I knew it was that. I'm so smart. You know, you guys don't think I'm smart, but I'm like really smart. I'm like really smart. No, you know what it is? Is like I pop in on streams like just for a few seconds, and it's usually pretty easy to catch up on latest drama. So that's all. Because I can't quit you guys. I just can't quit you in your silly drama. I can't. It's okay. Animal, vegetable, or mineral. Don't worry about it, Rip. Please. The hay seeds. I missed the tour bus. Yes, the tour bus. That was a really good one. Because man, that went right up to the second. Right up to the minute they thought they were going to get that tour bus, and it never showed. Where's our tour bus? It feels like everybody has their time in the hot seat in this little shit show of ours. It's not easy to you can't really avoid it. I feel like you can't avoid it. But I don't know. The subs was the best. The subs, they also were very upset about that. And they also went up right to the last minute. That's my favorite part, is that every prank, those idiots would think it was real up until the very last minute and make no plans, no backup plans. Oh, did you guys 1776 thought our BTM bus was coming to DC? That's pretty good. Yeah, we did the tour. We set them up with a tour bus that never showed. That was good. Man, they really fucked that one up. Don't forget the portable showers. Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, wait, Samuel, do you remember you were blamed for the remember when Wyckoff, I think Wyckoff made a joke about jet skis, and then somehow that translated into was it really going to happen? I remember that at one point, and you were blamed for that too. Or you might have started that room. I don't remember. But I think someone made a joke about it, and then some idiots in chat took it as real, which is just the most ridiculous thing. But yeah, Green Acres was probably the best. I don't know. I really think Hayseeds was one of the best ones. Because Hayseeds got him twice. They fucking fell for it twice. That was funny. I'm sure they're all rapidly recording this. Lolo. As if I'm the mastermind. What are you going to do? The LGBTs, yes. The rainbow items. Oh my God, that's right. Oh my God, I forgot that. The little tiny, the mini bricks. The mini bricks. Didn't we do that too? The mini bricks after they found the pile of bricks? I don't know if those made it in the package. Hayseeds was epic. Hayseeds was a totally epic thing. I can't believe they fell for that twice. They fucking fell for that twice. And probably to this day, they still think the Hayseeds is really. That was Paw Patrol. Did he do the bus? Oh, Paw Patrol organized the BTM bus. Yeah, Hayseeds was the best. That really was the best. And, oh yeah, well, I mean, I guess technically Hayseeds did the Green Acres theme. I guess. I don't know. There's a lot of characters. Farmer Bob. Oh, God. The eggs. Is he okay? Farmer Bob was in a terrible accident. There's eggs all over the freeway. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Somebody help Farmer Bob. Well, to make up for it, we'll send you a tour bus. Sent David that t-shirt. Oh, did he? Did he get a BTM shirt? It would have been funny if you guys had put Convoy Santa on the BTM shirt. That would have been funny. He's a shirt person. That would be funny. Oh my gosh. So many good jokes. God, they were so easy. They were so gullible. They are so gullible. Which I guess is how we got here, is a bunch of people who are kind of too gullible. But we got to figure out a way to get through this part. This little civil unrest. Egg Tifa. Yeah. That was tragic. A tragic crash. All the creative original songs. I know. Everybody sang so much. Oh no, Melons. Oh my God. Oh my God. She did so many classics. And Oomflo, of course. We love Oomflo. We love our Oomflo. It's the tippy top of gullible, though. To like horse. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Rip. It really is. Come on now. Come on now. Do 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 do. Is there anything I can do? Just call on me. Oh, I loved this. I think it was Oakland. I loved that. And Jerry. Yeah. Jerry was great. Oh, DJ whatever. I can't remember his name right now. Tommy has no butthole. Everybody is so amazing. So amazing. So amazing. Drink their own piss for COVID. Yes. Do anything I can do. Just call on me. And I'll know from me to you. I think it's time to do some adulting. Fuck that shit. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This is a really nice morning, early afternoon. I hope your evening goes well if you're on the East Coast. I hope your afternoon goes well if you're on the West Coast. I hope whatever it is in the middle goes well for you. It's Wednesday, so there's only 2 more days till the weekend. Hollywood could never have written this, and I hope the Coen brothers, in particular, make a movie about it. Way too gullible. Media literacy. Thank you, Siegfried. Crazy people lost a lot of stuff. Did you see what Curly V went back to? Yes. Yes. Curly. I wonder how Curly is. I hope she's doing okay. Boy, she woke up. That was good. Get away from Teddy Bear. He's a horrible person. We will get through this with art. That's right. Siegfried, that's a beautiful place to end the chat. No, to end it. Not the chat, because you guys can keep chatting. But what a beautiful way. What a beautiful sentiment. Art will get us through this. Art will set us free. Stay true. Stay true to your values, to your integrity. Have integrity. And be kind to each other. And be open. Be open. And don't assume things. And yeah, that's nuts that they went and parked on the mall to abuse passersby. Yeah. Well, I don't know. They don't seem very deterred, frankly. Rip, they seem, they seem kind of inertia at this point. If I'm going to be honest, I feel like they're experiencing a lot of inertia, which was not to be unexpected. So there it is. Anyway, thank you all so much for coming today, and I hope you enjoyed the show. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Correct. What a wonderful sentiment. Something that people should definitely, where you could lend people money. I mean, if you wanted to be nice to them. And if you can keep your head when all about you have lost theirs, oh dear, well, that is what we all hope for. Oh my Lord. Not always easy. Not always easy, but definitely aspirational. All right, my pets. With that, I will leave you on your Wednesday and send you off into the universe to create goodness and take naps and eat good food and kiss your people you love. That's what I want you to do. Okay, I'll see you later.